and he does not care. They are making this push on Absolute. They want to get the Spirit Link Totem. They want to close out this game. The move. This is their last chance. Beautiful fear coming in. Lasso from Houston, and that's it.
Who's gonna fall? There's no darkness, there's nothing. The hunt comes in. The Spirit Link Totem gets dropped. Sam I Am, Echo pushing for the win here. There's the imprisonment on the Sea.
I mean, Trill's obviously going to want to play this out here, but I think it's really unlikely. He's doing it. He's actually... there's no way! There's no way! No way! 2 victories! Liquid to the Grand Finals! Getting a shot on Tuna. Another swap onto him. He doesn't have Barskin. He's got Trinket. He's being greedy. He gets none of his Trinket. KO. Hula Bang. Group the championship Sunday. They catch him out of bear form. If Astrid gets some damage in here, Voidtorn fully channeled. Another amazing swap onto Dex. How is he going to survive? He's being way too greedy. Astrid clutches it out. And the move crushed Lava Lava.
Looking good here for Liquid as they do it. How? Guz lives at 1% again. I can't believe it. Ironbark lands. Guz is loot. Nightmare. Calvish is dead. Nick is dead. What do they have for Kearney? Do we have a gouge? Do we have a stun? The double pull comes in from Nick as he's looking to turn the tide of the fight, but a full kitty shot lands. A cheap shot on Calvish. Gouge on Kearney. Peekaboo, the boy wonder, making plays here on the road. And they close it out.
To day number 2 of the 4th and final cup here in the Dragonflight season. This is the last chance for these North American teams, Zico, to get enough points to make it into the finals.
That's right. Right now, we got, the EU kind of bracket settled down yesterday, and today we are looking at North America. Final chance for these teams to grab these points, qualifying for the gauntlet, some of them trying to lock in their spot for avoiding the gauntlet and just automatically qualifying. So everyone's going to have to bring their A game right now. And already, like when we saw the bracket earlier, there are some teams that maybe don't want to be down there, that are currently down there.
Yeah, definitely. Here is the lower bracket right now, already looking pretty spicy with the teams here. We got DRACO, CLEAVE versus the Move in the elimination round, as well as Power Frogs versus Fusion. Super T's.
Yeah, I mean, DRACO, CLEAVE, they put on a performance in the gauntlet in the previous season where they had a reverse sweep, like a 2 versus 3, like clean reset, and they had that really epic moment with Gum on their team at the time. So this is a really entertaining roster to see. They stuck with the same team, regardless if they think their composition is the most meta. They're going to try and make it work. And the Move need to be ready for it because it can be a very scary composition if you're not prepared for their setups.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that. Those are some of the first matches we have today. DRACO, CLEAVE versus the Move. The Move, they could actually get 4th place today. They could end up in the gauntlet. They basically have to just, they're going to be playing as best as they can today. Let's just say that. A lot of pressure here on the line. This is the standings right now. We can see the Move just kind of, I wouldn't say closely following Liquid. They've still gotten a pretty good lead right now, Ven, between 1st and 2nd place. I mean, what's it going to take for these players to get some points, get some wins? Because there's a lot of competition right now on the line.
I mean, just look at it. You have Liquid in 1st, followed by the Move, then Void, La Pomp, Power Frogs, even UNITAS having their first top. This is the first time I think we've seen them on broadcast in the upper bracket, so they're really leveling up as well. So the competition is really high. It's at an all-time high, and I know Liquid specifically. I was mentioning this a little bit yesterday. They were really unhappy. Like they didn't have the best performance last week. I mean, all things considered, not too bad, but for their own standards, they were not happy, and they have like really just dialed it in completely. They didn't stream any of their offline games, which they normally do. They've been practicing day in, day out, limiting their stream time. And I think they really want to show that, they're still the best team in North America. So it's going to be interesting because you have La Pomp basically coming out of nowhere, destroying last weekend's cup. And it seems like history might repeat itself because they looked really good in the games that I saw.
Yeah, certainly true. I'm interested to see if Team Liquid does kind of reign supreme once again. I know a lot of us, every single one of us here predicted them to be 1st place last weekend. I wonder if we do have those predictions ready for us here on the broadcast, because I'm kind of curious. I had a hard time deciding. Okay. All right. We're a little bit mixed up this time. We've got Zico. You're predicting the Move for 1st. You want to talk about that?
Yep. I mean, it's the Move, baby. I feel like adding Ceralium to the roster feel like the RPS. I don't know. The one thing that isn't great for the move is the fact that Outlaw did get some nerfs to their damage. So they've been heavily relying on that in the past, but still, I feel like the addition of Ceruleum is really gonna help this squad out. So I think they can make it. And obviously Liquid. I feel like all of us have Liquid second or first, so it's a pretty given. They are just in top shape right now.
Yeah, we're gonna have a talk with Sidu if he keeps making us look bad here on the desk with our predictions. But we'll get to that. So we'll get to that series, of course, later on today. But we can talk about the first one up. We've mentioned it a little bit briefly. These two teams are up for elimination, Super Tees. Either Draco Cleave or the Move is getting knocked out of the tournament for the first series of the day here.
I mean, that's stressful for the Move because, that top 3 is really in contention. LaPomp are right on their heels. VOIDGG is right with them. So if they want to make sure that they're in the top 3, they need to stay alive in the tournament. And Draco Cleave is playing a composition that not many people play. So you may not have a lot of practice against it. And it's a really scary composition that can catch you off guard. So if they're not prepared, they could just be out right here and now, which obviously for Draco Cleave would be really great because they're looking to try and climb the ranks in the gauntlet. Being on the bottom end of that gauntlet, they would like to try and get through as many teams as possible here in this cup to avoid facing them later on for the finals.
Yeah. Looking at their performance last weekend, Ven, with the Move specifically, they added Ceruleum, obviously. What do you want to see from them taking away from cup number 3 and improving on here for cup number 4?
I mean, their biggest issue is they just could not beat Demon Hunter Moonkin. Like, Demon Hunter Moonkin Resto Shaman just completely destroyed them. So for them, they just got to figure out, some different options during the offline games. They actually lost to that team once again, so LaPump is the reason why they're in the lower bracket. They tried a few different things. They tried a direct mirror, didn't end up liking that. And then they actually tried Demon Hunter Shadow Priest. So I think for the Move, some of their success is going to come down to how quickly Peekaboo is going to be able to adopt on that Demon Hunter. If that's a route they still want to go, like, can he perform to the level of like existence and bring his team a victory?
Yeah. Something else that we talked about a lot here, especially with the Move, Zico, is like how we were seeing these teams kind of get stuck with one composition for a while. It seems like the Move has been a team that, like, especially within the last year, has really adapted in broadening their perspective a little bit, gaining new specs, new compositions. And I think with Ceruleum, that's going to be like the final step in making this an extremely well-rounded team.
Yeah, I think the Move, they're going to probably experience some growing pains. It's pretty typical when you're adding in new things into the mix like that. But it has been our biggest criticism in the past that, they're always locking in the RPS, whether it's good or whether it's not. And a lot of them they do still kind of make it work, but I do think that the Move with Absturge, especially now, picking up multiple healers, playing whatever his team needs, really adapting to the meta, and also now with Peekaboo trying out things like the Demon Hunter, bringing in Ceruleum, getting Shaman, getting Mage onto your team with him. It's just gonna unlock them with a lot of compositions, but. No time to talk about that. Actually, we are going to see Absturge on the Holy Priest here with Ceruleum and WizK playing Mage Warlock into Draco Cleave.
Interesting. This is actually something they played in the offline game against a different Death Knight. Oh my goodness gracious. You blink and you miss it. Ceruleum is instantaneously dead. How did that... What did I just watch? What?
The fastest game in AWC history. That's gotta be what you
Did he just
watched.
beat me?
Down. Yeah, I think so. I
told you guys it's scary. I told you guys it's scary.
He didn't even Dragon Rage. What happened? Like, I actually don't know what happened.
I don't know.
I've never seen that. I mean,
I was just sitting up straight, getting ready to cast the game.
Ceruleum.
Yeah.
I'm happy to pass the torch. So Disintegrate comes in. Zeke blows all of his cooldowns. I think he just apocalypses him and literally just kills him instantly. Eternity Surge Apocalypse, dead. Like, what? Oh, Butta. Yeah. Okay. Butta just went crazy. Butta just got... that had to hit for like 500k. Like, I swear that Eternity Surge hit for like 600k, and Ceruleum literally just immediately died. Can they replicate that? I don't know, but that's certainly a good start if you are Draco Cleave, and they're going to be happy. I'm sure they can't even believe it.
That's just really tough.
He actually beat me. I'm so annoyed. New world record for a tournament loss. Soralium, congrats.
But here's the thing, Van. At least it stays in the family here. It's gonna stay with the mage.
Yeah,
The torch.
of course.
mage will remain the fastest dying class in competitive history. But I mean, can we get the def log here? Like we need to take a look at these numbers right now.
Yeah. I swear the Eternity Surge is going to be
1 million DPS.
Yeah, that is actually completely wild. Let's see it. What even happened? Okay, so we're gonna zoom in a little bit. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. You got Eternity Surge for 300k, Disintegrate ticks for about 100k, and then he with his Disintegrate procced and Eternity Surge. I mean, okay. Went 80-0 in 1.5 seconds. I guess it wasn't Dragon Rage. You don't expect it. Apocalypse came in. And actually, the numbers aren't as wild as I thought. And this is something that I've been talking about. I mentioned it a lot last weekend. I mean, sometimes the games, they go on for a while. But that's not because someone can't die fast. It's because the players are playing so well defensively. And if you mess up and you're not making the right trades, you can just lose immediately.
Yeah, this is a little bit more like my experience when I'm queuing up Solo Shuffle, just instant dead in the opener. These players, it is incredible because these guys are able to go, to like 20, 30% dampening, just always making perfect trades, always kind of micro CCing people when they're popping big cooldowns. But the move definitely got caught by surprise here. And here's the thing now, I was just about to say, you don't know if this comp would have worked because like you instantly lost, right?
Oh.
So do you lock it in again, or is RPS back? And it looks like RPS is back here, man.
This actually confuses me a little bit. But maybe they feel more... What confuses me is they played that comp, and I'm not a big believer in Mage Lock. You know me. I love Mage Lock. I don't think it's overall that great right now, but it is, in particular, good into what Draco Cleave is running. So into the Devastation Evoker DK, where they're trying to just like stall out their goes, and Pillar and stuff, I think a Demonology Warlock and a Frost Mage are really good at kind of countering that. And it's actually one of those matchups I think is great. And they played that comp and already beat this earlier on, and I think their last series in this tournament. So I'm surprised that they are making a change.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just got to be comfort at this point. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's got to be a reason why they didn't lock this in right away. I guess they wanted to just experiment with one game. But when you're in the lower bracket and you are the move, right now with the standings, you are in that second place. But if you get eliminated here, you're not getting a lot of points. And there's still a lot of teams like Le Pomp who are just right under, like the Power Frogs. If they have a deep run, all of a sudden, you find yourself in the gauntlet and you lose your spot. So for the move, that's something that they have to consider as well. Do we bank on this new comp that's better on paper, but it's a risky gamble and it's going to be really hard to come back if we lose? Or do we just go with the RPS? We've played it for so long. We can play this comp in our sleep at this point. And that's what they're going to decide to do. Let's see if they can overcome this. Outlaw Rogues did get some nerfs, and Frost DK actually did get some buffs, or DK in general got some buffs. So this is actually going to be a worse matchup right now. An opener is happening here onto Buddha, who will be the target of choice. Abster's actually taking a little bit of fire there in the opener as well, but didn't have to trade anything. Whiskey, though, needs to be careful, dropping to about 50% HP. Doesn't look like he's going to have to trade just yet, holding on to that. And look at Abster. He might be getting one shot here, but it's really risky here, letting this man free cast right now. But they are going to set up another setup onto Buddha. Smoke bomb comes out. Peekaboo gets a stun onto his trinket. Can they get the silence onto Meatmonk? Can they get something there? Buddha's still extremely low there with the time stop, but he will be fine there with the anti-magic zone. Decent opener here for the move, getting already some major defensives out of the way.
Yeah, definitely. And Zeke abandoning the Frost DK. So playing that Unholy DK in this matchup, something I never thought that I would see, but he is going for it, and I think he's been opting for that Unholy Death Knight a lot more. And like you mentioned, they did get some buffs. They do a significant amount of damage. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner at the overall damage, Zeke is absolutely slaying. But setups from the move could be a little bit cleaner. Double Blinding Sleep, though, by Zeke, looking to set up his team. He gets Cheap Shot. He's going to immediately Trinket. Buddha does decide to go for the Deep Breath, looking for a Sleepwalk. That gets interrupted. Peekaboo doing a really good job, making it difficult for Draco Cleave to get anything going here.
Yeah, and I really think that's going to be the key, but you got to make sure that when you're against the Dev Evoker, you can't let him free cast with these disintegrates here. And of course, Buddha did have his interrupt immunity right there, and he was on stun there, so he got a lot of value right there. But now he is going to be in trouble. No obsidian scales available just yet. Finally does rotate back up, but he wants to hold on to that for as long as possible and just make sure that he's getting these blue beams out. Against Dev Evoker, you want to make sure that you're kicking the Eternity Surge and the Disintegrate. That is where basically all of the damage is coming from. Buddha is just going to try to build distance between him and Peekaboo, but here comes the setup. Kidney shot onto Meep Monk. Where is the follow-up, though? Abster's not able to find it. No, they find it with the blind into a gouge there onto Meep Monk. Good pressure here, and that is going to be Buddha's last Obsidian Scale charge, but he goes offensive here with the deep breath. Big damage connecting here on both sides. Abster's going to have to deal with this. Trades out the Astro Shift. Might have to trade out even more. Dragon Rage is popped here as well. He has tipped the scales as well for an instant massive hit of damage as well, but so far it looks like the move will recover.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job shutting down Buddha during his Dragon Rage. Unfortunately, not able to get out that much damage. Zeke doing a good job avoiding the deep breath and just landing interrupts. Zeke right now, Buddha and Meep are on the run. Beautiful Fear, though. It looks like Absurge will be caught into some crowd control. Now rejoining his team. WizK responds with his own Fear, looking to load up everyone with VTs, and Zeke is kind of all alone. Lightning Lasso comes in. Is he going to be able to survive? It looks like he might be able to hold on. Meep needs to help. He will connect the Guardian Spirit, and Zeke stays alive, but that was a great push there by the move.
Yeah, and I really like going after the DK, especially later on in the game. DK, a lot of their defense is from that self-healing, so they definitely are kind of an all-in class that has to kind of commit to being out in the open as well. So Zeke definitely going to be a better target later on. Has to use his Trinket here as well as the Anti-Magic Shell as they launch another attack here on the side of the move. But Peekaboo is getting isolated from the team here. He might have to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. He gets caught up in a stun. Absterge as well in a deep breath. Beautifully done there by Buddha, getting them ready here for the damage. And Absterge still taking heavy fire. No Astral Shift for Absterge, so still has that Spirit Link. Peekaboo in the back line almost gets dropped, but manages to get the Cloak of Shadows. He actually had Trinket for that. I can't believe he sat that stun. Complete faith in his team, and now as a result, look at Zeke. He gets smoke bombed. Beautifully done there by Peekaboo as he shadow steps over with the gouge onto Meep, and a nice time stop coming out there from Buddha will save Zeke, but that was an incredibly close call here. The DK is becoming more and more of a vulnerable target here for Draco Cleave.
As dampening ramps up, but Dragon Rage up in just 8 seconds, and that is an absolute nightmare. Bud is going to be able to do a lot of damage on that Devastation Evoker. Meep in the back line, though, right now. He's a little bit behind on mana compared to Absurge, but not doing too bad. Now into a gouge. Peekaboo looking to get some crowd control initiated here. Gouge into a kidney shot. Zeke could be in trouble. Cheap shot comes in, but he just Icebound Fortitudes. They're just going to rescue him out of there. Zeke doesn't care, though. He wants to get aggressive. This is their opportunity. A big, deep breath comes in from Buddha. Dragon Rage. Here comes the damage. Eternity Surge. One shot potentially. Absurge in trouble, but it looks like he will hold on to his Trinket. Astral Shift. Healing Tide Totem comes down. If they don't kill the Healing Tide Totem, that should be enough to kind of weather this storm, bud. WizK is still getting destroyed. I mean, the amount of damage you can do on the Devastation Evoker is quite high, but the move have weathered the storm, and they're looking to make a counter push here onto Zeke. Zico.
Yeah, Zeke right now is feeling the pressure, but again, trades out the Anti-Magic Shell. They're going to swap over to Buddha, but meanwhile, WizK is getting blasted here. Needs to be careful. Has the Dispersion in his back pocket, but doesn't want to trade it out just yet. Beautiful Static Totem coming out here for Absterge as he is bombing out the heals in the backline. Peekaboo forced to trade out his Evasion just to stay in the fight. Has Cloak of Shadows rotating back up, though, so Peekaboo not going to be too scared in this situation. Has his Trinket as well if he needs to. Full blind connects onto Meep Monk. Zeke could be in trouble. Beautiful rescue coming out there by Buddha, and they get the kidney shot there out of the blind. They have a DR Fear potentially, but WizK gets quelled there, and now a grip, blinding sleep, deep breath onto both members here of the move. Nice chastise stun there onto Absterge as well as the Strangulate is onto WizK. Zeke is popping off right now. Massive damage onto all members of the move. Buddha almost takes down Peekaboo right there, forcing out the Cloak of Shadows. Sleepwalk connects onto Absterge as well as he is struggling here, trying to keep everybody alive on the side of the move. Still has his Spirit Link Totem. Could have to trade it out here as Peekaboo gets caught in more damage. getting absolutely blasted here. VOIDGG as well, dropping down to about half HP. Peekaboo now looking to set up another offensive goal here. Mana not looking too good for both Absurge and Meat Monk. Somebody is going down soon. They have the Void Shift on the side of the move. They have the Spirit Link. They need to find Zeke, isolate him, and try to take him down. And I think Absurge is trying to set up for that right now.
Ooh, Stormkeeper being loaded up by Absurge. He has a lot of damage. One lightning bolt lands. Zeke's going to shrug that one off with his anti-magic shell. And then once again, it's going to be VOIDGG on the back foot. He gets quelled, but Buddha in a stun lock. Meep is completely out of mana. He's got the Spirit of the Redeemer. He can use it and go for free heals. Is he going for a drink? I don't know if this is the opportunity to drink. I mean, it looks like he's just going to hold on to the Spirit of the Redeemer. They're doing a setup, putting out a lot of damage. The Divine Hymn comes in. He did recover some mana. This is actually really good here for Draco Cleave. They have a mana lead, but I wonder if Meat Monk may have messed up. I don't know. He gets put into a kidney, into a full blind. Is Buddha going to be able to survive? It looks like they might. The full sap. Peekaboo just controlling him for endless amounts of time. Anti-magic zone drops down. Renewing Blaze is going to have to trade here for Buddha, but Meat finally gets out of crowd control, and that really greedy play of drinking might actually win them this game.
Yeah, because he had to cancel his Spirit of the Redeemer there as well, so he really didn't get much value. And look at Zeke right now, dropping dangerously low once again, gets gripped back to the safety, but they're just going to swap to Buddha. Buddha going down here, so close, gets mind control, beautifully done by VOIDGG. Absurge is there with the zaps, Lava Burst flying in, Stormkeeper, and that is going to be it. The move will take game number 2 here, but it was a close one, honestly. Draco Cleave definitely put up a good fight here, and I got to agree with you, Ben. I feel like the drink there was way too greedy. He had low HP. His teammates were kind of committing as well. I feel like Spirit of the Redeemer there alone and just like actually spamming heals with it would have probably been more value than whatever mana he was able to recover. So yeah, that's the problem. You got to make these tough decisions late on in the match when dampening is at an all-time high. And this was a close call on Zeke. This was way earlier though in the match.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but this was a close call. You can see the pressure from the side of Draco Cleave was really high. I really like this Unholy DK variant of this composition. I think when you're playing the Frost DK, it becomes super one-dimensional. Like you basically can only win in your setups, and outside of that, you're running around doing nothing. But with the Unholy DK, your consistent damage is a lot higher in the match. This is where I feel like it was a little bit questionable. I think if Meat Monk had just ran into the fight, used the Spirit of the Redeemer, he could have completely topped off his team, and they might have been able to overwhelm. But he opted to go for a drink. Maybe it was better. I guess we'll really never know. Unfortunately, they did lose this game. The anti-magic zone came in, and I just feel like that moment in the crowd control Peekaboo was able to put in just got so many defensive cooldowns. They weren't ever able to recover. Dampening is really high, and this mind control from VOIDGG is actually completely beautiful. So Meat Monk wants to try to save him right now, but he gets mind controlled, and then all of a sudden everything's awkward, right? Like they were all going to be running behind the pillar together. Prayer Mendes is going to bounce. Things are going to be great, but that mind control forces Zeke and Meat Monk to kind of chase Buddha, and really, really nice play.
VOIDGG, beautiful mind control, beautiful work by the move. And I mean, the problem with the drink was that he popped Spirit of the Redeemer, channeled the Divine Hymn, kind of just healed himself with it, and then canceled it because he was behind the pillar with it. So I feel like he got no value from that versus getting some mana back. So I think, tough situation. But the good news for Draco Cleave is that I feel like they have a really solid shot in this matchup. Like I could see this going back and forth. I could see this going the distance. They're locking in Maldraxxus though, which is definitely surprising.
I wonder what Draco Cleave's going to do. Like, are we going to see the same matchup? Are they going to play something different? Like, what are the options here for them? I'm trying to think. What else do they really play? This seems to be like their most practiced and most prepared composition. Is the fact that they won that game number 1 going to win them the series? Like, do they have some sort of counter pick for the RPS? Because the RPS in general doesn't seem like there's anything that just like completely destroys it. Like, it seems like it has a pretty decent matchup into everything. And no, they're just going to lock the same thing, keeping Enigma on the bench and opting to go for a much larger map. And I don't know, do we like the larger map? I guess I like it. Like the problem is VOIDGG, he's one of the ones that's going to be setting up crowd control on Meat Monk, right? So on a large map, if Meat Monk plays at range and Zeke on the Unholy Death Knight is, gripping VOIDGG, keeping chains of ice on him, it'd be really difficult for him to actually ever close the distance, get on top of Meat Monk. So I don't necessarily mind the big map, and I think that's what they're probably going to be going for.
I just feel like the DK is a little bit on a clock. I feel like once you hit like 30, maybe like 40% dampening, the DK is just dead. All of his defense becomes like kind of bad. Like anti-magic shell absorbs less. His death strike does nothing. So I feel like if you haven't won at that point, it's going to be rough. And I feel like for the move, getting to that point is easier on a large map, which I think is why they locked in Ashamains. Unless they just locked in Ashamains to bait like Wizard Cleave, or like maybe they were still considering, okay, we want Wizard Cleave. I guess we'll find out what happens if the move has to select a map and they also go for the big ones. Might just be a gentleman's agreement type of thing going on here, where both teams just prefer the big maps to their play styles. Either way, 1-1 between Draco Cleave and the move. The move battling here to maintain their second place position in the standings, and Draco Cleave battling for a spot in the gauntlet right now. They are doing, decent. They're in 7th, but still a lot of teams in this tournament who want to take that spot. So they can't feel too safe just yet. And we'll see here if they can make it happen. This is the swing match between Draco Cleave and the move. They're going to be opening up onto Butter here from the move. Nice fear there onto Meat Monk. Blinding Sleet coming out there onto Wiz and to the deep rep, but it only hits one member there. So Peekaboo and Absturge not going to be caught up in that big AoE combo. And this is actually going to be a great opener for the move as a result. They're even going after Meat Monk right now with the silence, forcing out the Spirit of the Redeemer there. Nicely done by the move.
Yeah, Pika was going to roll over, swap to Butta, who's out of line of sight, but Meat Monk, definitely not ideal. So out of line of sight, as soon as Meat Monk gets there, Smoke Bomb comes down, but they aren't able to get too much. Peekaboo just doesn't have the damage to make it a swap back onto the Priest, though. Desperate Prayer comes in, and they're all over the Priest, making it really awkward for him in this match. I like what Peekaboo's doing, and by going after the healer, you create like a triple rot strategy. So WizKid can try to rot down Zeke and Butta. At the same time, Peekaboo's just going to be controlling up Meep, and then during any moment, he's just going to kitty shot Meep and probably roll over to a DPS and just try to set up the game that way where he's getting stuns on multiple people. There it is. Stun into stun. Butta might just die. He trinkets. Oh no, a massive overlap. That's a disaster. Butta trinkets, Meep trinkets, and that's the kind of chaos that the move thrives on.
Yeah, this is looking real good for the move right now. Unless Absters randomly goes down here, he's dropping quite low, has the Astral Shift, manages to get himself picked back up, and now the move are on the hunt. They got Blind, Meat Monk's in the kidney, Zeke has the Trinket, and he has Peel. So Zeke really needs to be the hero for his team here. He peels Absturge, but look at Butta. He's sitting already in a time stop. They're going for huge damage there. They got a full sap onto Meat Monk out of the Fear Blind, and that's it. That is no way, unless maybe doesn't have the void shift though. The rescue is going to be enough to get the silence, and I think they have a stun soon for Meat Monk. He should be off the R in just a moment here. Peekaboo does get stunned. Absters though might just fall. All of a sudden, huge overlap from the move. They're going to use the void shift and the Spirit Link there. Huge overlap. Both teams feeling the heat here in the lower bracket.
But making the preservation or the devastation evoker look good, getting the time stops, getting the rescues, almost one-shotting Absturge, creating a little bit of chaos on his own, doing a phenomenal job there. They put themselves back in this game, but there's still this position. Meat Monk, no trinket for another 15 seconds, but this could be the game-winning setup here for the move. Time stop, beautiful time stop, and that's going to immune the damage while Meat Monk is in the silence. You'll love to see it. It's such a great honor talent that Butta is using quite well so far in this match. He's got the Dragon Rage here too. This is a scary moment for the move.
Yeah, Wiz, he's going to have his dispersion in 3 seconds, but I think they're going to go after Absturge here. How is he going to deal with this damage? He has nothing. He's going to Trinket out of the Strangulate, completely respecting the push there, but Butta was getting peeled as well by Peekaboo, so a little bit of a victory still, I would say, here for Draco Cleave, but now the move, they need to get aggressive. They're running short on options here. They're going to go after Butta here, presumably, or maybe Zeke. No, they're going to shadow step over to Butta and start building up the CC chain here, potentially. Peekaboo going behind the pillar, gets full feared, and Peekaboo is actually getting 2v1 there behind the pillar, but he is doing a solo setup. There's a gouge, there's a kidney onto Butta, into a blind, onto Meat Monk. Do they have anything else? The rest of the move are trying to get over there, but a beautiful rescue once again onto Meat Monk there, removing the threat of the fear, removing the silence from the equation, and now Butta can just free damage, full send it onto WizKid here.
Look at Meep, look at Meep. He's sneaking off. He's trying to get a drink. Chains of Ice is loaded up on everyone. Butta goes into the time stop. Is he going to get Sap behind the pillar once again? No! Sap comes in from Peekaboo, really punishing him, dropping out of combat and getting that drink. Butta gets knocked into enemy territory. He is deep, but a double blinding sleep comes in. Butta looking for a stun, manages to find a double. Where's the damage? Does he have it? Goes for a sleepwalk. Sleepwalk here on Absurge is going to be WhizzK as the main target of the game. Living Flames coming in. WhizzK needs to be careful, and he goes into the dispersion, and that was great there by Draco Cleave. I mean, Peekaboo got the sap, but that double blinding sleep by Zeke really set his team up to get some counter pressure.
Yeah, really, really perfect timing on that, kind of turning the enemy team's go into his own. And they actually didn't have to pay too much for that drink. They had to spend the anti-magic zone. Zeke, though, needs to be careful here. He's got nothing to trade right now. He gets time stopped on his slappy hands. Can they get any heals onto him, though? The silence of the Meat Monk right now making his life very difficult. And Zeke is finally feeling confident to push in once again. But I feel like this was his slappy hands, and he really didn't get a lot of value out of that. They definitely wanted to get a setup there with that, so they are a little bit behind on in the offensive department. Full blind onto Meat Monk, no trinket, and Zeke could just fall here. Peekaboo with the DR sap. Does he have a stun out of that as well? There's a triple DR sap into a cheap shot there. Double blinding sleep once again, turning things around. Double deep breath. WhizzK fades it. Beautifully done there by WhizzK. Gets a fear instead to try to reverse the pressure back onto Draco Cleave, and it looks like Peekaboo and Absurge are both walking into a double fear. WhizzK's by himself, no dispersion available. Vampiric Embrace gets popped. He might just go down. Butta in a kidney shot. Beautifully done there by Peekaboo, buying Absurge time to get out of that fear and get the heals back onto Wiz.
Yeah, Meep has such a massive mana lead. He's going for Symbols of Hope as well. Look at his mana. It's going up, 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 up. 25% dampening. Absurge is going to start running on fumes. We'll have to wait and see. This is the Dragon Rage. Absurge gets gripped out of line of sight. Zeke just going for a bit of a solo play. Full kidney shot on Meep. Can they take him down? It's a Guardian Spirit. No way. Cheap shot out of the kidney shot. Is there a silence to follow it up? Meep might just die. No! Help Meep. No! He falls the move. They find the opening and take him down. I can't believe he went down. Butta, where were you? Was he crowd control there? Because I think he had the rescue available. I don't know if he was out of line of sight of it or what, but they had zone and rescue to try to save him. Who fully capitalizes on that situation. We'll have to see what happened in the replay.
Yeah, so this is a large map. This is what can happen. You can get spread out from your team. You're drinking behind the pillar on one side. Your team is over here, and this is when things can get really crazy. This was such an incredible kill attempt, though, by the move here. Honestly, really shocked that Butta didn't go down in the CC chain. He got feared. So Meat Monk got feared into a half blind, into a sap, into a half sap, into a silence, into a stun, I think. And with that rescue, Butta really was able to save the day and stay alive. And then here is when Zeke is getting his own pressure. Meat Monk, look at his positioning. He's behind the pillar. I think he has dots. I think WhizzK has sniped dots onto Meat Monk here at this point. Yeah, you can see his HP is ticking down a little bit. So Wiz has managed to get some dots here onto Meat Monk to kind of get him a little bit ready. And then Peekaboo jumps over, gets the kidney shot, fear onto Butta.
Okay,
he has no trinket, and then kidney shot into cheap shot. And look at Peekaboo's positioning here.
Oh, zone is 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah, it's 2 seconds on the zone. But what I was going to say, look at Peekaboo's positioning there as well. How he ducks around the pillar while he's hitting Meatmouth there to avoid that death grip from the DK. So it was just a perfect go, honestly. They had no trinket for you know, the dragon and the holy priest, and also no zone. So it was just like a super short window, and they set that up beautifully. I actually thought Wiz was the one dying there, but they were actually setting up a kill in the back line there. So the move, they're going to win the swing match here, and now I think they're feeling a little bit more comfortable.
Definitely. I mean, close games, though, honestly. Really, really close games, but it wouldn't be a move series if it wasn't close games. In all honesty, that was such a, like you said, that was a really narrow window there that the move had. 2 seconds later, the anti-magic zone comes down, and I don't think he would have ended up dying there. So really, really close call. That game was looking good for Draco Cleave, though. I just feel like they're playing it well. They're finding these openings. It's just like little misplays near the end of the game. It's like they get to their win condition, and they kind of fumble just a little bit, you know, just a little bit. But it is happening, and the move is capitalizing on that. And they're up 2-1 now. Draco Cleave's on the edge of being eliminated, unfortunately. They are going to Enigma Crucible, so an interesting map choice. One of my favorite maps. Doesn't get picked that much, but yeah, Yeah, I like it. It's a large map.
I think it's foreshadowing. Are they going to bring Enigma in?
Oh yeah, that's a good call. Maybe. I feel like the move.
I can't believe.
I would actually like if the move played Mage Lock again because I do think
Yeah,
it's like a counter.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, well, if you're the move, you're feeling pretty comfortable right now. Like, you could do a little Mage Lock mix up here on the blind, and they are taking their time to lock it in. Usually we just see the RPS insta-lock from these guys. Okay, fine. They're just talking strats, but look at that Lava Burst as well. 953 damage overkill. That is like think about that. 2 seconds left on the anti-magic zone. There's like a couple of seconds left on the trinket as well. For the Devoker, and then 953 damage overkill as well. It's just like the perfect go. It really was. It's the really capitalizing on such a small window. But Draco Cleave running it back. Enigma is gonna stay on the bench, but maybe this is like their good fortune map. Like maybe this is like having their fourth player with them in the game, even though he's on the bench.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to channel his his good vibes. Coach
So
Enigma
bad.
right now. We'll have to see. I mean, I don't know, man. Yeah, I really think the last two games are so incredibly close. Like there's definitely opportunities for Draco Cleave to come back in this one. And I like this composition. Like Draco Cleave, they are a good team. They've been playing together for a really long time. I think only focusing on the Frost Death Knight, it was kind of like their specialty, but I also think it was a little bit limiting for them. So Zeke playing the Unholy Death Knight now, I think, has given their team a lot more options, a lot more well-rounded. It's not as one-dimensional, and it's been looking good to me in the series.
Absolutely. And I mean, the problem with the Frost is just that the entire game is just about these setups. It's just all about grip, deep breath, bounce the chill streaks, do cleave, and try to force out, try to make them overlap basically. And then when you do that, and you rinse and repeat, you can get those big kills. But if teams are good at rotating, who is going to trinket and kind of stop the go, it becomes kind of one-dimensional. So Unholy variant, much more versatile. I feel like they can definitely win on mana if they clean up their late game a little bit. They can also win early by one-shotting Absturge. There's been a couple of close calls there, a couple of close calls on Wiz. So I feel like Draco Cleave, you can definitely not count them out just yet, but yeah. Just got to clean it up a little bit in the late game. Right now, Peekaboo is just kind of running circles around them.
All right, let's go. The move looking to eliminate Draco Cleave here, and the Draco Cleave obviously looking to stay alive in the tournament. Can they do it? We're going to Enigma Crucible for game number 4. Monk, I think he's been playing a really solid game. Butta as well, honestly. All three members of Draco Cleave, but move, they always find a way. They always find an opening. Here it is, big setup. Triple stun comes in. Butta looking to get very aggressive. Here comes the Dragon Rage, but Peekaboo will pre-Cloak of Shadows and get the stun lock. It's cheap shots. It's gouge. And as an evoker, it is so annoying to play against a rogue that's doing this to you. Like, you're just getting spam interrupted, spam stun, spam gouge, and he's not getting a lot of value from his big damage cooldown.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They got to try to slow down this assault, but already using his Obsidian Scales, kind of want to just use it. But they're going after Meep Monk here, and he's going to have to trade out the Guardian Spirit. Nice and early here. Should be completely fine, but he's actually line of sighting his light well over there, so he's not getting any value currently while his team is behind this pillar. So they need to try to move the fight to the other side of this pillar, or they're going to lose out on a lot of healing right now. Butta is making his way around, and he is caught up in a cheap shot. Abster's looking for the Hex out of that kidney shot. Beautifully done. Manages to get the Hex. There's no decurse on Draco Cleave, so Meep Monk, actually, I think it broke there from the dots of WizK, so a little bit lucky there, but still good pressure here onto Butta. And Meep Monk, I have a feeling that he's going to be the next target here. They're trying to set it up, though, on the side of Draco Cleave. Here comes the big damage. Double Deep Breath, Fire Breath, disintegrates. Nice Chastise onto Peekaboo, but really not forcing too many defensives here with that push. It looked scarier than it was. Butta now caught up in a Smoke Bomb here, also trading out his Renewing Blaze, trying to stay alive here, but the damage is starting to add up for Butta, and Peekaboo going for the kidney shot there onto Meep Monk, actually going after Meep Monk as well. Full Sleepwalk, though, onto Absturge. WizK, what are you going to do here? He's trying to get big Dam out, actually, while Absturge is sitting through that. So just staying offensive pretty much, and it looks like the move are just going to continue to just run this pain train over Draco Cleave.
Ooh, Absurge has loaded up his damage. Big Lightning Bolt's going to be coming in here, but looks like Zeke's able to shrug it off. And Draco Cleave playing a much more defensive game. Like, they're just pulling away. They're running away from the fight, trying to make space, but a big setup here onto Meep. Double blinding sleet. Here comes the one-shot. Can they get it done? Dragon Rage, but looking to get absolutely crazy, but Peekaboo playing some defense just all over him, looking for an interrupt, looking for a gouge on Zeke, and it looks like the move will get away. That was a great setup. Healing Tide Totem drops down. Peekaboo plays a great defense, and they don't have to trade too much more.
Yeah, that was really good. And the most important thing is that they maintain their trinkets. And as I say that, VOIDGG actually does trinket something into a full... No, they're actually going to go after Meepmonk here. So the team is a little bit split now. What is Meepmonk going to do? Manages to top himself and get a Guardian here onto Zeke. And that should be enough here to stabilize his team. But I feel like the move were a little bit split there. They wanted to go after the DK, or Peekaboo wanted to go after the DK, and Wiz wanted to go after the healer. So I think continuing to having this pressure is going to be really good for them, but we need to try to commit a little bit more, maybe onto the same target there.
Playing this like the Frost Death Knight variant, though, like I feel like they're playing way too defensive in this one. Maybe they'll just win. I mean, Peekaboo's incredibly low on health. He's got the Cloak of Shadows, but isn't going to trade it out. Silence on Meep. Double Fear comes in. Zeke looking for the Blinding Sleep once again. Are they going to be able to find the stun? No. Deep Breath finally comes in, but it's on diminishing return, so it's only going to last half as long. Absurge going to completely avoid that stun lock and keep his team in the fight as they looking to get aggressive. Time stop on Butta. At the same time, Zeke's getting down low. And Peekaboo is just pressuring Meep so much in this match. He was the main focus point in the last game. See if they can take him down once again, or how Meep is going to position this time. Butta just channeling out the Disintegrates, getting the damage rolling. Full blind lands on Meep. Is he going to trinket? Peekaboo initiating crowd control to try to win the game. This is match point. Draco Cleave, they have to hold on. Butta's so low on health. He's got rescue coming up in just 1 second. He gets interrupted. Rescue. He's got rescue. Is he going to use it? Guardian Spirit is enough for the time being. And now they're turning around the pressure here onto VOIDGG. It's a really, really close game here, but this pressure from the move is insane.
Yeah, and Draco Cleave, I think they're trying to make their stand here, but Meepmonk caught up in a kidney shot. They're trying to win the game on the side of the move. Can they do it? He's on 1% HP, and he will fall. The move, do it. And I feel like this game was by far their most convincing. I feel like the move kind of got into the head of Draco Cleave here almost, because they were not, like, Zeke is not top damage. Wiz is top damage. And that's because, like you mentioned, they're just running the whole game and just looking for those windows to get their Blinding Sleep Deep Breath combo off. So you can tell the move kind of going after Meepmonk, well, Meep Priest, I guess, more. Really kind of, they didn't really know how to deal with that on the side of Draco Cleave. And it's situations like this, right? Meepmonk has been focused a lot this game, and now he's getting blinded. Now he's getting crowd control change. His whole team is dying, and he doesn't want to trade out his trinket. Then he finally does, towards the end of the chain, trade out his trinket, trade out the Guardian, and that is basically open season in Holy Priest land. If you don't have Guardian to pop while you're stunned, and you don't have your trinket, you are basically a sitting duck. And especially in a situation like this where the whole team is rotting and Meepmonk is actually low before he even gets kidney shot, it's just a nightmare in this situation. He actually, did he have Spirit of the Redeemer there? Could he have popped it?
Can't pop it in the stun.
His team? No, I mean before the stun. Did he have it? No, maybe.
I think it came off cooldown like right before he went into the stun. Maybe like he had like 1 second, maybe, but we'll see. It was a close call either way, but yeah, I think a lot of this just comes down to like it's that old saying, right? Like the best defense is a good offense in a lot of cases, and I think this is just one of those games where Draco Cleave, their offense wasn't on point like we saw in the previous game. So defensively, they started, they were in shambles because the move was just not afraid in the match. They could just keep pushing forward, and this is exactly what you want.
He had it in 1 second when he got kidneyed.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate timings in multiple games, right? Like literally 1 or 2 seconds away from having the cooldown that saves you, and the move just sneaks in a win.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, well, the move taking that victory. Started off a little rocky, but, as you guys said, got more and more confident as the games went further and further into the series. Now Draco Cleave will be knocked out. The move will be continuing on here in the lower bracket. They're going to be playing the last matchup of the day, and they'll be playing the loser of UNITAS versus VOIDGG. Both teams, I feel like, have been, like, especially UNITAS, in those offline games, Zico, did incredibly well. They beat some really powerful teams to get here. And I'd be scared of both of those teams.
I thought you were going to say they beat some really powerful frogs to get here.
I missed that opportunity. Okay. You can take that one.
But no, it's true. Unitas, they have leveled up. They made a healer swap earlier, and honestly, they're looking pretty solid right now. And we'll see. Unitas, I think for them, they're guaranteed gauntlet, so they're playing for gauntlet seeding essentially. The more points you have, the higher placing you can get in that gauntlet, the more we can take a look here at the standings. So 132 points. So really, I feel like what Unitas mainly is scared of right now is Fusion having like a super deep run. If they, lose their first two and Fusion has like a super win the whole thing, maybe they can lose a spot. But in general, I think Unitas are just here to play spoilers and up their game and make sure that they are good and ready for the gauntlet, because I don't see too many ways where Unitas is not going to be the 6th place team in that gauntlet.
Yeah, certainly going to be a little bit difficult. But I mean, either way, Unitas, this is a team that I feel like they've had a pretty solid roster for quite some time now, just cup after cup. And I mean, I think you guys already said it. This is the first time we're seeing them in the upper bracket. Like I said, they've beaten some powerful teams, some powerful frogs to get here. So I'm excited to see what they're capable of as we head into this next series. But is Fusion going to knock them out? We will see. It's actually Power Frogs versus Fusion. I got ahead of myself. Excuse me. That is the next up series we have. So Power Frogs versus Fusion. We saw Fusion, Power Frogs actually in the standing. So they're pretty high up there as well. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're heading to Power Frogs versus Fusion up next. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We are here for yet another elimination round. Power Frogs versus Fusion. This is also kind of an important one here for Fusion then, because Fusion has the chance to knock out CML out of the gauntlet if they win this series here against Power Frogs.
Yeah, I mean, not only will they knock them out, they'll also earn their spot in that top 8, right? So really important series here for Fusion, but they're going up against a very difficult opponent. Power Frogs, I mean, they are just such an incredible team, but they've just found themselves so consistently in this lower bracket. They've been playing a lot of the Arcane Mage, Outlaw Rogue Resto Druid, and just it seems like teams have answers for it. I'm curious, are they going to mix it up? Because they do have, the possibility of playing things like Windwalker, Monk, Rogue, if they really wanted to, and different wizard setups. But we'll have to wait and see.
We certainly will. We are going to head into that blind pick and see exactly where they do land. This is an extremely high pressure match for especially Fusion here as we head into this. The loser of this one, unfortunately, getting knocked down. Winner will be facing off against another team later on today. Here's game number 1, Power Frogs versus Fusion.
Okay. We have this game getting underway here. Power Frogs going to be locking in their Outlaw. Arcane Mage, Resto Druid, and Fusion is going to be bringing in Dopamine on the Balance Druid. So a little bit of an adaptation here. A lot of the mages in North America have decided to go for the Balance Druid. And Cubsy on the flip side is a Resto Druid opting to play only Arcane Mage. So an interesting little dynamic in this one, Sid.
Okay, here we go. We've got a nice little matchup here. Dazed in stealth, waiting for his opener. He's going to open up on Dopamine. Big damage incoming from Cubsy. They grip him across the map and try and get him to safety, but now they're swapping to Naj and the cheap shots. Actually, Cubsy is just laying down suppression fire, missile after missile, almost 300k DPS for a moment there for Cubsy in the opener. This is going to be very scary. There's not a lot of interrupts for him with Joxy coming in on the Holy Priest instead of the Restoration Shaman. Naj is trying to go after Cubsy now to push him back a bit, realizing that that is going to be a big threat. Fairy Storm here on the Mage, a bit of a misplay from Dopamine, using the disarm on the Mage. They do manage to interrupt him on Arcane, but it looks like Tuna's just dispelling dots in the back line, chilling in the back with all of his tree homies, just easily healing through this. Nice pre-bear form from Dopamine. Joxy's in angel form. They should survive this stun lock, but Naj is cycloned away. He can't develop any momentum, and it's going to be really tough. I see Joxy. He's trying to get aggressive. He's moving in on Tuna. He gets a stun. He's probably going to get a fear here. Full fear. Big opportunity. Cubsy, though, has alter time, and he's soaking all of these hits. Doesn't look like Joxy has time to purge it. There's too many heal over time effects, so Cubsy's likely going to go to full health at any moment here with that alter time. He goes back to full. Now Dopamine on the back foot, looking to retreat back to the pillar with Joxy with that Heart of the Wild.
Yeah, good damage here onto Dopamine. Tuna, mana looking good. We'll see what the Power Frogs can do. Like I said, a lot of teams kind of been playing out or Boomkin Outlaw into the Arcane Mage, doing well, but it is not an easy matchup. I think Naj and Dopamine are really going to have to step up here. Cubsy tanking through a lot of this damage, and with the Restoration Druid, Cubsy, he doesn't kite as much. Like he's willing to kind of just sit in the open and just absorb a lot of this damage and just trade blows, because the Restoration Druid has such a high amount of healing in the early stages of the game that you really can, keep even a mage up in a composition like this, and you really are not that afraid. So I like to play a really, really aggressive start here. Joxy behind the pillar. Crowd control will be initiated. Daze rolls over, gets a kidney shot, but a nice disarm. Fairy Swarm coming in from Dopamine on target will slow down that push.
Cyclone's out onto the Mage here from Dopamine as he gets a precognition proc. Looking to try and win this on attrition, I would imagine. Joxy has a massive mana advantage. I don't even know if he's using mana to heal in this game right now. It's remarkable how high it is at this point, even despite Cubsy's pressure, but Dopamine's damage is starting to dwarf everybody's at this point. That is likely starting to create the gap in mana that we see here. Gouge into a Cyclone. I really like these Cyclones from Tuna onto Naj. Consistently getting them off diminishing return. He's now sitting down for a drink. They kidney shot him. Naj comes out of the clone and kidney shots Dazed. Try and peel him away from Dopamine. Dopamine fakes out the counter spell. He's getting more Cyclones now onto Dazed, trying to keep the pressure going into Cubsy, but Tuna drank full mana amidst all of that setup and all of that chaos, which is now going to enable his team pretty well here for the next 2 minutes before we start getting into some deep levels of dampening.
Well, let's see what happens. Dopamine down to about 50% health, but Joxy just in the backline, able to easily heal through it. Finally, crowd control is initiated once again, and they play a very passive version of Rogue Mage. Like, It's very rare where you're going to see Tuna and Cubsy really push in and try to get crowd control. Joxy's going to push the pace, though. Gets the Chastise Sphere onto Tuna. And now it's going to be Cubsy in trouble, but a beautiful Temporal Shield Alter time will keep him alive. Tuna still, though, not able to heal just yet, but it is going to be Dopamine taking quite a bit of burst damage. Cubsy does have his greater invisibility if he needs it to reduce a lot of incoming damage, but opting not to trade it out. That was great defense by Cubsy, allowing Tuna to basically sit through all of that crowd control.
I'll say Dopamine has been getting a lot of good fake casts. He gets another clone on Dazed. He's been getting through Cubsy's counterspell pretty easily. He's looking to switch that clone over. Now he just gets another clone onto Dazed, but he gets knocked into Tuna's range. Tuna's just going to clone him instead. Naj has been shutting down Cubsy on Arcane pretty frequently here with his kicks, but he gets caught in the middle of the map. Big damage incoming from that touch of the Magi of Cubsy. These Arcane orbs flying across the battlefield as well, but looks like Joxy just sat down for a drink. Probably a bit of a drink fight between the healers. Both of these teams are looking for a late game win against each other. Tuna repositions away as Joxy takes his pillar. Doesn't want to be anywhere near that Chastise Sphere, and Joxy sees him sneaking across, so he's going to chase him down with those feathers. Dopamine gets shut down on the clone. Naj is low health. Joxy into a blind. Looks like he might have deathed it there. The blind ended up breaking onto Joxy, and he's actually able to get into angel form. That could have been devastating, so I'm curious if he did actually end up deathing that or not. Now he dodges the Ring of Frost, dazed into his sap, out of the game for a moment, but it looks like he's dotted. It's just going to end up breaking. Tuna's trying to fake a Solar Beam here with a Cyclone, but he's cheap shot. He can't do it. And Dopamine's taking a ton of damage. Kidney shot into clone onto the healer. Tuna getting an offensive clone in this position. They poly the rogue 3 versus 1 on Dopamine. Big damage incoming as he is forced to renewal and attempt to retreat behind the pillar with the Stampeding Roar. Goes for a Solar Beam, locking Cubsy out on Arcane. Going to get a Ring of Fire down in the meantime. Make sure that his damage is still maintaining high now that we have hit the 5-minute mark. Joxy is continuing to hunt down Tuna. As you can see him chasing him around the map, taking the nearest pillar when he needs to, but he's put into a gouge, and now both of his teammates are below half health. Dopamine gets a clone on the Cubsy, but he trinkets out. Big damage incoming. Maybe a double kill right now for the Power Frogs. Insane pressure. Joxy doesn't panic. He trades out the Void Shift, recovering Naj, and now slowly picking up Dopamine with these flash heals. Looks like potentially a swap onto Tuna as he's caught into a kidney shot, but they don't have the damage to finish him. Now a kidney shot into a Ring of Frost from Cubsy, but it's on diminishing return. So Joxy should be able to get some big heals here in a moment as Naj is coming out of the clones. Now they're all on diminishing return. No, Dopamine gets full cloned by Tuna right before the blind. If that blind hit before that, it could have been a big opportunity for them. Now Dopamine is just taking so much damage. Cubsy, he's starting to catch up on Dopamine. He had a massive lead earlier on, but he is really now starting to even it out.
Yeah, kidney shot on Joxy once again as Dazed initiates crowd control, going for it, 30% dampening. And the Power Frogs are always willing to go the distance and just drag the game out. They make it so difficult to beat them. It really is almost like it's like a battle of attrition here. Like they really just have to stay focused. Fusion needs to stay on target, not get overly confident or impatient. Just eye on the prize. But Power Frogs, they just make it so difficult to do that. Cubsy moving forward right now, looking for potential crowd control, gets the Dragon's Breath. Polymorph does land, but a Cyclone on Dopamine at the same time. Not going to be able to fully capitalize on that, unfortunately, but Cubsy playing a much more offensive game at this point in dampening. Kidney shot lands on Joxy. Cubsy might just outright die, and he's forced into the ice block. Great job there by Dopamine, getting that counter pressure.
You know, the kidney shot Solar Beam to stop the mage from blinking out of a stun could actually be a really effective way to lock down the Arcane Mage. If you can actually just get him in a stun when he doesn't have a trinket, you can absolutely 100-0 him. I'd actually like to see them do that a couple more times. They're actually just outright blasting Cubsy. Tuna gets a huge heal here, but it's cost a lot of mana. Joxy's in a position where he can probably sit down to drink here in the near future. Dazed is into a Cyclone, but Joxy's opting to use Smite. He's looking to reset his Chastise stun using Smite here. And where is he going to allocate it? I think he wants to get it for Tuna, but Dazed is just dying to damage. Dopamine is really turning up the heat here as they force Cloak of Shadows. Tree of Life from Tuna as well. Here's the Adrenaline Rush from Dazed, though, but Dopamine pre-bear forms it. It is Touch of the Magi. These Arcane Missiles are going to do quite a bit of damage. Naj can't peel them. He's into a Sheep. He gets Dispelled. He's trying to get back onto the Mage. Cubsy's trying to fake cast. Goes for the Presence of Mind Arcane Blast with remaining seconds of that Touch of the Magi. Getting Dopamine down below half, but he's got Heart of the Wild off cooldown. They blind Dazed offensively and defensively. They might even try and sap him. Maybe a kidney shot off. They go for a gouge. I love the Solar Beam here. Just kidney shot him in the Solar Beam that he's forced to trinket. Now he's cheap shot outside the Solar Beam. He's going to be able to get out of it easily with a blink. I really actually think that's their main win condition is a kidney shot Solar Beam or a cheap shot Solar Beam on the Mage.
Yeah, could definitely be an effective strategy to try to take him down. Tuna's mana still looking good. Joxy has a bit of a lead. Dampening is getting incredibly high, though. 41% dampening. Blast coming in here from Cubsy. Dopamine just might get one shot. Is going to be in bear form. Looking for a Cyclone here. Fakes out the interrupt. Very nicely done by Dopamine. Do they have the damage to take him down, though? The Frenzied Regens are not going to be nearly as effective as dampening gets higher and higher almost bringing this game to about 9 minutes so far, and both healers are doing well on mana, but they might just run out of healing. Dopamine getting low, almost in the barrage execute range. He could just fall. Good damage here from Cubsy once again. A missile barrage, ring of fire drops down. Dopamine might just die. Dazed moving in and out of line of sight, getting that poke damage on Dopamine, but he's just forced so defensive, finally recovering. They got to make something happen.
Solar Beam interrupts Tuna, but Naj in a big swap potential with the Kidney Shot. No, they're sticking on to Dopamine. Touching the Magi. Arcane missiles incoming. Pew, pew, pew around the corner as he's retreating for his life. Joxy jumps into Angel form. He's immune to CC. Looking to try and reverse this. Get his team topped, but Naj gets Cyclone before he gets topped off. Dopamine is getting blasted. Massive missiles incoming, and Cubsy is so close to passing Dopamine on damage at that point, and that's going to be the tilting point. If Cubsy can manage to get his damage even with Dopamine or higher, they're going to just overwhelm them and dampening at this point. But now Cubsy is getting attacked back. No ice block for 2 minutes. Big Star Surges and Wraths coming in. He gets chastised, stunned by Joxy, and Cubsy is going to drop. And Fusion have actually done it. They have dampened the dampeners. This series is so important for them if they want to be able to qualify into the gauntlet. The Power Frogs, they're in contention to try and get their top 3 position. And if they actually go down to Fusion in this series, it has massive ramifications for the tournament as a whole.
I mean, how many times have we seen this, right? Like, I feel like this is just history, recent history repeating itself. It's Balanced Druid Outlaw going the distance with the Power Frogs and just taking them down and dampening, right? Like, it seems like they're not actually winning these late game fights anymore. Cubsy's just so vulnerable on the Arcane Mage. He just gets caught in a position where he's got no ice block. It has such a long cooldown to come back up, and they're able to take him down. But Fusion really putting on a show here. There's a lot of close calls. And like I said, this is one of those games where you have to play a very good game for a long period of time because Power Frogs are going to be taking it to the 9-10 minute mark. You have to stay focused that entire time. I think when you win a matchup like that, like the fact that Fusion won this first game, there's got to be a big confidence boost for them. So this is what you're talking about. It's those solar beams and stuns. So Chastise plus solar beam, really effective strategy there for Fusion, and definitely something I feel like they could replicate moving forward.
This looks like a strong option for them. And if this composition doesn't work for the Power Frogs, I mean, they're gonna have to. I think they're gonna have to utilize Chun-Li. I really want to see like an Outlaw Rogue Windwalker from them.
Outlaw Rogue Windwalker. Is that win? I guess it does pretty well, right? Like that's what we've been seeing people utilize in Europe. Some of these like agility-based classes cleaving together and basically able to keep the Balanced Druid on the back foot. But you can see here the very final stages of the game. Cubsy gets put into a Chastise. He tries to blink. He tries to trinket and blink away, but unfortunately, it's just too little too late, and they're able to take him down. Really can't believe it. Honestly, I didn't expect Dopamine, Naj, and Joxy to win this one, but they were able to do it. You can see the final moments. Big Chastise there from Joxy. Look at that.
How is his Star Surge hitting so hard? Bro, I want my Star Surge to hit that hard. What? 200k, 200k, 200k.
What's his gear like? I mean, is he gearing in like a unique way?
I mean, I got to use the gear checker on the stream here really quick to be able
to check it out because I'd be curious.
I need the link. Okay, I can't get the Twitch chat's not giving me the link for this. I actually want to see if he's wearing any mastery or not, because if he's wearing like full haste, like
full haste,
crazy damage for full haste. I think he's squeezing in some haste mastery maybe on some pieces at all. No mastery at all. No, the
haste mastery on his helmet.
Got one ring. And he's got haste mastery on his helmet, so he is trying to greed out some verse. He's going to be a little bit more squishy. Is he wearing the offhand in the main? He is wearing the offhand as well from the Mythic Plus. I actually wonder how much of damage that offhand's doing overall in the breakdown. I've seen a couple of them on the Boomkins on the ladder that have it, and I'm like, that did a lot. I kind of think I need to get that. And now we see them in the tournament. Pretty much every Boomkin's using the Tome offhand as well. So Dopamine's getting a lot of pressure out. Big crits, even with the haste versatility. Only just a minor amount of mastery here. Fusion obviously going to lock in the same composition. The Power Frogs, I think, are going to do the same thing. They went to Ashamane's Fall. There's no way they're going to play some type of cleave on Ashamane's Fall. So I think they're just going to play the same matchup. What did they ultimately do wrong? Like, did Cubsy maybe trinket a clone offensively? Is that why he didn't have a trinket at certain moments? Because when he had to block, because it felt like they were actually doing really well. And then when they got that block, it just flipped. Fusion had control of the game after that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say. I am curious if the Power Frogs do decide to make some sort of adaptation here, because it seems like this has been their bane. Like this composition alone has been like the thorn in their side that has actually, sent them down to the lower bracket and just made it so difficult for them in these last few cups. And it seems like so many teams have this as an option. You almost have to make an adaptation, but we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. I don't think bringing in Chun-Li on the Windwalker plus the Arcane Mage would necessarily be better, but yeah, maybe they could play Ellie Shaman. Like, nope. Okay. Same thing.
For me, the Power Frogs are similar to like Dex's team, Lava Lava. They're just going to play this comp because this is the comp that they think they play the best. And they're going to try and make it work, even if it's potentially not the most meta option for them at the moment. They're going to have to overcome it. And I mean, they're putting all their chips on this to work for them. If they don't win this series, they're going to lose out on their chance to maintain their top 3 position, which means that they're likely going to be going to the Gauntlet. Both these teams will be going to the Gauntlet if Fusion managed to win this series. But the Power Frogs obviously would like to avoid that, given that the competition is so high. I mean, we saw DRACO CLEAVE coming very close to potentially beating the move earlier on in the previous series. So a lot of the teams that are in the Gauntlet are teams that you don't want to take the risk on losing out to because it's just one best of 5. It's a single elimination format. To qualify for that last 4 spot, you'd much rather be sitting pretty and comfortable in it off the back of this cup. So I'm interested to see if maybe they play more aggressively because it's a Holy Priest as opposed to like a Resto Shaman. So you can probably get on the Priest a bit more and CC him a bit more. Maybe playing overly defensive as they did isn't the best option with this matchup, given that Joxy's on the Holy Priest.
Yeah, maybe just push in for more crowd control. We saw it a few times where Cubsy pushed in, he managed to get like a Dragon's Breath into a Polymorph, and maybe we need to get more Cyclones involved. The problem is then your Resto Druid is also susceptible to being stunned by Naj and cloned by Dopamine. So it's maybe a difficult line to balance, but at the same time, it seems like late in dampening, if you don't have your Ice Block, you kind of just lose. Like Incarnation comes up, you get completely overwhelmed. Dopamine was throwing in insane amounts of damage on that Balance Druid. However, I will say Dopamine, for a majority of that game, it felt like he was having to play very defensive, barely holding on, so to speak, camping it out in bear form. So yeah, it's a very back and forth matchup. The last one was close, and we are going to be going into the exact same compositions here on Ashermain.
It looked a little bit shaky at the beginning, but I think he cleaned it up really well towards the middle and the end of the game, obviously, to be able to pull off a win. And that's probably going to be jitters, right? Like you're potentially not getting into the Gauntlet if you lose this. Well, you are not getting into the Gauntlet if you lose this series. So everything is on the line for Fusion if they want a chance at the Dragonflight Grand Finals. But there's the cheap shot Solar Beam. I love this setup with the blind. It's so much damage. They stun his Trinket. They almost get his Ice Block through that. They get Trinket and Iron Bark. And I think that type of setup, like a gouge on the Druid, a blind on the Druid, and just ship Kidney Shot Solar Beam is going to get every single cooldown from the Power Frogs. Then in between, just focus on clones, focus on pre-bearing the stuns. And I think Fusion can probably take this game. And Dopamine's playing really aggressive. We see a Kidney Shot, a swap on Tuna. He's pre-hotted. He's going to tank that very easily. They cheap shot Dazed on his own cheap shot. Ring of Frost on the Angel. Joxy likely needs to cancel and Shadow Word Death, but they actually disrupt the Ring of Frost. He'll be safe to sit in that Angel a little longer. We see Cyclones coming up, but Dopamine Shadow melds it and then turns the Cyclone back onto Tuna. Now they're setting up onto Cubsy. Solar Beam comes up in 4 seconds. Just save the diminishing return. Don't stun Cubsy. You just get a nice clone, nice fake by Dopamine. Get a gouge on the Druid, get a Kidney Solar Beam or a Chastise Solar Beam. There's the Solar Beam. They need a stun. There's the stun. Nice combo from Fusion in game number 2. Insane damage. Fear for follow-up. They disarm the Rogue. Cubsy managed to blink narrowly by the skin of his teeth there, surviving with the Temporal Shield. And you could see that Tuna knew that setup was coming. It made it really difficult. It wasn't as easy for them to get as much pressure as they did the first time they did it.
I love that. Root Solar Beam the Mage into a stun, Chastise Fear on the Druid. I think if Fusion just can rinse-repeat that setup, they're going to get the Ice Block and maybe inevitably win this game. Big Missile Barrage here by Cubsy as he finally has a moment to breathe in the match. Dismantle here onto Naj, who gets a counter stun onto Dazed into a Cyclone. Naj just going to be going into stealth right now, landing a cheap shot onto Tuna, but I don't think there's going to be any follow-up there. Unfortunately, not finding the stuns. At the same time, Dopamine is getting absolutely destroyed. Joxy gets interrupted. Beautiful counterspell there by Cubsy, but the Cyclone on Dopamine slows it down. They make a swap on Naj, and right now, Power Frogs is playing a very aggressive game. Things are not comfortable for Fusion.
All right, let's see if they can restabilize. There's a Sheep, no Trinket. Both players are getting low health. Dopamine has Heart of the Wild and Renewal, but Naj only has Cheat Death. Ring of Frost gets Solar Beam. They cheap shot him. They're just shipping damage onto Cubsy and using it defensively, but they left Tuna open. Tuna got a Cyclone out of that onto Joxy. He's been CC'd for so long. Naj is stunned with no Trinket. They can swap to him. Big heals come out. Joxy saves the day miraculously there. on that attempt, and now Dopamine's in a cheap shot. He trinkets out of this. Naj is sheeped out of the game. This is Adrenaline Rush. Touch of the Magi available. Cubsy's going to send that. Missile damage is big right now onto Cubsy. Naj needs to try and stop those as soon as possible, but Cubsy's fake casting the missiles. It's a mind game right now between Naj and Cubsy, and Naj gets cloned. He doesn't have to worry about the kick. He's going to ship massive damage. Arcane Blast after Arcane Blast over onto Dopamine. Joxy jumps into Angel form, but then Dopamine gets cloned low health by Tuna in response to deny his recovery. He gets Mass Dispelled out of the clone. Ring of Fire is down. Dopamine's playing the smart, staying inside the Ring of Fire and not triggering its effect by running through the line. Now they swap to Naj. Dopamine's still just waiting for the Ring of Fire to fade. He wants to minimize the amount of damage that he's taking. He stampedes Naj onto target. Killing Spree coming through. He's got Solar Beam available. They've got to get ready for this setup. They've got a blind stun Solar Beam. Here comes the stun Solar Beam. They get Cubsy's trinket with this setup. And now Tuna still has no trinket. But it looks like the blind ended up maybe breaking. Maybe he trinketed the blind a little bit earlier on. So now there's no trinket on the mage, no trinket on the druid, and no trinket on the rogue. You get a clone on the rogue. You Solar Beam the mage. You chastise or kidney shot or whatever you need to do. Any CC on Tuna. And then you're probably going to get a block from Cubsy on the next Solar Beam.
Here it is. Cheap shot lands into a double fear. Cubsy is all alone right now, but he is just so incredibly evasive on that mage. He's going to be Dopamine, who might just die. He gets gripped back to the pillar. Close call. Tuna cyclones him. Cyclone and the Guardian Spirit, they are moving in. They smell blood in the water. They want to win this game. Tuna going for a Cyclone, but it gets denied. Great denial there by Naj. However, the Cyclone still lands, and it's going to be Dopamine left all alone. Renewal, though, huge heals coming in from Dopamine. I think Joxy will get out of the crowd control and likely able to top him off, but that was a really scary call.
I will say the one downside of using the Solar Beam like this is that Tuna and Cubsy don't have to be afraid of being kicked on CC. So if Tuna and Cubsy actually play it more aggressively, they could punish this strategy by just spamming CC onto Joxy, because now Dopamine doesn't have any way to block it. We see Gouge onto Dazed, eventually into a Cyclone. Cyclone on DR. I think they want Cubsy, though. Star Surges are coming through onto him. He's got Temporal available, but Tuna's in the backline in tree form. But Tuna's mana's not good. Here comes the Chastised Solar Beam stun lock. Tuna is going to Iron Park that immediately as Cubsy can't escape, and Dazed is peeling the whole universe. Kidney shot the rogue, cheap shot into a clone on Joxy from Tuna. Nice teamwork from Tuna, but Tuna's going to need to try and find a drink at some point in this game. If it continues at this pace, he can't keep this up. He's sitting in cat form right now, but they know where he is. Dopamine is jumping over towards Tuna. He didn't get any mana on that, but they did squeeze a sheep onto Joxy. Now they're swapping back onto Naj. They get a clone onto Tuna. Nice clone by Dopamine here, finding an opportunity to slip that through. Incarnation is up. Big damage incoming. Cubs is going to use the Greater Invis to reduce damage. He's going to block all of it here. Joxy's in Angel form. Free healing during the kidney shot on Naj. He needs a lot of healing. There's a lot of damage from Cubsy right now. Rocking a lot of Arcane Orbs potentially here on these barrages. He's got multiple incoming. Naj gets gripped away. Tuna's trying to drink again. Naj is trying to grapple over. Now Tuna is in stealth. They can't see him, but he has to come out, and he still hasn't gotten any mana. They have Cloak of Shadows available. They have Solar Beam coming off cooldown. Cubsy's shifting power, trying to get that Touch of the Magi off cooldown as soon as possible. They chastise Tuna, but they can't CC him. He jumps back to the opposite side of the map away from Dopamine. Good positioning by Tuna. It's all about setting up Tuna for a drink at this point, but he's in tree form. He's going to have to either cancel it or wait for it to be over, because he's spawning in trends that will keep him in combat during Tree of Life. Dopamine jumps over. Naj is chasing down Cubsy. Dazed is chasing down Dopamine. Solar Beam interrupts Tuna potentially. No, he fakes the Solar Beam, and now that Cubsy doesn't have to worry about it, he's going to play really aggressive.
And he's getting stunned up, though. Naj cheap shots him, forces him to blink. Now Dopamine taking a huge hit of damage. This Touch of the Magi really ripping in, but Dopamine is not afraid. He's just continuing to push the pace, maybe even looking for some Cyclones here. Cubsy has no counterspell available, and now Cubsy's taking quite a bit of damage. Dampening is getting higher and higher. It was about the 9-minute mark the last game ended, so I think that's the critical mass where just dampening is too high to really heal through. About 40-50% is likely when this game is going to end, but we'll have to wait and see. Full sap on Tuna into a cheap shot. Great crowd control there by Naj, but unfortunately it does break, so something broke that full sap incoming, but they're continuing the crowd control chain. It is going to be Naj under fire right now. He's taking quite a bit of damage. No Cloak of Shadows available. He's in a full stun. Do they have the damage to take him down? It's going to be a Ring of Fire kidney shot, but it doesn't look like they do. Polymorph lands. However, Naj is still a little bit low. Things are not comfortable right now. Dopamine's going to have to throw in some peels, looking to get some damage here onto Dazed. He's just going to trade out his Cloak of Shadows and continue this pain train onto Naj, who's forced to just hook across the map and play a little bit defensive.
Ooh, big damage coming once again by Cubsy. Oh my god, almost a KO. Monstrous Arcane Orbs. Naj is getting decimated. Cubsy is just farming the whole universe. They have to Solar Beam him defensively. Naj is in a clone. He can't go for the stun. Are they making a swap? They get a kidney shot on Dazed, but he trinkets and turns it around onto Naj. Insane pressure coming out from the Power Frogs right now. They're overwhelming them. Naj evasions at 1%. Joxy gets the life swap at the last possible second as he goes into Angel form. gets the Divine Hymn, and now desperately tries to pick up Dopamine on the swap over to him. They have decent pressure onto Daze, but with Evasion, I don't see him going down. Joxy needs to be careful. He's solo health. He can't afford to get swapped to. He's going to get back behind the pillar, top himself off, power infusion out. Dopamine goes for a clone, gets shut down by Daze. He gets cloned up by Tuna. Naj has to grapple out of there. He's got no trinket. He's got no defensives. Joxy gets counterspelled on Shadow. Naj is on the run. This could be it for Fusion. Dazed is all over him. Multiple cheap shot. Cubsy needs to just get in line of sight. Naj could drop. Ring of Frost around the corner. Hits Joxy with no trinket and missiles arc incoming. They solar beam the mage in desperation to stay alive. They get the clone onto the rogue, but Naj gets cloned at low health. Master spell from Joxy. Breaks the cycle, but he gets cloned again. He gets cloned again by Tuna. Tuna is popping off right now. He roots Naj. He's trying to move away, but Naj gets a Shadow Meld re-stealth. Cloak came off cooldown. I can't believe it. Naj survives that setup once again by the skin of his teeth. Dopamine's in bear form with Bark Skin, trying to make himself durable, but Cubsy gets a full polymorph. They need to find a way to break that polymorph with the touch of the Magi, but Dopamine is too far away. Missiles are incoming. They Typhoon him away. Pre-bear forms the stun, but it might not matter. Arcane Blast into execute range barrages, and Dopamine will drop. Power Frogs tie it up 1-1.
That was a dominant performance by Power Frogs. I mean, the last minute and a half of that game, they had them completely on the back foot. Really, really impressive performance. Some of those offensive cyclones coming in from Tuna. I mean, we're going to see it in the replay. That was just absolutely beautiful to see. Cubsy really just ramping up his damage and keeping them entirely on the back foot. That was crazy. So this is about 7 minutes into the game, and this is where Naj, he has no cooldowns left. And honestly, to Naj's credit, I think he did a good job defensively here, kiting. But as soon as he runs away, they just make a swap on Dopamine. And that's the thing that I like about the Power Frogs. They're not afraid to just go after anyone, keeping their opponents guessing. These are the offensive cyclones coming in from Tuna. He actually re-cyclones the Master Spell. Naj is forced to use his Cloak of Shadow and his Shadow Mode, gets a re-stealth, Crimson Vial. But after that, you've got absolutely nothing left. Got the cheap shot onto Joxy. Cubsy moves forward with a beautiful Icy Flows polymorph, and once this surge lands, dampening so high, there's just nothing they can do. Tuna comes in once again with another beautiful Cyclone, allowing his team to secure the kill, and that was just domination by the Power Frogs.
Okay, and they really turned it up offensively in this game. And they even lasted deep into dampening. I think they're about even on mana at this point, so we definitely have a series on our hand. This is not going to be a cakewalk for Fusion by any means. They have found some kind of cheeky strategies, but even that was not enough to take down Cubsy in this game, and eventually he was able to overwhelm them. And it is a bit of a damage game. When Cubsy is ahead of Dopamine, their team is in the driver's seat. And when he's falling behind Dopamine on damage, their team is losing. Just look at the damage meter at any point, and I can kind of tell who is going to be winning this game. It is depending on whether or not Cubsy or Dopamine is out damaging each other, and Cubsy got the better end of this game specifically. So bigger map paid off as well, being able to hide in the corners, get the rogue out of the game, be able to get the shifting powers off safely, so that way you get more touch of the Magi's off, because that's the big moment, right? Here at the end of the game, touch of the Magi with multiple arcane blasts that ultimately drops them. So as the arcane mage, is about trying to get out of range of the rogue so you can safely get the shifting powers and your touch of the Magi, connecting multiple missiles, the big distance for Tuna as well to be able to drink, because mana was kind of rough for him throughout that game, which means we're now going to Hook Point, which is the opposite. It's going to be a very small map. I wonder if Fusion have anything else. I feel like they're playing good on this, that they shouldn't really need to change it, but there might be something that they could pull out. I kind of wonder how would a Shaman do, or maybe they just need the extra stun, the extra CC on a go.
I think most Shamans don't like fighting Cubsy, because he is willing to
steals
mash
the Earth
Spell
Shield.
Seal. Yeah, he's willing to take Riptide and Earth Shield more than any other mage. So I think that's one of the main reasons why they don't want to play any kind of Shaman into that. I think Power Frogs has proven that they're pretty good into that. But we are going to Hook Point, a nice small map, and that's not going to allow Tuna and Cubsy to have as much room to kite around. But I don't know. Fusion, they looked a little bit shaky in that last one. They were playing confidently at the beginning. They were getting the setups. They were getting, the solar beam stuns. But you are onto something that I think it's a bit telling when they're going to do that. And if you're only using the solar beam in that specific situation, it seems like the Power Frogs kind of adapted and they were ready. The setups didn't look as good. So I'm curious to see who they decide to go for. Do you think going after the Resto Druid is important in this matchup? For Fusion, they should actually be making setups onto Tuna?
I definitely think you can. You get a clone on the rogue, and then you're safe to hit whoever you want, basically, at that point. It can just be hard to hit the Druid if the Druid's deliberately trying to be 80 yards away from the game the entire time. But I think it could be ideal to actually attack the Druid. Because you can obviously, if he has life loom on Cubsy the whole game and knows Cubsy's the only target and he never has to switch it, it becomes very easy to heal as a resto Druid. That's why switching targets is so important. So that could be important, making swaps to Tuna here on Hook Point on the small map. Winning game 1 means they have map advantage, so they can go to these small maps should this series swing to a game 5, which is so important for them, because they may not be able to even have a shot at qualifying for the Dragonflight Finals. Fusion need to win this series if they want to get into the gauntlet for that opportunity. Power Frogs need to win this series if they still want to be able to have a chance to maintain their top three position in order to get into the Grand Finals directly. So this is very stressful match for both teams. Cubsy just spamming Arcane Explosion. Dopamine sneaking in. He comes out of stealth. He's grabbing combat. There's not going to be any sap, I can imagine, at this point, as he is just rebuffing. He knows that Cubsy just spams Spell Steal. He's going to be rebuffing very frequently. Rogues are on top of each other. I can't believe they don't see each other. Cubsy's going for an Arcane Surge. I think he's trying to fake cast the Solar Beam. He's a bit worried about getting locked out on it, but he just clones him right at the end of the cast, denying some of that buffed up damage from the Arcane Surge. And Tuna's in bear form. He thinks he may be a target here, but they just get a cheap shot right from stealth. Naj peels him, goes for a blind on Tuna. Solar Beam cheap shot. I love the blind Solar Beam cheap shot. I think that when they have blind, going for a Solar Beam stun like that is really good, but then maybe in between you mix it up. You use the Solar Beam maybe on a clone from Tuna instead.
Yeah, good start here. They get the Trinket and Wall and Alter Time from Cubsy. So they get a lot of his defensive cooldowns immediately at the start of the game. Full Cyclone now onto Daze. You can see Dopamine and Daze just hanging out, cycloned, having fun. They're both going to be controlled up by the opposing Druids. Stunlock coming in here from Naj, and we'll see. I mean, little things are going to matter a lot in this match. I didn't actually notice. Has Tuna been drinking at all? Like, has he actually found moments to drink in the previous games? Is that why he's able to maintain his mana?
Like, there's no other way, right? We were looking at it for a long time, and then I think he got away at one point when people were
drinking
dying,
right now.
I mean, he's drinking literally first global of the game. First global of the game, sit down for a drink. He gets a clone on Joxy. He snuck that through around the pillar. Nicely done. How much pressure do they get with it? Doesn't look like a lot, unfortunately, for his team. Joxy repositions. Dopamine's playing close to Tuna at the moment. Big swap on Naj with the gouge onto Joxy. Looks like it's going to break to the Arcane Orbs, though, unfortunately, and Cubsy gets cloned. Now they've cheap shot Tuna. They're cheap shotting Daze. Where are they going to go with this? Are they going to go on Cubsy? He's in an Ice Nova. He can't connect. Now he's dismantled. He can't do anything. Joxy tries to get a fear, but he walks into a clone. Arcane Orbs proccing across the whole team right now for Cubsy as he's cleaving 2 targets. There's a Solar Beam Kidney Shot. They're just sending damage. DR chastised, but Joxy can't get there. He gets incapped before his fear. Joxy's getting totally shut down on his push. He just couldn't get there in time to get Tuna into that Psychic Scream, and now Cubsy will easily survive this setup. They don't even have to use Iron Bark. Now it looks like Daze is getting aggressive. See massive missile damage incoming. Touch of the Magi just came off cooldown. Cubsy's going to fire that immediately onto Dopamine. Big missile damage incoming. Multiple Arcane Blasts. He's being left to free cast at the moment, and it's absolutely ripping Dopamine to shreds. They need to stop Cubsy. He's doing so much damage at the moment. They kick him, but it might be too little too late. Tuna's into a Cyclone. Dopamine's trying to turn it around here onto Cubsy, but Cubsy's really getting the upper hand. We can see that in the damage meter.
Oh, he's just dead. Oh my goodness gracious, what a close call. Joxy trinkets out of the blind into a gouge, into a disorient, and is forced to use the void shift. So I don't know, this map, it might be backfiring a little bit. It seems like Joxy is much more susceptible to crowd control. Chastise Fear here onto Tuna, but it's going to be short as Prismatic Barrier from Cubsy is applied. So that's going to reduce all those incoming magic effects. Here comes the Solar Beam, but it's a preemptive Iron Bark. And I think Cubsy's going to completely shrug off this attack. No worries in the world. That was a great push by Power Frogs. And Fusion, they're running on fumes in terms of defensive cooldowns. Dopamine is very vulnerable for the next setup.
He's got Bark Skin. He can go bear form. He's going to use Bark Skin here on the Touch of the Magi. He's got Heart of the Wild, disarm the Rogue, jump away, avoid the cheap shots. He does connect, but Joxy isn't CC'd. He should be able to use Guardian Spirit if he absolutely needs to, and he's got his Angel form. So I think Fusion actually okay. I would love to see them maybe go on Tuna at this point. He's kind of close by, but the Cyclones come in onto the Rogues. Do they have a stop for this Cyclone? Cubsy's just shipping missiles, blinking through the pillar. Double Arcane Orbs, double Arcane Barrages, cleaving down 2 targets. Gets kicked by Naj, though. Tuna's now looking for a clone. Naj gets caught behind the pillar here. Big swap on Naj. He's choosing not to trinket, being greedy. And just to get away with that, Roxy's now into a cheap shot. They chain this into a polymorph. They do get the polymorph. They have more damage for Naj. I don't think they should stay on Naj, though, at this point. They commit the Touch of the Magi anyways on the Naj. I guess with no Cloak of Shadows, maybe they can take him down. Full blind comes through. I'd really like to see whoever gets Touch of the Magi jump on top of their healer, because you can actually break the CC, break the blind and the sheep with the AoE damage. You see a setup here with blind, with the CC onto Tuna and the Solar Beam on Cubsy. I got a double trinket. Cubsy's down his medallion, Tuna's down his medallion. This is a big opportunity offensively, so if Joxy can get his team back to full health, he'll be in a great spot, but he doesn't cancel death on the Ring of Frost on his Angel. Now he's in a full Ring of Frost. Naj is in a clone. Naj is trying to get there. Kidney shot on Dazed, healing him away for a moment. Now moving forward on to Cubsy, gets his blink. Dopamine's getting on top of Tuna. He wants to go for a Cyclone here pretty soon, and there's no counterspell. Looks like Dazed Kick is the only defense, and he does land the kick. Now big damage is incoming onto Dopamine. Bit of a damage fight between them. Dopamine's getting closer and closer to Cubsy. If he can manage to pass him on the overall, they're definitely going to be in the driver's seat. Chastise, Full Fear, no trinket on Tuna. They don't have a Solar Beam, though, unfortunately. Dopamine's just going to send the Incarnation. Massive damage incoming. And oh my god, I cannot believe Cubsy's not using Greater Invis on this. He actually gets away without using any defensive cooldowns.
It's an alter time, a really well-timed alter time on some of the burst. He's going to go straight to full health. Dopamine looking for a Cyclone, manages to find it on Daze, but Cubsy's still just tearing in. Solar Beam does land, but I think Cubsy actually faked it, so he faked out the Solar Beam interrupt there, and he's able to avoid a lot of that. Still has his Ice Block as well as his Greater Invisibility. Power Frogs aren't looking too bad at this point. They make a swap here onto Dopamine. Big damage incoming into the Execute Barrage. Cubsy just ripping in once again. Polymorph landed there onto Joxy into a full cycle, and he's likely going to have to trinket Guardian Spirit. Frenzied Regeneration, is that really going to be enough? It might be. Gets kicked on Cyclone, but he's able to tank out a lot of that damage. Joxy's able to hold on to his trinket, and all things considered, that wasn't that bad of an exchange for Fusion.
These teams are looking evenly matched, but now potentially Dopamine going down. Cheap shot after cheap shot. It's too much to handle. And the Power Frogs move to match point, and Fusion's opportunities to get into the gauntlet are starting to slip away.
I mean, I said that wasn't too bad, all things considered, and they just immediately lost the game. I mean, I thought Joxy was finally going to be out of crowd control, but nope. Stuns come in. I think it was a follow-up Cyclone. We'll have to wait and see exactly what crowd control did land, but they're just unrelenting on this balance druid. Like, I feel like in the first game, they weren't as focused on just tunneling the druid, maybe making more Naj swaps, but they were just going after Dopamine, really testing him on this druid, keeping him so defensive. He's doing an excellent job just harassing him with blast waves and interrupts and tons of damage. So here's the first chain. Joxy gets put into a polymorph, into another polymorph, into a full Cyclone. And this is where I believe he actually holds on to his trinket, so he isn't forced to use it, but the Guardian Spirit has faded, so doesn't really have too many healing cooldowns that he can use. Serenity is almost available. He finally gets out of crowd control, and this is where I say, oh, he's going to be just fine. What happens? Full Kidney Shot lands. Now, into the full stun lock. Dopamine just getting blasted here. Tuna as well, throwing in Wraiths. Out of the Kidney Shot, it's a diminishing return cheap shot, and unfortunately, Joxy just doesn't really have a response. So, great job by Dazed, extending the chain and getting his team a win.
All right, big CC chain here. The Power Frogs having to adapt to a more offensive strategy. They thought they could just play it safe, but that cost them game number one. Now that they're starting to style and get some CC chains, they're really putting wins on the table, and now it's a big decision for Fusion. They go to another small map. Do they try the same composition? Do they flip it out for something else? Is there anything else that they even have available to them? We haven't seen Nazem at all. Would a Demonology Warlock work at all in a matchup like this? Like a Demonology Warlock Boomkin?
I don't know. I don't really believe in Wizard Cleaves into this comp. Maybe like an Ellie Shaman or something like that. I mean, I'm not sure. I just feel like the Power Frogs, it's so difficult to kill an Arcane Mage as any kind of Wizard Cleave, and it's difficult to kill the Outlaw Rogue as well. So maybe you can win on mana, like if you can drag the game out to the point where the rest of Druid's out of mana, but I just think this comp in particular is really strong into the Wizard Cleaves. I'm not sure. Maybe you get rid of the Balance Druid, you bring in a Warlock. It seems like Warlocks aren't really not that popular right now, right? Like we used to see a lot of Destruction Warlocks, but not really the case anymore since they lost their Tyrann this season. The Rift's not resetting from your Immolate. This kind of caused them to fall off just a little bit, because in the past, I feel like a composition like that might not be too bad. Play a really aggressive like Destro Warlock Rogue. But yeah, ultimately, we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. I kind of think they're going to play the same thing, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it is debatably the best comp in the game for them right now with the Boomkin, Rogue, Holy Priest. So it's going to all come down to just outplaying your opponents, trying to find that win condition. I would say that I don't think they've really tested Tuna at all. I don't think we've seen a single swap to him in any of these games. It seems like their strategy is very linear, and I don't think that's going to work. You got to have like a couple of different strats. Like in certain situations, if Tuna's going for clones, we need to think about swapping. If he's playing overly defensive, then bait after the mage instead. And you have to be able to flip between multiple strats. Just playing only one strat the entire game, if the other team figures out that you're doing that, it becomes very easy to pre-alter time. It becomes very easy to be exactly where you need to be able to avoid damage. So for me, Fusion, they need to combine multiple strategies and be able to switch between them actively in the game.
Yeah, I really don't think they've tested Tuna much in this match. He's getting more comfortable to play aggressive in the match. It seems like they are going to play the exact same composition. So same match the entire series through, more than likely. Power Frogs, they're looking better and better. Like it seemed like they were shaking off some rust in that first game, but in the second and third game, they've been looking really, really good. So we'll see what they can do here on Tiger's Peak. But yeah, Cubsy playing a really, really aggressive match. Their crowd control is a lot better. It seems like they're more confident in the early game. And I think they can win as well. It's like you said, the Holy Priest, you have, Rogue Mage, Druid, crowd control. You can take them out of the game for a really long period of time and win a little bit earlier. And I think they're realizing that, and they're playing a much more aggressive strategy.
All right, Fusion, this is it. Are you going to be able to do it? You're going to get 2 wins in a row. Manage to keep your dreams of getting into the gauntlet. Still keep getting a shot at the Dragonflight Grand Finals, or is Power Frogs now just going to outdo you? Do you need to go offensive? Do you need to play more defensive? Is it a matter of trying to drag this game out even longer? There's so many decisions that they're going to need to make, and if they make the wrong one, then that's it. You don't get a second chance. This is the last cup to be able to qualify. It's a lot of pressure. I think they're playing a clean game so far against the Power Frogs. It's just they're getting outdone a little bit towards the end of it here. Now that the Power Frogs have flipped the script and focused on getting setups and focused on getting CC, it seems really difficult for them to navigate around it. They're still keeping the Holy Priest in. Obviously, the spell steal strategy is difficult to deal with as a shaman, but you also lose like an extra stun. You lose the purge potential for the alter time. I feel like Greater Purge is maybe a little bit more reliable. Being able to go for like a 2-tap 1-second attempt, or be able to remove the altars. I just really think they need to start targeting Tuna more, though. But it's such a gamble. Do you just want to leave Cubsy open that long? You're on match point.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Power Frogs, can they do it? Eliminate Fusion and deny their hopes of dreams of making it into that top 8 and into the gauntlet. This is such an important series for Fusion. They had a great start, but let's see if they can battle it back here in game number 4 on Tiger's Peak. Dopamine taking a very offensive position here near the light well. Dave's going to be looking to open up on the Druid. Cubsy blinks out of the initial bash, looking for an Arcane Surge. It gets cheap shot, though. Naj trying to shut that down. Full blind on Tuna. Naj playing an aggressive start, gets the blind into the full sap, but do they have the damage to follow it up? Unfortunately, it does not look like they do. They initiate a lot of crowd control, but was that too early? Like, is throwing out that early crowd control even worth it when you have no damage to follow it up? I'm not sure, but now that blind threat is completely gone.
Oh, okay, Dopamine recovers. Joxy's tops him. I was really worried about him there for a second. We're not even a minute into this game. Getting shot in Daze for peels. Dopamine, is he going for a clone out of it? Not going for a clone to chastise him. He gets counterspelled on Wrath. He goes into a clone from Tuna. Joxy is crossing the map. Naj is into a stun, though. He's in deep enemy territory on match point. He trinkets, but now there's an in-cap roar onto 2 players. Tuna gets a clone out of it, and Naj is still in trouble. This could potentially be Joxy's trinket and absolutely devastating for their team overall. Naj is behind the pillar. Crimson Vial pop, trying to heal himself up, but there's more clones incoming from Tuna. Tuna is taking such control of the situation. Now he gets a clone on Naj at low health on his evasion. They're switching their pressure onto Dopamine. Shifting power resets that touch of the Magi. Cubsy is ready to let it rip, but he gets kicked on the Polymorph. Clone now onto Dopamine. Tuna is absolutely carrying right now in this game. Ever since that Ashamane's game, he's been really shiny on the Druid.
Yeah, it's looking good. Naj gets dismantled. He's pushing forward. He gets blast waved away, but hooks over to continue the damage on the Cubsy. But he needs to be careful. He's really low on health. They might get the cheat death. Naj on the run. Defensive kidney shot will land here on Daze, and that was a really big offensive push. However, Daze could fall as well. Look over. He's got nothing left in terms of defenses. Both these rogues are being targeted a lot more in this match. It seems like Fusion is playing a little bit more confidently in this one, getting a lot more damage rolling, and Dopamine is topping out the damage meters, was what we saw in the first game that enabled them to win. However, Joxy trades out his trinket, and Naj is still on the run. A full polymorph lands. Great crowd control by Cubsy. Naj might have to trade out his Vanish. Dopamine's low as well. The follow-up cheap shot. Daze continues the chain. They might get the win. Do they get the Ring of Frost? It doesn't look like they do. Cubsy gets shut down by a Solar Beam and might get dropped. He's got the Ice Block now available. He's locked on Frost. A bit of a tense moment. Tuna as well, caught into a fear. This is so back and forth.
All right. Tuna comes out of the crowd control. They hold on to the Ice Block. He jumps over to Cubsy. Daze is on Dopamine. Naj can't get there. He's disarmed as well at the moment. Touch of the Magi up. Big damage. Dopamine sees it. He's going to line of sight at the pillar. They kick him on the Ring of Fire, but now Cubsy can free cast on Arcane. Joxy still has no trinket. They clone Naj. Dopamine going to be bounced in the middle of the map. Is Cubsy going to make the push here and try and get on top of Joxy and go for the win? He Sheep's Naj again. The kidney shot him out of the Sheeps. Cubsy is sneaking in on top of Joxy a little bit closer. He polymorphs Naj again. Gets dispelled. Good dispels by Joxy. Dragon's Breath, it's on DR. No pressure there. Dopamine getting on top of Tuna, but he's in cat form. He gets caught in cat form on match point and has to trinket on top of Barskin. But here comes the Solar Beam. Big damage. They need as much as possible right here if they really want to turn this around for their team, but it's just not enough. Tuna is powered up. More tree homies at the pillar there. His little tree gang just keeping him easily at 100% HP. Now they swap the Tuna and a cheap shot, but Dopamine is peeled away. They can't get any pressure. Tuna jumps in on Dazed. He's on Stun DR. He can play aggressive here a bit. Dopamine is getting low. Ring of Frost secured by Cubsy. 5 seconds away from his trinket. 4 seconds away from it. Dopamine dips critically low on match point. Tournament lives on the line, and he goes down. Power Frogs have done it.
Yeah, amazing push there by Power Frogs. You could tell. I don't want to say playing a little bit angry, but they definitely stepped up. And after that first initial loss, I mean, crowd control was just on point. Their targeting, their damage. Cubsy especially playing a really, really good game aggressively. So great series. And honestly, it was well fought by Fusion, but unfortunately coming up a little bit short here against the Power Frogs. And they were not an easy opponent. Cubsy getting a little bit cheeky there with the Arcane Sphere. You can see here comes kind of the double ring. Cubsy gets the Ring of Fire, which is going to initiate damage onto Dopamine out of the Cyclone. Then I believe this is where they get the stun into the Ring of Frost. So Joxy's got about 15 seconds left on his trinket. It's a really close call, but I think he's just out of line of sight. So look at this. Don't think he can connect any kind of heals while in the stun, and he's just not able to get out of it. It was close, though. Like, he gets, the full Cyclone. No, Tuna's in a spot to get the full Cyclone. That's going to land. Does he have a second? He dies at, like, almost the exact same second that the trinket comes up. So that is just... that's some good timing by the Power Frogs and a little bit unlucky there for Fusion. That setup was basically perfect. Perfectly timed by the Frogs.
Yeah, I feel like Dopamine could have done a little more here too. He's got Renewal available. He gets cloned. I feel like he just, like, the stress got to him potentially here in these final moments when he got caught in cat form. He just had a panic. It was like, oh no. And then everything just spiraled out of control at that point because he can go bear form, press Renewal at any point during this. Oh no, he gets kicked on clone. He can't. I don't know. The kick ends. He can still do it. He's in this weird spot where he just doesn't use Renewal.
Oh, that's unlucky.
We've had a couple down goes moments here today. And unfortunately, that is going to be the end of their tournament lives. They don't qualify into the gauntlet. This means CML will be taking their spot. I don't think we've seen CML on broadcast. Actually, did they play? Yeah, we haven't seen them on broadcast, so it'll be interesting to see what they can manage to pull together, having the fact that their point standings from the first season here actually carried forward so strongly that they actually get a spot in the gauntlet.
We moving forward down here in the lower bracket. Power Frogs, though, I mean, that was a great series, Super Tees. Is there anything you think they're going to be working on between now and Championship Sunday, or between now and even next weekend?
I mean, we're used to watching them kind of just run away every game and just focus on surviving, but I really liked their offensive play. I feel like that was crazy good. They were like, I think they need to maybe not be afraid to be aggressive, and maybe they're relying too much on being safe ultimately. And if they just play like they just did in those last 3 games in a row, like, that was a very scary team to see.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, we will see. They have one more game today. So they're going to be waiting for a little bit, and they'll be playing the loser, I believe, of this next up game. So it's either going to be Team Liquid or Le Pump, Venruki, both of which would be very difficult teams to face off against.
Yeah, I think that's certainly true. I don't know. Team Liquid has been the most convincing against the Power Frogs. I feel like that has been the real struggle for the Power Frogs. Every time they go up against Liquid, they kind of just get destroyed by the Evoker, Boomkin Outlaw. Le Pump, I don't know if that would be a better matchup for them or not. Le Pump has been looking incredibly good with their Demon Hunter, Balance Druid, or Resto Shaman, but we'll have to wait and see what happens between Liquid and Le Pump. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing Mez. I really think Mez is going to be stepping up in this one. But it's such an interesting dynamic in this next upcoming match because Le Pump, not only do they play the Balance Druid Demon Hunter so well, they also have the Cleaves. They can bring in the Ret Paladin and the Punch Monk and play, a Ret Warrior, which is a really, really threatening comp. But after that one, we're going to get to see Unitas and VOIDGG as well. Void has been looking extremely good. They're looking laser focused also, bringing in different compositions like, the Fire Mage Rogue, which has been a real threat, and obviously the Balanced Druid Rogue. So curious to see what these teams have in store for us.
Yeah, I am as well. Hopefully everyone watching from home is also. So we will be heading to a break. Before we do that, of course, we are going to do just a quick game segment real quick. Test everyone's knowledge. Let's get into it. So whose spell is it anyways? Try to decipher the spell based only on the information available to you from the tooltip. Also, I've heard from production that they made these way harder because you guys were guessing them way too quickly. So this is all you get.
Oh my
All you
god,
get.
what?
All enemies within 8 hours blank, losing up to 3% blank. And you get no
it can be
multiple
anything?
choice
It can
either.
be multiple choice either?
What? It can be anything in the
Whoa.
game. It can be an honor talent, a normal talent. It can be literally anything in the game.
We get no clues at all. That's hard. I mean, that's like
That is
difficulty
hard.
level 100. Like I don't.
All enemies
All
within
enemies
8 yards
within 8
losing
yards.
up to 3%.
I couldn't even take a guess. And you guys are obviously way better than
like-
me.
Is it like Delirium or something for Death Knights, where they're like within 8 yards of an enemy, they lose 3% of their range or something? I don't know.
I think it's a death.
Oh,
knight
we're
thing.
getting some.
It might be Shroud of Winter.
Oh, decomposing aura.
I think it's Shroud of Winter.
Huh.
It might be Decomposing. I think you're right.
it's
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a death.
I got a little bit of points that I knew it was a Death Knight thing, right? Like slight
I think
points.
they
Yeah,
delayed the
yeah,
multiple
yeah.
choice. They delayed the multiple choice, so we just didn't insta lock it. I think it's decomposing aura. But I didn't think that existed anymore. I actually thought they deleted that. Didn't they?
I
need
should
to
know
log on my
this.
Death Knight.
All right.
What if it ends up
Well,
being wrong? Because necrotic aura is like increases damage taken, which is not what this looks like it is. Shroud of
Okay.
Winter is like some snare. Aura of Reckoning is absolutely not what it is.
I'm locked in. Yeah, I'm going Shroud of Winter, and he's going Decomposing
going
Aura.
50-50
I think it's
on this?
I think it's Decomposing Aura, but I gotta just like. Oh, you got it right. Yeah.
Ooh,
Okay.
love that.
Tanks.
Wow.
No wonder I got it right.
Yeah,
I have
you're
a
the
question.
tank expert.
Would you guys be able to guess the name of it based on just the icon? I mean, some of them obviously are really easy, but I feel like some of the like niche talents would be difficult.
I wouldn't have gotten this one. I'll tell you that right now.
I don't know.
With
if
that,
I
just that
would've got
icon,
it.
I wouldn't got it right.
Yeah. Well,
think
some of them
maybe-
are double.
Without the multiple choice, I don't think so. With the multiple choice, maybe.
Yeah.
Wait, do we have
That'd be a
another
fun one too.
Oh, we're
What's
gonna
up?
do another
Oh,
one.
maybe? Oh, we
Yeah.
do. Okay. Protect an ally, causing 40% blank damage. they
Blessing
take
of
to be
Sacrifice.
okay. Hey! I'm
Or
reading.
hand, or hand of sacrifice.
There's too many blanks. I don't know how to. Okay. Go ahead, Ben.
I think he's right about that one. I think it's Paladin Sacrifice.
Which one did you say? Okay.
Yeah, Paladin Sacrifice. Playing a lot of Paladin. It sounds right. I mean, I think it's right. Yeah.
What else would it be?
But is canceled if
It gets
I don't-
canceled if you get low.
Oh, intervene.
Is it intervene?
Bodyguard. I think
Intervene
it's
doesn't,
bodyguard.
intervene doesn't get canceled if you get low. Oh, it is bodyguard. It is
That's
bodyguard.
bodyguard.
Because if you run out of range, it gets canceled. That's what it's gonna say. But no, I think it's 40% of physical attacks. Bodyguard is physical attacks. I think it's
Oh,
sacrifice.
that's intervene. Intervene
No.
is physical attacks. Bodyguard is
Bodyguard's
I'm going
also
bodyguard.
physical. Bodyguard's also physical.
I don't even know what bodyguard is. or
Bodyguard's
who
a
has
prop
it.
prop warrior talent. I know because I watched Absurds playing prop warrior trying to get rank 1 at the last
Oh.
week. Bodyguard, I'm 99% sure bodyguard's only physical damage and intervene's only physical damage, so it has to be Blessing of Sacrifice. Soul
I love how
swap
this-
is not
I
what
love how
this is.
soul swaps in there, which is just a guaranteed no. We might as well put ice block. Like
Is- I mean, I think it's Blessing of Sacrifice.
I'm going bodyguard.
Okay.
Let's
Ooh.
go.
It actually is. Oh, it
There
is
you
physical
go.
damage. They just crossed out the physical part of it.
Also, I do
That's a
want to
win
give
for me.
Zico credit in our chat. He says, "Isn't SAC 30%?"
Oh, the number's wrong.
Very smart, very smart. All right, well, let us know if you guys got that right. That being said, we will be heading to a break. When we come back, we have got Team Liquid versus La Pump coming up next after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We are here in the upper bracket. Two of the most powerful teams in North America facing off against each other right now. It's Team Liquid versus Le Pump.
Well, this is a mind game.
Okay.
This is a mind game. The Pomp don't play the Boomy DH, even though it won every game. But also, they didn't want to play it last time in the finals, apparently, right? Their Rep Paladin wasn't there in the Dippy interview. They actually didn't want to play it. They wanted to play this, I think. So maybe this is actually even better for them.
Yeah, Le Pump, definitely a scary team with so many options here. We're going to finally get to see KZ Fox tagged in for them. And Liquid going to be opening up here with their Boomkin Rogue, of course, that we typically see from these guys. So no Lord Mez, at least not in game number 1. Sam I am taking a lot of damage. Existence here already, popping the Metamorphosis, already getting a lot of pressure onto Sam. Finally, he's going to trade out the Bark Skin, catches a big heal from Sea-Doo, but so far, no big cooldowns here being exchanged just yet. Sam I am still around 50% HP, pops the Incarnation. Here comes the damage onto the Red Paladin. They connect a nice Sleepwalk there as well onto Zhang, and it's going to be a Divine Shield in the opener here for Team Liquid.
Oh, KZ Fox in a tough position here. They swap damage onto Existence as well, trying to keep him on his toes. Sam I am is faking a lot of kicks. The Precog King is back here in the upper bracket. Another full clone onto Existence. Gouge on Zhang. Swap back onto KZ Fox. Existence trying to lead the charge here with the I-Beam. Reconnecting with the Fell Blade, but Sea-Doo is there with the Verdant Embrace. Big heals coming through from Sea-Doo. He's looking for a Sleepwalk. They Cyclone KZ Fox. Sam is just going clone crazy here in this game, even despite so many kicks. Now he switches the clone onto the Shaman. He is just totally shutting Le Pump out. Existence had a trinket. KZ Fox is down his medallion for some time, but Sam needs to be careful. He's in bear form, looking to retreat away from the Red Paladin. Ducking now back into Boomkin form. Star Surge is incoming. He's got a lot of astral power right now, and KZ Fox is low health. Solar Beam comes down onto Zhang, and he's locked out, it looks like, and he has to trinket Spirit Link Totem. A scary moment. Sam is absolutely popping off, man. He wants vengeance here against Le Pump from last week.
I'm thinking Sea-Doo is popping off. How is this man doing half of Sam's damage right now on the Devastation Evoker? Or on the Pres Evoker, Sam I am though. He may as well be a Devastation Evoker at this point with this damage that he's pushing in. And he's really making it easy for Sam as well, eating up a lot of those wind shears for him with that Sleepwalk. So Sea-Doo definitely doing a lot of pressure here in this matchup. Here's the full blind. This could be the kill setup. Existence in the Cyclone. Can't really help out his team. Cheap Shot coming out there out of the blind into a half Sleepwalk. KZ Fox still taking a lot of damage. It's going to be the Tremor. Actually, no, it's going to be a Sanctuary coming out there, I think, from KZ Fox. Either way, Zhang is getting out of that sleep, manages to recover KZ Fox, but they really don't have many cooldowns left to go, and now they're doing a swap on to Existence here. He's taking a lot of damage. Sam I am dropping very low there as well, but Sea-Doo does have the healing to back him up there with that rewind, so massive cooldowns being forced here from Team Liquid as well, but they still have, you know, a lot of defense left onto both Sam and Sea-Doo, and that Incarnation is going to be absolutely deadly, which is up for Sam right now.
All right, let's see if they can connect the dots here and close out this game number 1. Zhang has Healing Tide coming up, and Sam is just dead. He's just outright dying. It's so much pressure. Sea-Doo's falling behind. He's spending so much time doing damage that his healing is starting to lack here. Sam's Heart of the Wild's about to fade. He's trying to fake the kicks. He's not finding the fake. He just ships the Incarn. They're sending damage even with no CC. They get a bash with no trinket. Sanctuary comes through. Existence is going to Netherwalk and still respect the Incarnation. Sam's got a precognition. He's going for a clone. He gets a full clone on Zhang. Are they going to go after KZ Fox again here? He's got Shield of Vengeance, soaking the hits. Existence is getting cleaved down at the same time. Kidney Shot comes in from Trill. And is this going to pay the bills here? They're so close to the kill on KZ Fox. One more hit. Not enough. Blinding Light heals Trill away, but Sam gets the low clone. Now he's swapping damage onto Existence. Sea-Doo gets the Dream Breath up. His team is looking stationary, and Existence is in so much trouble. Nature Swiftness comes out. Is it going to be enough? The entire team is getting shredded. That was the Blessing of Protection. Now a swap onto Zhang. They catch him in the middle of the map and a Kidney Shot. Blessing of Protection comes out. He's fine. Sleepwalk out of the Kidney Shot. Looks like he pre-tremmered that Sleepwalk before the Kidney Shot. Nice play from Zhang, breaking that CC chain, but it's still so much damage. Everybody is dead on his team. He doesn't have Bubble for another 24 seconds. Here comes the Deep Breath from Sea-Doo, setting up possibly even more damage. They still have Emerald Communion here for the Hammer of Justice. They may need to trade it. Existence trinkets out. Sea-Doo's being greedy, trying to hold on to it. Barkskin comes off cooldown, and now Existence, KZ Fox, once again getting cleaved down. Trill's going to use Evasion to stay on target. He doesn't want to retreat away from the melee. Solar Beam and Zhang. He didn't change his talents, it looks like. KZ Fox goes down! Unbelievable from Liquid in game 1.
Unreal. They had 3 seconds, I think, on KZ Fox bubble when he actually went down there. Team Liquid, we keep seeing these like super small windows where teams can land a kill, and Team Liquid, I don't think it can get much closer than that. They're gonna look extremely good here in game number 1, and I don't know about you, but I really didn't like the Red Paladin pick. I feel like one of the things about the Reptile is that you don't really have too much interrupts compared to something like a Warrior, for example.
Zhang
So
also
I feel like Sidu is just free casting damage here. I mean, look at his damage. He's actually just keeping up with half of Sam's damage the entire game, and just having that extra damage on your team. I mean, look at everyone. Everyone just rotting down Zhang. He doesn't know, should I heal my Demon Hunter? Should I heal KZ Fox? And I mean, here, look at this. Sam gets the root beam onto Zhang, and then they get the cheap shot. And look at that, 7 seconds, 6 seconds on that Divine Shield for KZ Fox. 5 seconds. Yeah, and when he dies, it's 3 seconds left, actually, on the dot. So just if he can live 3 seconds longer there, or if they can delay that setup for 3 seconds longer, they ultimately will survive that.
So Zhang isn't playing Spirit Walk. Usually as a Resto Shaman against a Boomkin, you respec for Spirit Walk so you can get out of your Solar Beams. And both the Solar Beams were KO moments. That's when he had a Trinket Link, and then it was the end of the game on the next Solar Beam. So I don't know if he's choosing not to run it because he wants to get Poison Cleansing, if there's some like conflict there between Poison Cleansing and being able to get Spirit Walk. But I think Spirit Walk is going to be, I think it's going to have to be mandatory. I mean, the Red Paladin's going to be cross CC'd almost every time. If Liquid are playing that matchup correctly. So I don't know if he forgot to change it or if he really thought the value of Poison Cleansing would be worth more than the Spirit Walk. But as soon as Sam knew that he didn't have that talent, it was game over. He knew he knew exactly when he could win the game in those Solar Beam windows. So I think LePomp might have just been overthinking this a little bit too much. They might even, I think they're going to go back to DH Boomy given the map being Ashamane's fall. Liquid probably not going to change their comp. But maybe, I don't know. Actually, maybe they got like a random blind comp DK. Trying to like throw something random at them here. I think they still haven't got Mez a win. Has Mez gotten a win on broadcast yet?
I'm not sure.
I think it's close. I think it's close to know if we can pull up that data, because I feel like Mez is not getting represented well here. Like they just got DK buffs. I would love to see a Mez game here and him able to get a win on the table for his team if that actually is the case. And they did utilize that rogue DK comp last week, and I feel like that comp would be even better this week.
Well, the Rogue got nerfed, but DK got buffed, so.
Well, Asa Rogue. Oh, I guess it is a little bit. Yeah, so he's actually going disc. What?
So that's another thing that got buffed. We've started to see some Discipline Priests kind of creep up here into the AWC. Echo used it in their open bracket. We saw it used by Hoolybang, I think. Yeah, Hoolybang used it, and Mez has 2 wins and 3 losses right now on broadcast. Hopefully we get to see him, tie that up. But another thing I wanted to discuss is look at the damage contributed during the kill. This is, I feel like locking in a red when Sidu is on Evoker is just like, it's just free points. I feel like it's free points. I mean, look at this damage. Like he's doing more damage than the 2 DPS, and a lot of the time as well during these setups he gets the sleepwalk as well. So he's like setting up the CC and contributing the damage. It's crazy. Just how effective that is. But now he's going to try his hand on the Discipline Priest. Of course, another healer that's very known for just putting out tons of damage throughout the game. So similar playstyle here for sure for Sidu. What is LePomp's answer though? And also, why do they lock in the Disc Priest?
Yeah, I don't.
Over the Prez.
I don't. Dippy's coming off, dude. Okay, Sam is the pre-cog king. He wants his crown back, and Dippy is going to step in to look to deny him. Are LePomp going to be able to maintain their momentum from week 1 here into week 2 and be able to beat Liquid a second time? Red Paladin Demon Hunter comp not working out for them. But Sidu being on a Disc Priest, I don't know if this makes this better or worse, because LePomp with this comp, they were just playing full defense. And I think a Disc Priest will really struggle if a game goes long like this.
Yeah, that is unfortunately one of their weaknesses, but I actually think that it's really heads up here. So they know Dip is on the team. They know if they lock in the Prez, they're going to have to deal with root beams coming out. So they probably just wanted to avoid that. And obviously priests can be Gnome. So preemptively locking in the priest is a good move for Liquid. But at the same time, why disc? Like we typically see holy priests, why disc? So I'm wondering if they have some kind of, disc-based strategy where Sidu is going to just try to win the game early on with like a big aggression. Because like you said, Disc Priest late game, I mean, mana-wise, they actually aren't doing too badly. But the problem is just their throughput. Like you can't just sit there and spam heal with atonements anymore late game. So you really start to spend all of that extra mana that you kind of build up during the game. So and also just in general, the pressure is really hard for them to deal with. They don't have similar to like a Resto Shaman, for example, who's actually really effective in dampening.
I think Cedar just wants to parse. He wants to parse. See how much damage he can do. It's like, all right, I did that much on Prez. Let's see how much I can do on a Disc Priest, and see if I can beat Trill at some point here. Like the world.
He's like, all right, on Prez, I did 50% of Sam's dam. If I can do like Trill's dam right now, then it could be viable.
A disc main.
Viable.
He's gonna re-roll just whatever healer does the biggest damage. Cedar's just on this new path of healer. He's gone to the dark side of healer. He's like, Resto Shaman, you don't do much damage. Not good enough for me. Prez Evoker, I like this. Disc Priest, I like this. Play the healers that do the highest DPS and see if they can just completely destroy their opponents. Obviously, being Gnome is also a great benefit against the Solar Beam. It's just a question of whether or not they can win late game, because LePomp will play for late game. Like, Existence is not afraid to always use Imprison defensively, make sure that he's peeling with stuns defensively, and they just play for the late game. So Liquid either need to shortcut that and overwhelm them with damage, or get drinks maybe and be aware of that. Try and play as efficiently as possible in order to win the game in that late stage.
Yeah, we'll see what the game plan is going to be here. Liquid up 1-0 against LePomp, winning out on that blind pick. So really, really like what Liquid is bringing here with the Discipline Priest. Let's see if they can kind of surprise LePomp here. And honestly, LePomp, they need to continue this kind of spree that we saw last week. They won the tournament. Now they're in the upper bracket against Liquid. I feel like if LePomp can get a really deep run this weekend, they could potentially overtake that top 3. So really important tournament for them, and they're really going to need to perform here. Liquid, of course, they're basically just playing spoilers. They're guaranteed at this point to make it to the grand finals. Full Fear in the opener onto Zhang. They get a nice beam onto Dippy to slow down the assault, and Existence does have to trade out the Trinket Blur. So decent opener here already for Liquid.
Yeah, Sam fakes the Solar Beam of Dippy. He's got precognition, looking for another clone, trying to fake another kick. Is he going to get the fake? He doesn't get it. Existence lands that kick, even with 200 MS. Sam goes for another clone, though, and does ultimately get it onto Dippy now, denying his incarnation. If he gets 3 in a row, 8 seconds lost of incarn is really bad. He got a second clone. Is he going to get the third one? Is he even going to go for it? He goes for the third, I think. It looks like it got grounded or disrupted there. Actually, no, he cloned Zhang, and now they're going on to Existence with no Trinket, forcing his Darkness. And this is crazy pressure on the Demon Hunter. I didn't anticipate, actually, the Demon Hunter to be the main target for this composition, but now he's down 5-minute Darkness. He's not running the reduced cooldown. Down his Medallion as well. And if Sam keeps getting these fake casts and these Cyclones, it's going to be really tough, but he doesn't fake. He actually gets cloned himself by Dippy, and now Trill explodes out of nowhere, uses evasion, and manages to survive in this position, trying to duck around the corner. Ultimate Radiance by Sea-Doo, looking to jump into the sky as Immune CC and get his team topped off here as Dippy was pushing in. Dippy's going to get Solar Beamed here into a Cyclone. Kidney Shot on Existence. Fear on Zhang. Triple crowd control. Dippy Trinkets out to assist, but he actually gets kicked on his clone. Zhang comes out of the Fear in just a moment. Actually now into a Bash. Can they get Zhang's Trinket here? Dippy's in trouble.
I mean, look at Sea-Doo's damage right now. He's keeping up with Dippy on the Discipline Priest, and all of a sudden Sam though could be in trouble, dropping very low. That's the problem with the Disc Priest. These situations can be really difficult to deal with. He trades out the pain suppression, but he gets cycloned, and Sam could be in huge trouble as a result now without that damage reduction, but he gets another precog here. Full cyclone onto Dippy, full blind onto Zhang, and that is going to be trinketed immediately. Drops the Spirit Link right before that cheap shot comes in, and thank goodness that he managed to get that off, because Existence was about to get absolutely deleted out of existence. And Sam another precog here for the man, gets a Cyclone onto Existence, gets Cyclone though himself by Dippy, and I really feel like Dippy has got to be the playmaker for his team right now. He needs to figure out a way to push in here and get CC. Nice bash into a full Hex there onto Sam. Does he get the decurse? Doesn't look like it. They overlap it with a Cyclone, so can't get a decurse there, but he's camping it out in bear form, and it looks like Sam potentially is going to be able to stay alive here. He gets knocked around the corner. It goes back into cat form, actually dashing back to Sea-Doo there. Pop the Heart of the Wild, and that is going to be the Dome of Light there as well for Sea-Doo. So a lot of cooldowns being forced there in that push.
Double fear. Double fear. Swap onto Zhang. They get his Astral Shift. Maybe they're going to kill him through it if Sea-Doo keeps doing this level of damage, but he manages to get away from it. Now a double stun in reverse into clone onto Sea-Doo. Metamorphosis popped onto Sam. Here she goes for the clone onto Zhang. There's no trinket available. Massive damage incoming. Whoa. Existence explodes, and Liquid with a surprise Discipline Priest absolutely rip LePomp apart.
Sheesh. So I think Sea-Doo, he's on a new arc, like you mentioned. He's on that damage arc. He's like, you know what? It's stressful healing. Let's add extra stress to the enemy healer. I'm playing Prez Evoker with full damage talents. I'm not even going to play Time Dilation sometimes. And I'm just going to lock in things like the Discipline Priest and just sit back and pump. And I mean, look at this part of the game. Sea-Doo has 5 million extra damage. And Dippy is at 8 million damage. So it really is a significant amount there to just be adding in like that. And of course, here was a kind of a scary moment. They forced out, a lot of the cooldowns, but then the setup comes in. They get a cheap shot onto Zhang, and they swap to him here a little bit. They get an imprisonment out of the way onto Samayam. Zhang trades out his Astral Shift, and at this point, they make the swap here potentially onto Samayam. They get the clone there onto Sea-Doo, which he trinkets, and then they pop the... wait, what happened there? I think we fast forward over the kill. But yeah, they popped the PI, got the CC, and took existence down. And this was a close call there onto Sam, where he kind of had to stay alive a little bit. But yeah, I think excellent setups from Liquid, and I really like the fact that they're not scared to kind of mix it up. Double fear the DPS, go after the healer, go after the Demon Hunter early and often. And and now they're up 2-0, and this is against Le Pomp, who were looking absolutely bulletproof up until now.
Yeah, this is a meta mix-up. Discipline Priest comes in for Sea-Doo, and I'm thinking, like, maybe you just plays every game. That looks so insane. Like, how would it not be just as good into the cleave as well for them? And the mana was looking good. That's where I was worried for Sea-Doo, is like, how is he going to recover from high burst when he gets chain CC'd? Like this type of situation. But he did fine recovering through this, and his mana was still equal or maybe even ahead of Zhang, and he was able to get out of these kind of sticky situations. And the extra damage that it added was just so high that like they're even confident enough to make swaps to the healer. But if Existence didn't get this imprisoned, maybe Zhang actually does die in that stun. Who really knows? With Power Infusion up, it could be a lot of damage that he ends up dying there. But Sam, I think he's going to have to rename himself to like Precog IM or something. He needs an alt druid because it's just permanent duration on him, basically 100% uptime. Swaps the clone over on Zhang without being disrupted, and then immediately dunks on the Demon Hunter. So much damage coming in from their team. We're going to Tolvaron Arena, and now if you're Le Pomp, like you're thinking like, whoa, like last week we did so well. But there were class balance changes, which you know what would be wild if suddenly it's a Disc Priest meta, which then means suddenly there's Affliction Warlocks. Because Disc struggles so much with Affliction is like the #1 hardest thing to deal with as a Disc Priest. So I mean, I don't know. I don't think Dippy has any time spent on it. I feel like a lot of people have abandoned it. But if somehow this ends up turning into a Disc Priest meta, I could see Affliction actually creeping up as like trying to be a counter to that.
It's interesting to see how the meta is going to evolve with these changes in Season 4, but Liquid gonna lock it in again, and it is gonna be the Disc Priest again. And here we got a tweet from Sea-Doo. It's been a while since I've been this frustrated at my own play. Makes losing feel a lot worse. I think the biggest mistake this tournament is playing Prez into Boomy. It's just terrible, even though we could have won. Need to be more confident on Holy Priest, Resto Shaman for those matchups. Oh yeah, Holy Priest. Resto
This was
Shaman.
before the buffs. This was before the buffs.
See you, Sea-Doo.
May 6th. This was before the buffs. There's no way. Okay.
Well, at least he's looking very confident on that Discipline Priest as well for Sea-Doo. And honestly, I really like the fact that Sea-Doo, he's not scared to kind of just play super offensive, just kind of throw caution to the wind a little bit. And I feel like a lot of teams are struggling with adapting to that. And for Sam, I mean, let's not downplay how good Sam is, and we call him the precog king, but I feel like I gotta say as well, in Existence defense, the reason why a lot of these kicks are probably missing is because he's playing with 200 ping from Europe.
Well, I don't even think it's Existence kicks missing. I feel like he's actually, if we look at interrupts landed, I actually think he's the most interrupts landed. I swear.
Well, he's playing with a Boomkin though. It's like you have one interrupt per minute.
Yeah, between him and Zhang though, I feel like I actually think he's landing more kicks right now in this matchup. So
I think at least in game number 1, Zhang was wind shearing a lot of the sleepwalks, which opened up.
Zico's camera. You just re-roll the
yeah,
Demon Hunter and press blur, bro. You just re-roll Demon Hunter and press blur. Pre-blur the go. Zico's blurred right now. Here we go. We're jumping into match point here. Liquid with this Disc Priest pickup makes you almost wonder why they didn't play it in game 1. Maybe they just wanted to see if Evoker could do it, but it's actually working really big wonders here. I kind of want to see La Pomp actually attack the Priest. I think that if you could do a healer swap with like a stun solar beam, given that he is playing the Shadow Covenant, he's playing like a really greedy high output damage build, that swapping to him could actually be the way to get around this.
Yeah, that's the thing. If the Disc Priest, and it's been like this, well, basically since the dawn of time, if the Disc Priest team can stay ahead, they are going to be in a great spot. But if they ever fall behind and they get into those situations where the whole team is dying and you have to go back behind the pillar and everybody needs to get healed and micro CCs are starting to get thrown in and teammates are starting to get knocked back out in the open, when you get into those kind of crazy scenarios, that is when the Discipline Priest is really going to struggle. So for Sea-Doo, it's all about preventing the damage. And it's really nice as well. When you are playing that Discipline Priest, to you see the cooldown and you trade a pain suppression early on, because that is one of the main strengths of the Discipline Priest. You have damage reduction. Holy Priest does not have damage reduction, so you just got to be really, really fast when you see people's HP spiking at pressing Serenity and your cooldowns to deal with that. But now match point, Liquid versus Le Pomp. Can they take him down here in game number 3 and make this a 3-0 sweep? Blind onto Zhang, immediate opener here onto Existence, but a nice disarm there onto Trill coming out from Dippy is going to slow things down.
All right, nice little incapper at the start, but now he's into the kidney shot. Earthenwall Totem is down. Sam's looking to fake a kick here in the near future, but he doesn't get it. He gets cloned. He has to trinket. Nice clone. It's all about shutting down the incarnation of the opposing Boomkin. If you get 3 clones on it, that other Boomkin is going to fall behind on damage a lot. So Dippy in 1 clone there. Now finally out, gets a precog of his own, but Sam's into the stun. Big counter pressure onto Sam at the moment. He's going for clones. Can they manage to land? He fakes the kick. Existence, vengeful retreat, immunes it, tries to dash out of range, and he manages to with the grounding totem, but here comes another clone. That one's going to be secured on Dippy, but actually on diminishing return, this is a big opportunity for Dippy now to potentially get aggressive, being on full clone DR. They bash Existence, they jump away, he gets sheared on that cast, goes for another one, gets it though ultimately onto Existence as they're switching the pressure onto Dippy, but then Trill goes into a clone. Dippy is slowly marching closer and closer to the Priest in the back line. Sea-Doo's trying to keep his space, wants to make sure that he's doing maximum damage, and is he running? He's not running 2 pain suppressions? Is he?
I think he's used one.
Did he use one? Is that just a UI thing?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he had 2 earlier.
It usually says 1 on it though if you use a charge.
No, maybe. Either way, I think he's going to need to make it count. We'll take a look at it. Right now, Ultimate Penitence coming out here, and Sea-Doo is going to reverse that pressure massively back onto Existence while also topping his team now. He did use it, still, I would say pretty late, actually. I don't think he's going to get that back. It's a really long cooldown on that talent. Zhang looking for the Hex onto Sea-Doo. Sam I Am can't get the decurse. Sea-Doo's forced to trinket out of the Hex, and Sam gets low Cyclone. Sea-Doo gets full Cyclone with no trinket, but he was able to get a lot of heals there. Sam I Am trading out the Heart of the Wild, spamming out heals there with the Frenzied Regen, and really scary situation here, I would say. There's the one. There's the one. Super tease on the
I was going to say, does he have some weird thing I've never seen before? There's only 1 pain sub. He doesn't run time dilation. It would have been wild if he is, but he's not. He's just playing a really safe game, and honestly, his mana looks good enough that he can keep doing this. Just try and catch the Demon Hunter overextended, and all 3 of them blast him at the same time like this. Zhang gets a nice grounding totem here, absorbing a couple Star Surge hits. Solar Beam on Dippy. He jumps over to Sea-Doo, looking for some crowd control. In-cap Roar, doesn't get the clone, gets cheap shot on it. Existence is disarmed at the moment. He metas over to Sam I Am, immuning the clone. Solar Beam to get lock the next one. He's on the run, and Sea-Doo and Sam are just running laps on this arena, but trying to outrun a Demon Hunter is going to be quite difficult. Sam's going to toss him into a bash really quick here, look for a clone, but he is a little bit late. He gets shut down by the Demon Hunter. Goes for another clone. Kidney shot on Zhang. Are they trying to swap the healer? He gets imprisoned. They can't really commit to that swap. Into another clone from Dippy. Trill's cleaving down Dippy and Zhang at the same time. Now they swap the clone over onto Zhang. Double stun in from Existence to peel on that go. He's looking to reconnect and just try and get uptime, but he's rooted again here in the middle of the map. Doesn't look like Zhang isn't dispelled just yet. Gets him out here. Dippy is just chasing down Sea-Doo this entire time. It's a game of can you catch Sea-Doo?
Can you catch Sidu as he trades out the dome here onto Samayam? Finally does get the precog. Nice cyclone there onto existence and decent pressure here onto Dippy, but this is starting to look more like a kind of standard dampening game here where Le Pomp are able to still get out pressure and stop a lot of these setups while also kind of utilizing the distance here on this map. And look at Trill taking huge hits of damage, trades out the Cloak of Shadows. Might need to trade out the evasion as well once that fades, but gets cycloned immediately as that cloak disappears. So nice pressure. Existence takes a huge hit of damage, but it gets healed back up. The sound coming out onto the existence that gets dispelled. Dippy in a kidney shot, but he's in earthen wall. Zhang is just in every location right now, making sure that all of his teammates can do what they need to do, and just really adding in to the amount of uptime that they're able to keep here onto Team Liquid. And as you can see, Sidu's mana is not doing great. Dampening is starting to ramp up, and the Discipline Priest is really going to struggle at like 30-35% dampening unless they can get some big cooldowns. Before that, huge swap onto Zhang, cheap shot coming in there out of the kidney shot, but still Zhang just plays it calm, cool, and collected, trades out the Astral Shift, but does not give them the trinket, which is the objective that Team Liquid wanted.
Oh, Sam getting low health, imprisoned at low health as well. Trill grapples over to the pillar with Sea-Doo. They're going to set up. Sam wild charges now back to the pillar, but they're going to stack on this pillar, which means the Demon Knight can triple cleave, and they actually have all 3 medallions. This is the best position Le Pomp has been in the series. They can't afford to throw at this moment during the kidney shot and the incarnation. They clone existence at the end of the kidney shot. Now they're swapping damage onto Zhang, but he gets cloned off by Dippy as Dippy fakes Trill's kick. Zhang knocks Sea-Doo behind the pillar and Trill off into the distance. He pre-earthen walls. He anticipates a swap to himself with no wall in this position, and they see Sea-Doo. They're finally starting to catch him. He's down at half, but he sneaks in and gets a full fear. Sneaky Sea-Doo gets a full fear. Can he turn it around? Mind Blast going to connect in here as well onto Dippy, but now he's into a full clone. Sam has no trinket. He's got Barskin up. Existence is in a kidney. Trill peels him away. Cheap shot Zhang. Sam goes for a clone. He fakes it. No, it doesn't look like he fakes it. Maybe a kick overlap, unfortunately, actually. He's got precog and he's kicked. Now he's into a clone himself. Dippy still has no trinket. Trill is low. Sea-Doo into an end cap. Dippy gets the clone. It's on DR, but it might not matter. Sam is so low on health at the moment. Wrapping around the pillar in bear form, but now they catch Trill. They stun his evasion. Big damage incoming. 1 second left on the stun. He manages to recover, and Sea-Doo's being so greedy with these pain suppressions, just trying to heal through it regardless. Now he's cloned at low health. Dippy is really starting to take control of this game, and still Zhang and Existence hold on to their medallions. They can continue to play offensive in this position, which is just going to get more and more difficult for Sea-Doo. They're being overwhelmed.
Yeah, huge swap here onto existence. Samayam knocks him out of the earthen wall and tries to get aggressive, but it's got to be Samayam on the back foot. Finally, the pain suppression comes out. Frenzied Region being used here. Nice roar there onto Sea-Doo as they make a swap to Trill. Lightning Lasso coming out for Zhang. Gets bashed by Sam. Looking for the Cyclone. Manages to find it onto existence. Wants to get it onto Zhang, but mistimes that a little bit. And Zhang with a quick wind shear there is going to shut it down for just a second. Now, existence does get faked on his kick. Zhang gets full Cyclone. Dippy is low. This is the first time I see even any pressure from Team Liquid, but once again, it's going to be Sea-Doo caught up in the Solar Beam, gets kicked on cast. Samayam in a Cyclone at half HP here. Sea-Doo struggling on mana, struggling in the healing department here. They need to get some offensive pressure on the side of Team Liquid, or Le Pomp is just going to be able to walk away with this. Sam is low, Trill is low. Sea-Doo wraps around the corner, spamming out the shields here with that Rapture, making sure that his team is at least recovering a little bit. Gets a nice penance out, gets a couple of heals out. Darkness drops here for existence preemptively.
Zhang!
And the Earthen Wall Totem. Zhang gets into the darkness there, has to trinket though, and Astral Shift. Huge defensive overlaps there coming out as this game is getting more and more unstable. Trill gets Cyclone for a second as they try to slow things down.
Ooh, Sam cloned at low health, but Mindbender available. Sea-Doo going to toss that out immediately to get that Shadow Covenant. Big damage incoming from Sea-Doo in the next couple of seconds, but oh no, he gets Solar Beamed instantly by Dippy. That could be it for Trill. Oh my god, into the clone by Dippy. Dippy taking full control of the situation, and Sam gets dunked. Le Pomp are not out of it.
The Pomp finally showing up here, kind of figured out a little bit how they wanted to play the matchup, but I gotta say the map selection definitely did some wonders for them with the way they were able to kind of navigate around that. And unfortunately for Liquid, that is one of the weaknesses of the Discipline Priest. When you get to that 30-40% dampening, if you don't have big pressure, it's just not gonna matter too much, and you're gonna just fall behind and your team is gonna rot down, which is basically what we saw here. And I really like Existence. He thought he was going to be the victim there of the setup, so he pre-darkness himself, and then they get a double fear instead, and they set up onto Zhang, and they do manage to force out Zhang's trinket and Astral Shift there, but still has more defense left to work with, and they pick Dippy back up. They get a low clone on Samayam, and then here comes the plays from Dippy. Solar Beam onto Sea-Doo's cast right about now. There it is. And he even moves behind the pillar because Sidu wants to use Dark Reprimand, which is basically like Dark Penance, and wants to go around the corner so he can avoid that Solar Beam. So DP with excellent position, follows it up with the Cyclone. And Sidu had Void Shift, but when you interrupt Dark Reprimand, it's a Shadow School Penance, and he gets kicked on Void Shift, which is Shadow School. So before that Cyclone lands, he can't get that Void Shift off. And, you know, his teammate died while he was Cyclone, so he could never use it.
Can you catch Sea-Doo? That was the name of the game. It took 7.5 minutes, but they caught him. And that's they're gonna put.
It sounds like a cartoon.
Yeah. Just chasing Sea-Doo. He ducks under the hole like the Roadrunner or something, and then just goes off a cliff, still survives, makes it across the other side of the map. Like Sea-Doo is the Roadrunner right now. And LaPomp or Wile E. Coyote they catch him. They caught him one time. It doesn't happen in the TV show, but it can happen here in the AWC. And now Liquid have a choice. So they keep running the disc. What on earth is going on with Liquid? They're taking my comp, bro. I literally just played this comp on the ladder, and I owned every Demon Hunter Boomkin with it. I owned every Demon Hunter Boomkin with this comp. I one-shot the Demon Hunter every time as Boomkin Marksman. I swear this comp is actually good. It's not random.
Talk to us, Sid.
It's not random.
What does this comp do? Tell us.
It one-shots them.
What?
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah.
It one-shots them, man.
What do you mean? What does it do? You have Hunter. They have Leather User.
I'll break this down, okay? You have aim shot. They're squishy.
Yeah.
You press aim shot on target that's squishy. It dies. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Oh, my God.
And this works against every Demon Hunter Boomkin on the ladder right now, ladies and gentlemen. You might want to go down. Might want to.
Got a new metacomp.
Consider
new metacomp. Watch it just lose instantly. Just lose
I don't believe in this comp, man.
You don't believe? Okay, you're about to see, dude. You're about to see, bro. The advantage with this also is it's nice because the hunter can scatter the Demon Hunter. So this is what your go is going to look like. You're going to scatter the Demon Hunter. You're going to clone the Demon Hunter. And then you're going to Intim Stun Trap the healer, and then you're going to chastise the Moonkin. So you get like a 3-2-1, you isolate a target, and then you just blast down the Moonkin. If he starts pillaring, you just turn to the Demon Hunter and you just kill him without CZ.
What about the lockdown? Don't you need a stun on the Demon Hunter?
You don't really need it, no. You honestly don't.
Shot him?
I mean, you can use just chastise stuns and bashes on the Demon Hunter. It's all about rotating control of the Demon Hunter. You scatter, clone the Demon Hunter, and you try and kill the Moonkin. And then if the Moonkin is just full turtle, that's when you literally just turn to the Demon Hunter and you just kill him with damage. That's it. That's all you do. I swear, this comp is super sleeper in this type of matchup. Is super sleeper. If you play good, you have to play good though. If you don't, I think they're just gonna die. But if they get really good CC and setups, it's really good.
How comfortable is Trill on that Hunter is another thing that we're gonna have to find out here. But we are in a game match point here between Liquid and LaPomp, and they're going for it. Immediate Diamond Ice Trap out of that Intim Stun. Existence is taking some damage. Dippy immediately forced to trade out that Bark Skin while he's sitting through a bash, but really not that scary, this opener so far here from Team Liquid. And it's going to be Trill a little bit on the back foot. Trades out the Roar of Sacrifice, though. Should be enough to keep him alive for now, but Sea-Doo getting caught up in crowd control. Can they get the full beam? They do. Trill is in so much trouble here. Rapid Fire coming out. They disarm the Rapid Fire. Nicely done there by Dippy. Samam gets the Cyclone onto Dippy, and then Cyclones his Trinket, but now Existence is reconnecting onto Trill. They get a low Cyclone onto Trill, while Sea-Doo is in Spirit of Redeemer. He master spells to get him out of there because it doesn't cost any mana when you're in that Spirit of Redeemer, but still Trill in a lot of trouble. Could potentially be the Guardian, and it will be the Guardian there. Where's Sea-Doo's Light? Well, I actually don't see it here in the midfield, but Trill is getting some big heals, and it will be enough for him to recover this setup. But so far, things are not looking great for Liquid.
Yeah, they need to CC more. They're just trying to do damage to the Demon Hunter. They need to get more CC out, just in general. More clones. Existence needs to get taken out of the game. He's doing way too much damage right now. He's really taking the lead at the moment. Or they need to start kiting. They're just standing still and trying to trade damage. I don't think that's going to work. This is a setup-based composition. I don't think you win just by just mashing damage at them. I like these low traps, or traps on the Demon Hunter in general. Trap the Demon Hunter, clone the Demon Hunter, root the Demon Hunter. Just CC the Demon Hunter, take him out of the game, go after the Boomkin, and force him to run away. And then as soon as he runs away, that's when you turn onto the Demon Hunter instead. Now they're starting to get some good CC, but they actually don't have traps. So they stun the Shaman without trap. It's going to be rough for them in this position. Trill is still taking a lot of pressure, trying to force Existence away. And he's got another True Shot. It looks like he's running the low cooldown on True Shot as well in this matchup, but he's imprisoned low. So you just got to be a bit careful in terms of trying to pick him up at this point. Sam gets Solar Beamed on his clone. Dippy is starting to pop off. Another trap on the Demon Hunter. I like this. They're slowing the game down a lot more by getting this control, but they need to get cloned now on the Demon Hunter as soon as possible. They could swap to him too. Chastise swap. whenever they have Chastise stun, switching to him could be really good. Another rapid fire explosive shot up, looking to rip in. But now Trill is into a stun. Seedu's into a full clone. This could be devastating for Trill. He's got Roar of Sacrifice. I'm trying to think if this is the first time we've seen Trill on a Hunter on broadcast. So they're really trying to mix things up and test what the meta has available for them.
Yeah, and I think actually Cedar didn't have a light well up this entire game. I just saw one get popped here in the middle. I couldn't see it at least. Maybe it was hidden somewhere behind a pillar, but Dippy is taking a lot of damage there. If you let Trill get those kill shots off, get those aim shots off, things can definitely spiral out of control, and that is one huge thing about this comp. But now Trill on the back foot manages to get the Feign Death off. He has the Guardian, and he needs to run closer to the light well. He's running away from the light well right now, and the light well is very important. When you have that Guardian, if you're on top of the light well, you literally can't die. It just does so much healing. Trill now going after Existence there, and an Intim stun, taking a decent amount of damage to get a full fear there onto Zhang as well. Seedu trying to get aggressive here with his team, but they don't have the trap. Trill is still going to be on the back foot. Once again, it's a Cyclone up here by Dippy, who's looking for one onto Seedu, finds it. Trill gets disarmed as well. I really love these disarms from Dippy. When they get the Cyclone onto Seedu, make sure that you get that disarm onto Trill to reduce any kind of counter pressure, but now Existence in a lot of trouble. Beautiful double stun there by Seedu with that Apotheosis into a full Cyclone. And all
oh my god, he's dead!
Liquid are looking like they might want to just take the game here. They get the Spirit Link Totem in the nick of time. Zhang holding onto his trinket there, but that was an amazing push by Team Liquid, showing that they still got some bullets left in that Hunter.
Oh, Sam into a clone. He trinkets. Trill gets pulled behind the pillar, disarmed on his rapid fire, trying to keep his pressure going. He's got to get out of that earthen wall. He needs to reposition. They get a full clone on Zhang. Big opportunity. Aim shots come crashing in. No trinket for Existence. Massive damage, and Existence almost goes down, but he manages to duck behind the pillar. Now Seedu's got a moment of reprieve to top off his teammates before they try to make another push. Dippy's out in the open. He just tab targets Dippy. Aim shot comes through into a full bash with no trinket. Existence tries to lead the charge. He's got a double stun, setting up possibly for the win. Essence break, but he gets trapped on it. Insane traps onto Existence. They clone Zhang. Dippy is isolated. Does he have rapid fire here? Rapid fire. Oh, he gets imprisoned on the rapid fire. Instant imprisoned by Existence, stopping the Hunter's damage at that moment when Dippy was in trouble. Now Trill's repositioning out in the open, going after Existence. Existence is metamorphosing onto him. He doesn't care. He's disregarding all damage, trying to lead the charge, but he gets caught in the middle of the map. Big damage incoming. Incarnation from Sam. One more aim shot could do it, but he presses Blur. He dodges the attacks. They have to switch to Dippy, and Dippy's actually in the middle of the map. A great position to attack him. He comes out of bear form right when the aim shot hits him, and he does get the clone, but he's still really low health right now. Rapid fire coming through into the Demon Hunter, but Trill's still in trouble as well. He's got Roar of Sacrifice. Going to pop his survival of the fittest. Seedu in angel form. He's going to easily recover from the situation, I think, with that angel form divine him. But they clone Trill, so he can't recover. He mass dispels it, but he might get cloned again. He gets stunned. He gets instant dispelled. Nice in cap roar right off the angel by Dippy. Insane timing on that, but he can't chain it. He gets counter shot by Trill. Trill's trying to get some distance. Clone's coming up from Sam here. Zhang into a fear. Full bash onto Existence. Is this a KO? He gets stunned on his trinket by Seedu. Insane damage incoming from Trill. Rapid fire around the corner as Existence is ducking for cover, but it will not be enough. And you doubted it. You shouldn't have doubted it. Because I'm going to be honest, they looked a little bit sloppy in this game, and they still won.
I'm not going to lie, Sid. The first couple of minutes, I was like, I think I did a good call doubting this. Good call. But Team Liquid, they show up here with more compositions. These guys are just constantly at work, figuring out things to play. And Trill on the Hunter. One thing about Trill is no matter what he plays, he will be doing a lot of damage, and we see it here at the end.
Oh my god. Yeah, the standing in one spot Hunter strat without using any CC, I don't think that was the move. the first minute and a half, that was not the move. But then when they started kiting, getting CC on the Demon Hunter, attacking anything that was in the open and getting control of the game, it just, you can just die, it seems, out of nowhere. Just any aim shot could kill you, basically. Like, you just got to constantly be worried.
Oh, you're telling me, bro.
You got to be worried that a guillotine's going to come down on your head at any second in the game whenever an aim shot gets casted. And that pressure from the marksman is more than enough to tilt this game over. This counter shot was really important from Trill to stop the clone onto Seedu. It enabled him to get a fear. And then it put Existence in this tough spot. And they get the full fear. So Trill's kick sets that up. And then they just drop him with a rapid fire and a star surge around the corner. Just boop, 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 dead. It is. I mean, it's crazy damage, dude. Hunter is super sleeper. I think this comp is super sleeper in this case as well. Like, especially in the Demon Hunters.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because this has been the meta up until this point. It's been all about the like rogue Moonkin. It's been all about the demon hunter Moonkin. It's been all about these kind of Moonkin based comps and a lot about demon hunters. But now, you know, with the recent changes, we're starting to see things kind of creep in here that you didn't expect. Like I definitely didn't expect Siru to lock in a disc priest and win against you know, Le Pomp with it. I definitely didn't expect to see Trill Hunter grabbing wins here as well. So really nice stuff here from Liquid, who dropped the ball a little bit last week and immediately just went back to the drawing board, picked up new things, and now they're looking once again like the best team in North America here on this final cup.
Yeah, they definitely figured out something between the last time that we saw them and now. What a crazy prediction as well from Supatees. I mean, when did you suggest that composition for the first time or started playing it?
I played it on the ladder. I literally was just trying to help my friend Cap. He needed one win, and I was asking anybody on my friends list to play. And Paradise One was like, "I'll play," and so we played Hunter Moonkin. It was just randomly really good. And then I got a new healer one night, and it was still randomly really good. And I was like, okay, I guess this is actually just a viable comp. I wonder if Tony's team is watching this and going like, hey, Tony, you know, are you done trolling in bear form all game, running around? Like, you're gonna play Boomkin Hunter here? Because I swear this is really good into anything that isn't plate.
You know, it's funny when you say that, because when I was watching Tony, when I was watching Streamer Zone yesterday in EU, I was thinking, why isn't Tony just playing Boomkin? Like, it's just, Feral just seems like a liability, honestly. But we'll see more of that tomorrow on Championship Sunday. Today is all about North America. And wow, what a bracket so far.
What a series. How did you think that?
What is next game? Unitas Void?
Yep,
why is Unitas in the top bracket, in the upper bracket? They have no business being here. This is what I'm saying. Like, you get teams like Le Pomp, you get teams like Unitas, like, you don't know, like, we've had an established top four, you know, and then all of these like newer-ish rosters just come in and just shake everything up.
Yeah, so it's a good question. We're here in the upper bracket. We've got two teams that we don't often see here, especially Unitas. Unitas, they beat out Power Frogs 3-1. VOIDGG, they also had an incredible weekend playing in those offline games, and here they are clashing against one another. Winner of this one also will be moving on to face off against Team Liquid. So an incredible run so far from both these teams. It's definitely a good question. What are they doing here in the upper bracket? Obviously, VOIDGG, they're pretty solid right now in terms of points. Unitas, however, certainly the underdog. Supatees.
Yeah, they are the underdogs. This is their last chance for Aiden to get a roster, to actually get a top finish. You know, he's been 6th, 8th pretty consistently for years, I want to say, at this point. So he's really looking to break that curse and show that their team is a top 4 contender overall here for the Dragonflight Finals. And facing VOIDGG being one of the top 3 current teams is going to be the first test for them.
Yeah. And also, VOIDGG is 8 points ahead of Le Pomp. Le Pomp just lost their first series, and now VOIDGG and Le Pomp are both in that bottom part of the bracket. So VOIDGG, they have to win here, or the gauntlet is going to be on the menu for these guys, most likely. So they're feeling the pressure.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. So we will get to that series, of course, a little bit after this break. Before we do head there, though, we are going to do a map guessing segment. Y'all know the drill. We're going to guess a map based on the movement of the players from a previous AWC match. You guys ready? We're feeling warmed up.
Why is it going so slow?
Ooh, look at that yellow dot just charging over the map like that, going in for the 2v3 behind the pillar. Look at that. Is that
You're going to commentate
one of the yellow
dots?
dots is just he's just staying back right now. It must be the healer here staying away from the fight, and you can tell like there's at least 2 purple dots just hunt. No, I'm just kidding. We're seeing a pillar form.
I was so intrigued. I was so,
this one yellow dot is just so far away from the fight. It's like a high school dance where they don't want to cross the floor to dance with the other side. They're just chilling over here, not doing anything the whole time. They've played around one pillar for a very long time.
I feel like I'm gonna go with Imperial Domain.
Yeah,
lock it in.
I should have said it before you. Now I feel like I have to say.
I was distracting you.
I should. It's either Nagrand or Empyrean. I don't think it's Dalaran, but we haven't seen it play out enough. They're only on that pillar. I don't think it's not Tigers for sure, and I'm pretty sure it's not
I think it's
Dalaran.
Dalaran, actually. I swear it's Dalaran.
I mean, it can't be because there's two boxes parallel north
I'm
and
going
south of
Dalaran.
each other. It can't be Dalaran. The boxes are north
Why?
and south
Oh,
of
yeah.
each other.
Oh, yeah.
There's
Yeah,
a
but
box
maybe they
there on the
flipped it
bottom left,
around.
and there's a box at the top left, and there's a box
Yeah,
at the
but I
bottom
only
right.
see 2 boxes and I see a square, Sid. I'm going with Dalaran.
It's about to be a box at the top right, I think, with where they're moving at the moment.
No shot. They flipped it around, I'm telling you. They're even.
I think
listen.
it looks like
This
Imperial.
one is really
It's
hard,
Imperial
actually.
Dang
because
it! Oh!
I have to say Nagrand, I guess.
You're right. There's something formed at the top there.
It just looks like we scribbled on the page.
Oh! Okay, you want to hear the logic? Do you want to hear the logic? Why
Yeah.
why I knew it was Imperium? You see this one yellow dot, like the one who's just by himself doing nothing?
Yeah.
On Nagrand, that never happens. That never happens. Like, and I felt like on Dalaran, that never, like, it doesn't. The only map where this can happen is Empyrean, where you just have one healer who's just AFK at the pillar like this, and then everybody else is just chilling in
That's
the
true.
blender. Yeah.
All right. Sound logic. Okay, well, let us know if you guys got this right, but I didn't. Not that time, definitely not. I thought they were pulling a fast one on us, flipping it around or something. But this segment is brought to you by Archon.gg, and if you got it correct, let us know. That being said, we're going to head off for a quick break. When we come back, we are going to have UNITAS versus VOIDGG in the upper bracket. Winner of this one securing their spot in Championship Sunday. Loser moving down to the lower bracket to face off against the Move. We'll see you in a bit. back. It is the last upper bracket game of the day. Game number 1 starting off soon here. Unitas versus VOIDGG.
It is the
Unitas versus.
It is
Sorry, go
the
ahead.
Battle of the Moonkins. Thought you wanted me to go first. Battle of the Moonkins here between Unitas and VOIDGG, Calvish, and Aiden as well. It's going to be an interesting one. Let's see how they do decide to go. Garbage going to be playing Evoker and Kearney opting for that Priest. So in this matchup, Zico, it seems like people don't like playing the Evoker because there's actually one of the only healers susceptible to the Root Solar Beam, which kind of inherently puts you at a disadvantage.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw Sidu opt for the Priest as well for that reason. But Garbage connects here with the Sleepwalk. And Kearney is actually getting crowd control there behind the pillar. Meanwhile, his teammates are taking some damage. Nick already dropping kind of low, trading out the Bark Skin. Abrua still holding on to his Bark Skin, actually. So just a slight lead there, but not really anything major just yet. Aiden did have to use his Trinket, though, so could be an opening, but typically the Rogues aren't the target in this matchup. But it is going to be Garbage sitting through a full Fear into a DR blind, actually, as they look to get some pressure here. But so far, nobody's really taking any damage on the side of Unitas. Now, finally, Nick is taking some heat, forced to trade out his Trinket there. Calvish already trading out his Trinket as well. Kearney sitting through a lot of CC here. Meanwhile, Abrua trinketing offensively right now on a Cyclone to continue the pressure, getting decent damage, but no more follow-up CC. No, they get a double Fear onto Aiden and Garbage. Where are they going to allocate this? Meanwhile, Abreu almost gets one shot here during that setup. They overlap it with the community. They get a full sap onto Garbage there as well. So really, really solid performance so far in this matchup by VOIDGG.
Yeah, definitely looking good. Abrua taking quite a bit of damage at the same time. Nick is getting blasted. Look at Garbage. Beautiful positioning right now. Coming in with a big Fire Breath Purge here onto Nick, who's hovering at about 50% health. Sleepwalk on Calvish at the same time. Garbage playing a really good game here on the Preservation Evoker. Kearney moving forward. They're looking to initiate crowd control. Garbage is just going to deep breath out of there to immune himself to crowd control and just delay the setup for as long as possible. Cyclone lands on Aiden. Nick moving forward. Gouge out of the cheap shot. Nick, can he find the Cyclone? Needs to. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to. It's going to be a Root Solar Beam, but Abreu doing a great job playing defense with the Cyclone onto Nick, and that's going to shut down their attempt.
Really, really nice stuff there from Abrua, but still needs to be very careful. He used his Heart of the Wild there, so he really has no more defense, no renewal, no Heart of the Wild. Garbage is in a kidney shot. They connect with the Cyclone. He has Trinket in 5 seconds with that rewind. Can he access it? Kearney is there as well with the follow-up. Master Spell being casted by Kearney. Actually gets Cyclone there somehow around the corner. Actually surprised to see how Abrua was able to connect that one, but they are able to, and as a result, Nick is going to take a decent amount of damage here in the backline, but Kearney has a lot of mana, has a lot of cooldowns, should have no issues right now keeping Nick in the fight. Meanwhile, Calvish getting swapped to Kearney sitting in a Sleepwalk. Calvish dropping very low. Kearney is in a kidney shot, forced to trade out his Trinket and Spirit of the Redeemer here. Both of his team is taking too much damage there, so that was a really great push there by Unitas, putting them back in the game.
Yeah, nicely done. Calvish going to be getting out of that Cyclone, continuing the pressure here onto Abreu, and it's all about who's going to be finding the better setups. Cyclone out of the Fear onto Garbage. Not connecting too many heals here to Aiden. It's forced easy evasion. He might just die. Cheat Death procs. Rewind comes in at the last second in the nick of time with the time dilation. Garbage trades out everything to keep Aiden alive, and it was his Cheat Death that saved him. Remarkable.
That is insane, but now they have a lot of pressure here onto Nick. They really need to ride this momentum. Aiden looking for the sap there, but not able to find it. Unfortunately, something kept Kearney in combat there. And Nick still taking a lot of pressure here. Brewer really putting in the heat, and it is going to be the Guardian Spirit being traded out for Kearney as he moves forward, looking for the Fear here. Can he get it? Fear, and it's overlapped there on the Garbage with the kidney shot. So a little bit of an offensive overlap there. They could have actually maybe got the kill. They can still get the kill, and Aiden is going to go down. Absolute beautiful stuff here coming out from VOIDGG, and it really was that swap onto Aiden prior to this. I hope we get to see it on the replay. That kind of just opened up the game massively for them, because that was the moment where they got Garbage Trinket, they got his Rewind, they got Aiden's Trinket, they got Cheat Death, they got literally every single defensive that you could possibly get, and it just put them so far ahead.
I mean, that was crazy. It's just those Root Solar Beams are so devastating. You see Garbage, he's forced to trade out his Trinket, and then at this point, it's a really tough spot for Garbage to be in, right? Because he does not have his Emerald Communion. He doesn't have Trinket. Nick, of course, is going to have that Root Solar Beam coming up, and it's just one clean setup. All they need to do is get the Sunlock onto Aiden. There's not going to be any escape artist onto Garbage to actually free him from that crowd control. And yeah, once Aiden comes out of the Cyclone, that's when they decide to pounce. And it's a really well fought game by both these teams. I think Garbage actually played really well. He kind of knows what's going on, but unfortunately, he can't really stop it. He gets kidneyed into a Fear, into a Root Solar Beam. It's just such a long, extended crowd control chain. Aiden's just in a 3 versus 1, and not really all that much he can do.
Yeah, really, really clean stuff here. And you can see it at the end there, you know, that Root Solar Beam is really the reason why a lot of people have been opting away from playing that Prez Evoker, specifically into these Munkin-based setups. So it's going to be a nice win here for VOIDGG. And this is a team that, you know, like we mentioned earlier, desperate to break into that top 3. They have their work cut out for them. It's really going to be between VOIDGG and Le Pomp for that last spot into the tournament. So whichever one of those two teams can perform better this weekend will essentially dodge the gauntlet. And it is going to be Garbage locking in the Holy Priest. So we're seeing a full-on mirror here. Skill, 100% skill. And I really like this. I mean, I love watching mirrors, and especially when it's kind of like melee caster healer mirrors. Those are my favorite because it's usually pretty explosive.
Yeah, some really talented players in these games, and I gotta just shout out Void. I mean, they are a team when they came together, especially these three. I mean, they have Wealthy Man as well on the bench, but this is a roster they've been playing together for such a long time. I thought when they would go into the tournament season, they would just, you know, have such a stellar performance, as they're all just so talented. They play a lot, they practice a lot. Having a little bit of a slow start, I think, as a team, but I feel like they've really come into their own. You know, competing is a little bit different. They're kind of focusing on the balanced Druid Outlaw Rogue, and it seems to be working out quite nicely for them this week. They're in the upper bracket. Things are looking good, and they might actually be able to break into that top 3. So let's see if they can do it. UNITAS going to be mixing it up. Garbage getting off of the Evoker onto the Priest, and I mean, the main reason is just Escape Artist. The Escape Artist is so clutch against a balanced Druid.
Yeah, it's super clutch, but it's going to come down now to, you know, who is, you know, more comfortable here, because Kearney, he's been playing this Priest for basically as long as I can remember, whereas Garbage, we have, I think, seen him on the Priest, but he did prefer that Prez Evoker for game number 1. So how much time has he actually allocated on to this healer is the big question here. It's really going to be tested in the matchup, because it's not just enough to lock in, you know, the more favorable thing. You're in a mirror position here. Your team is going to have to be a better team. And we're going to see a cheap shot here on to Garbage. Calvish gets cheap shotted as well. Aiden gets feared by Kearney. Abrua gets solar beamed and chastised done. Aiden gets cyclone, and Abrua is taking some damage there. Nick actually trinketing out there aggressively, trying to get some pressure onto Abrua. Doesn't even force out the bark skin though. And honestly, I feel like in this opener, everybody stopped everyone from doing anything.
Yeah, there's a lot of crowd control available by both these teams. So it's going to be about who can get the setups and basically create these 3 versus 1 situations. Kidney shot into a cheap shot on Garbage, into a full cyclone, but Calvish is the one that is stunned. Abrua and Aiden looking to get aggressive here. Cheap shot on Kearney. Can Abrua followed up with the cyclone? Doesn't look like it. Full blind is going to land. Crowd control initiated by both teams. Both balanced Druids down to about 50% health. Gouge onto Kearney. Abrua still is low, but the bark skin is helping deflect the attack. He fakes out the interrupt, gets the cyclone onto Calvish, and now they can continue the push, but everyone's stunned. Everyone's cloned. Abrua could just die. Kidney shot on Garbage into a full fear. Is it going to be his trinket? Abrua's in trouble. He's got the Heart of the Wild. He's in bear form, looking to get that Frenzied Regeneration up, but now looking for a cyclone. It is just so back and forth. Everyone CC'd Zico. What is going on?
I'm not sure. Abrua needs to do something, though, because he is taking the brunt of this exchange. He gets the Cyclone onto Calvish. There's a stun onto Kearney. They need to follow it up. Where's the Cyclone there? I feel like they had an opportunity to grab it there, but instead it's going to be a double fear. Kearney, maybe they wanted to save the DR for the fear instead. They have isolated Nick here. He's sitting in bear form, but now finally going with the Root Beam. How did he get a Root Beam onto a Gnome? Abrua is just dead here. Garbage, what can you do here? He gets full fear. He trinkets out, gets the Void Shield, gets blinded on his trinket into a Gouge. I think they want to set up a swap here onto Garbage, but Calvish gets cheap shotted. Yeah, they do. There it is. Chastise stun coming out. Does Calvish have a follow-up? It doesn't look like it, and Garbage is going to sustain himself there with that Guardian Angel, but they have nothing left there. How on earth did he just sit a full Root Beam as a Gnome? I don't know how they managed to bait out that Racial, but Garbage is going to be in big trouble here, and the rest of his team too on that next setup.
Yeah, so there's a talent for balance druids where if you interrupt a cast, your solar beam is minus 15 seconds on cooldown. So you get this root solar beam onto a cast, you can actually do it before the escape artist is back available. So really good plays there. Gouge onto Calvish, another solar beam interrupt here onto Kearney, but a brew just might die.
Whoa!
Oh goodness! Garbage was in a cyclone. Unfortunate. VOIDGG looking really clean in this game, but honestly, Unitas, they kept it kind of close. I think the biggest thing in that game, just looking at it, is Nick kind of had a field day on that balance druid. His damage was completely overwhelming. I think Abrua found good crowd control, but his overall pressure was much lower in this one.
Yeah, and I feel like that's also something that happens naturally when your team is the one who has worse setups. I feel like a brewer is always going to be, you know, under more pressure, have to spend more time in bear form, have to spend more time, you know, getting defensive cyclones and trying to survive, and his damage is really going to suffer from that. But VOIDGG with a beautiful setup, and this is, I think, the beam. Is this the beam or just after the beam? Actually, maybe. So Abrua drops pretty low. Yeah, this is right at the end. So Abrua drops pretty low. They get a gouge onto a garbage there. And do they get the cyclone? Is this at the end? I think they got a cyclone.
This is the very end, yeah. There's a
so they get
cyclone
a
on garbage.
beam on the Kearney. There's the cyclone, and Abrua will fall. Unfortunately for him, couldn't access that renewal, and it was just a clean setup. So I feel like this mirror match usually lasts a little bit longer, 2 minutes, 50 seconds. But I feel like it was just so much aggression from both of the teams that it kind of ended pretty fast.
I honestly feel like these comps playing against each other might be the most CC like I've ever seen. Like, I'm trying to think, like maybe like a mage lock mirror, you know, but I don't know. Just the amount of crowd control you have with the Holy Priest, with the Chastise into a Fear. Obviously, you have Solar Beam and Cyclones and Bashes from the Druid. The Rogue's going to be gouging, cheap shotting, kidney shotting. Like, everyone's getting stunned. Everyone's getting crowd control. It is just such a chaotic matchup. I mean, I definitely got a feel for Unitas in that one. Void, I think they're playing incredibly well. This is a very deadly team. Calvish on Rogue is an absolute nightmare. It's got the young man reflexes on that Rogue, and it looks like Unitas, they're not feeling comfortable with the Holy Priest mirror. They are going to be bringing in the Evoker, but I think this is kind of playing a losing matchup, in all honesty.
I mean, he's had a full root beam when he was on his Priest anyway, so he may as well log in the Evoker and at least play his comfort. Honestly, yeah, it is a losing matchup, you know. But I feel like watching Garbage on the Evoker, I'd much rather see that than him on the Holy Priest. I think his Holy Priest probably could use a few more reps. You could tell it's probably something that he hasn't played nearly as much as his Evoker, because his Evoker looks phenomenal. So we'll see. Garbage, he's going to have to try to make it work. And it's so hard because he has to read what Nick is going to do, right? He has to preemptively read the solar beams coming, and a lot of the time even the solar beams are coming out of a gouge or out of a stun, and you can't really do anything to avoid that when they kind of set it up like that. But yeah, it's going to be tough for him. He's going to need to try to use his hover to, you know, become immune to the root beam. He's going to try to need to use his deep breath to avoid crowd control. He's going to need to try to maybe use his shield wall as well, just obsidian scales to get that silence immunity and then be able to dispel himself. So there's a couple of ways he can outplay it, but it is really hard, especially if Calvish sets it up, you know, with a gouge, or they do it out of a blind or out of a stun. It's going to be extremely difficult here for Garbage, but if anybody can do it, it's going to be him. Let's see Unitas versus VOIDGG match point, and this is a upper bracket game, so whoever loses here will be dropping down to that lower bracket, and we're seeing already the opener here from Void, blind onto Garbage, immediate pressure here onto Abrua.
So I'm talking about Calvish. He gets the cheap shot on Garbage, gouge on Aiden, cheap shot on Abrua, blind on Garbage, like just doing 1,000 actions a second here on this Rogue. Now we have a sap onto Kearney, as it looks like Unitas is looking to get some counter pressure rolling. Calvish taking a little bit of rot damage. Maybe they stun him up, they dismantle him. Calvish is just on the run, gets the counter cheap shot onto Aiden, follow-up stun onto Abrua as Void is getting the crowd control going. This is a nice setup here onto Abrua. Garbage is in crowd control. He gets sapped. He's got no trinket. Can they just close out the game so early on? He does have the Emerald Communion, but opting to hold on to it for the time being. Kearney's just going to be going into the Spirit of the Redeemer and spamming out those heals, but Aiden immediately clotheslines him with a kidney shot. Is there a follow-up? Doesn't look like they're able to get the Cyclone. Unfortunately, Abrua gets denied. Great Cyclone there by Nick.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Currently sitting through a sleepwalk into a sap there. Aiden trying to make some plays here for UNITAS, keep them in the fight. They're going after Nick here. A lot of damage, but Kearney now out of crowd control. Has the Guardian, so I don't think Nick is going to go down in this exchange, but he's trying to be greedy and actually hold on to the Guardian in that position, and greed is good for Kearney here. Garbage, what is he going to do? He does have the stacks here to get a little bit of crowd control immunity. Do see a Brua actually sending the beam there onto Nick, and it looks like they're going after a Brua here in the chastise down. What are they going to do? CLEAVE gets disarmed. Looks like he gets instantly dispelled there, trying to get rid of those charges onto Garbage. It's making him completely immune here to crowd control, but once that disappears, you can bet that VOIDGG are going to be launching their setup. Kearney's actually running at Garbage, trying to dispel the stacks, but finally Garbage, ooh, did he deep ref the fear there? Not sure actually. I think it looks like Kearney actually held on to it. Garbage trying to avoid it. He tried to time stop it. He time stops the fear. Garbage, this is the exact kind of place he needs to make. They need to shut down this clone. Beautifully done there by Garbage as well, landing the Quell onto the Cyclone, avoids the fear with the time stop, and as a result, Nick is in trouble.
Yeah, Garbage making some MVP plays, but Nick's still in trouble. Full blind here on Kearney's got the trinket. Is he going to actually use it? He's just tanking out in bear form once again. Can he find a Cyclone? Nick going for it right now, but he gets pre-cycloned by a Brua. Really nice job denying that offense. Garbage now channeling up a Fire Breath. Is he going to land? Doesn't look like he goes for it. A full blind used here by Calvis to just try to slow down the offense. He trinkets out of it, but he gets out of the root somehow.
Yeah,
the root solar beam. He got the Obsidian Scale to immune it and dispel himself. Really nicely done there by Garbage, keeping his team in the fight. I feel like Garbage is playing the best game of his life.
Yeah, Garbage is definitely not living up to his name right now with these plays. Absolute legend. He tries to time stop the fear, but this time it's going to catch him. And as a result, they could be in trouble. But it looks like there's still a lot of damage coming out onto Nick mainly. And Abrua is going to be completely fine. It's going to be Nick actually on the back foot now. Abrua in a chastise stun. Nick is also in a cheap shot. Calvish might get Cyclone here. Abrua gets the precog here. So he has a Cyclone ready to go onto somebody. And he's going to send it on over onto Nick. But it is a half looking for the Cyclone potentially onto Calvish here as well. Manages to find it. Kearney's in a cheap shot. Garbage looking for the sleepwalk. Fake cast. Potentially the Shadow Word Death there. No, it's going to be a Cyclone instead coming out from Abrua, and Nick could be in trouble. Calvish could be in trouble. A lot of damage here as they Cyclone Aiden and slow it down. Beautifully done there by Nick, making sure to peel that very dangerous situation. Abrua with the solar beam there onto Nick, which means that Garbage is also going to have to start worrying about that solar beam from Nick here, and he has no Obsidian Scale for it. He's going to need to time stop it or hover it or something. He tried to hover there and get rid of it, but here's the cheap shot. Nick coming in. Here's the root solar beam, and it's going to be a full one. He's got no way out of that one. And what are you going to do, Unitas? Emerald Communion does get popped, and he tries to time stop the fear, but I think Kearney actually held on to it this time around. Kearney is just standing on top of him, being really patient. He knows that the dragon is going to try to do some evasive maneuvers there, but actually might have time stopped that fear as Kearney stopped the pursuit. So Garbage really doing a great job here, but his team still falling behind.
Oh, full Cyclone lands. Abrua trying to turn the tide of the fight with a Cyclone onto Nick. Aiden shadow steps over, does manage to find the stun, but Abrua just can't find crowd control on Kearney. He's positioned so far away, and that's the biggest missing link here. They're just not getting CC onto the priest, but the full blind lands. As soon as I say that, full blind into a gouge on the trinket. Maybe they could take down Nick. His Unitas going to be able to strike back here with 3 versus 1 situation. Fear comes in. Garbage into a Cyclone. Now it's going to be Abrua on the back foot. He goes for a solar beam on Kearney, but he might just outright die. I think Garbage might be able to keep him alive. He put into a gouge at the same time. Nick is getting low. It's a very back and forth game number 3.
Yeah, very, very back and forth here. Unitas doesn't want to give up without a fight. They have the trinket rewind on Garbage. That is his main kind of line of defense right now, his main emergency cooldown. And with that in the back, he's pushing in, looking for the sleepwalk, but Abrua is taking a lot of damage. And an instantaneous rewind. He gets it right before the root beam connects. I mean, Garbage, he had no way of avoiding this. He has no Obsidian Scale, so the best thing he can do is pre-rewind it, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's looking for the sleepwalk out of the Cyclone as well. They find it. Unitas are making all the right moves to try to turn this bad matchup into their win, and Abrua is still at 50% HP. Nick gets Cyclone, Spirit of the Redeemer here for Kearney, about to run out as he does manage to recover his team. Mana still looking good here for both of these healers. Fire Breath connects, big damage onto Nick. Garbage is getting out the Living Flames, it disintegrates. The full rotation here, the full Sea-Doo combo goes for the Sleepwalk, gets kicked though by Calvish, and that is going to slow down the setup for now from Unitas.
Oh, Garbage is just looking so good in this match. Might be able to help his team win this one. Full stun on Nick. Cyclone on Kearney. Is this it? Can they take him down? He's got the Void Shift. Kearney has his trinket rotating back up, so I think VOIDGG, they've weathered the storm. The opening is no longer there. Let's see what they can do. A full cyclone onto a Brewer, gets a stun onto Garbage, into a Fear, but there's literally no damage to follow it up. Nobody on Unitas is taking damage. Make a swap on Aiden, but I think he's going to be okay. And it's just been Nick at 50% health for such a long time in this game. Unitas is really keeping up the aggression. That being said, Kearney now into a cyclone. They're continuing this pain on to Nick, who is on the run. He's in a full stun, though. Forced to retreat back to the pillar. Dampening is getting higher and higher, and this game is getting really unstable for these teams.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing those massive defensives come out soon. Calv is dropping very low here behind the pillar, and there it is, the Trinket Void Shift. As I just mentioned, those big life-saving buttons are being traded right now, so this game is going to end very, very shortly here. Who is going to be able to take it right now? Unitas doing a phenomenal job here. Look at Garbage just staying out of crowd control, allowing his team to just get free uptime onto Nick. Now that they stopped the chase, he's going to go in and add more damage here on to the fight, and they really need to try to get some crowd control here. There it is, full root beam onto Garbage as he's sitting through that one. But where is the damage? It's going to be Nick, actually, who will be the target of choice, who is taking the brunt of this exchange. Finally, Abrua does take a little bit of damage, but again, it's going to be Calvish. No Cloak of Shadows for Calvish. Goes for the cheap shot onto Aiden. Has Cloak of Shadows in about 2 seconds, so feeling confident with that to push back in. And he's actually just going to cloak the first root that hits him and get a very offensive. Kearney is sitting through a full sleepwalk. Nick could just go down right now. Unitas, can they do it? They're pushing for the win. There's no void shifts available. Kearney ducks into Spirit of the Redeemer. Divine Hymn gets casted out, and it looks like Kearney is going to be able to recover his team. He instantly cancels it to get aggressive. Full blind onto Nick. They're going after a Brewer. Huge damage. How is he going to respond? Garbage comes in with the Emerald Communion, and he barely holds on. But this is anybody's game. The next setup is going to be lethal then.
That was such a Kearney thing to do. He gets the Spirit of the Redeemer and just immediately cancels it to go for a Fear in the game-winning play. I mean, that took a lot of courage to do that in that situation. It almost wins them the game. Let's see if it does pay off. Innervate available here. Kearney is just rolling with some free healing. Gets another Fear onto Garbage as they're looking to set up onto a Brew once again. Trades out the Bark Skin, but Aiden shuts it down. Kitty Shot comes in. Now a full Cyclone onto Kearney. Unitas is looking to put a point on the board. Can they do it? A Brew gets Cyclone. Unfortunately, Aiden comes with an interrupt just a little bit too late, and that means that Garbage is going to have a hard time topping him off. He goes for a time stop. Maybe time stopping it pre-stun, but looks like Calvish is going to find it anyways, and I don't think Abrua is going to have time to survive. He gets rescued away, but he gets interrupted. The damage is completely overwhelming at 45% dampening. Abrua, can you live? Garbage, he needs to pull off a miracle. Living Flame after Living Flame. He's doing what he can. He might be able to do it. A Cyclone lands on Kearney, and now all of a sudden it's going to be Nick in trouble as he runs behind the pillar. Aiden in hot pursuit. The Sleepwalk comes in. Garbage doing a great job extending the crowd control chain, but I think Nick's going to be able to hold on, and now Abreu realizing he might be in trouble. He's one setup away from potentially losing the game, but pressure is heavily in favor of Unitas.
Yeah, and they're forcing Calvish back from being in the open. The Garbage String getting out of a blind, gets the gouge out of that, but he's immune to Root Solar Beam right now because he has that Obsidian Scale. Nick is in a lot of trouble. Calvish sitting through a Cyclone. Aiden with smelling the blood right now, looking for the win. Can he do it? Calvish dropping very, very low. He goes for the Vanish. Calvish sets up for the kill. Root Beam connects onto Garbage. No Trinket available, no Rewind available. Abrua, how are you going to do it? How is he going to stay alive? He goes for the Bark Skin. Finally, Garbage comes out. He does have the Rewind in his back pocket, but no mana. He can't even press it, I think, at this point. Aiden, Cloak of Shadows, Kidney Shot onto Garbage. Aiden in a full Cyclone. Kearney with the Spirit of the Redeemer finally timing out, looking for the Fear onto Garbage. There's a Kidney Shot into a gouge, into a full Fear. Abrua, killing spree coming in, and I think that's going to be it. Abrua defying the laws of gravity right now as he flies back to the pillar with that rescue from Garbage, but it's not going to be enough. The Collectors are here, and they are going to take a 3-0. VOIDGG, absolute beasts when it comes to this mirror match, but I got to give a big shout out to Unitas for that last game. They played their hearts out.
Yeah, Unitas going into this, I think they wanted to show that they are a threat. I mean, that's their big thing, right? Like, they've had a bit of a slow season, but they're a good team, and they're playing good comps. They went toe-to-toe in that last game. That was incredibly close. I mean, I think all three of them had a stellar performance, including Garbage, who I would say is kind of MVP of this game on the Evoker. A little bit disadvantaged, not being able to just use the Escape Artist on all the routes, but all things considered, I think he had a phenomenal game. But ultimately, VOIDGG just looking bulletproof here, able to 3-0 Unitas and send them down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, and they're going to be happy with that. VOIDGG, like we mentioned, in terms of standings for Unitas, their boat is not really going to rock. You know, they are pretty much locked in for that second place. All the teams behind them are, so far behind, and all the teams ahead of them are so far ahead. So it's really just for prestige, right? Like at this point, you've picked up a new healer in garbage, and you've done, some adaptations here to the team, and now is the time to kind of put that on the big stage, get a little bit of experience, make sure that you guys are working on the synergy, building the right comps, etc., and just get ready for Gauntlet, basically, because it's guaranteed at this point that we're going to be seeing Unitas in there. For Void, however, this was a much-needed win because they are, like we mentioned, neck and neck in the standings with Le Pomp, who are still in the tournament. So it's really going to be between those two teams who can snag that last spot. Getting very close here in NA.
Yeah, very close indeed. North America competition super high right now. Unitas, unfortunately, 0-3. Quite personally, wasn't really expecting that. Was hoping that they'd get a couple of games off of that, but VOIDGG just dominating that series, and that is going to send them down into the lower bracket against the Move. Then, how do you feel like they'll do versus the Move?
Oh, they could do okay. Honestly, the composition that they're bringing is strong, but the Move obviously a very difficult opponent, and they've leveled up, bringing in Ceruleum. I mean, we've talked about it quite a bit, but I think for Unitas, if they want to make a name for themselves, they want to have that run through the lower bracket, they got to start beating these top teams. So I think they have a shot. That their performance in that last game really does prove that they are a top contender. So they just need to start putting it all together and having confidence in their play, and I think they could do it.
Yeah, well, we'll be looking forward to that. Last series of the day is Unitas versus the Move. But before we do head there, it is Le Pomp versus Power Frogs coming up next, Zico. I feel like I'm really excited for this one. Le Pomp, they won last cup with North America. Power Frogs, they've also had tremendous success this season. With how Le Pomp played earlier today, do you think that they're going to have a chance to move back up to the Grand Finals?
Well, I think they got a little bit figured out by Liquid. I think Liquid did really good homework, but Le Pomp, they have a lot of layers, like we've been mentioning, and also a lot of their comps have gotten buffed. So I definitely think that Le Pomp getting that match is going to be really, really difficult for the Power Frogs, but. Again, this is one of those matchups where the standings are, heavily contested here. It's between Void, it's between Power Frogs, and it's between Le Pomp. So either one of these teams, they really want that win. And I think we're going to see a great game because of it.
Yeah, I think so too. Also, before we move on, real quick, how do you feel like Void performed personally, Zico?
Well, I think that Void, they played a great game. I feel like one thing that's really scary about Void is they're essentially a three-man team. Like I'm trying to figure out, the logic with Void right now because, they have Wealthy Man and he's just chilling on the bench. Like he's played 2 games outside of the actual cross region tournament. So during the regular season, I wonder sometimes is he even here? He's just kind of chilling. Calvish is playing mage, Nick is playing mage. He's just doing his own thing. And then when the prestige games, the grand finals are happening and the cross region events are happening, then he gets tagged in. So I thought that was kind of funny.
That is so true. That's really odd. We'll have to ask Wealthy Man or someone about that. But that's very interesting. I mean, they've got this secret weapon that they just pull out every once in a while, and I think that's an interesting thing. We've highlighted it with Void quite a lot. It's just the overlap of these players and the same classes that they play. But either way, we will see them on Championship Sunday in the upper finals against Team Liquid. But we are going to head to a break. Before we do that, we are going to do another segment here. We're gonna do Who's.
This is my favorite game.
Is it anyways? Yeah.
Yep, this is
They're
my
making
favorite
it really
game.
hard too. You ready? You guys ready for this one?
I'm ready, yeah.
No.
Actually, every time this segment comes up, I'm just ready to go. It's so fun.
Locked in.
All right.
Summon a blanked out with 5% of your maximum health. Empowers you. I feel like this has got to be a Warlock thing.
That's crazy. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I play a decent amount of Warlock. What summoning? What? Once the spells come up, I think maybe I'll have a better idea. Well, of course we will, but yeah.
I mean, you can kind of see
What?
like the yellow text behind how much text there is. You can get kind of like an idea of how much text there is in the
Maybe we just
cheating.
fill it in. Summon a dragon with 5% of your maximum health empowers you to what?
It's definitely 2 words.
Oh,
Oh.
I know what it is. You know what it is?
I think it's Basilisk.
Fell obelisk.
It's Fell Obelisk.
Yeah, it's the little demon factory you drop as a demonology warlock that gives you haste.
Do I get half a point for saying it was a warlock
No.
thing though?
I'll give you
No,
half
I
a
think
point.
So. I think so. Because we gave one to Ben earlier for saying it's a Death Knight thing.
Boom! Let's go. See, all my demo warlock has been paying
Nice.
off.
Yeah, maybe I need to pick up a demo warlock as well here. I had some studying to do here. Fell Obelisk. Okay, okay. The thing is, I have the weak aura package, right? I have the Maz weak aura package. So I see big text that says Fell Obelisk, kill it. You know, I just do that instead. So, but it's good to know that this is, oh, we got another
What
one.
in the...
Instant.
Okay,
Instantly removes
I
all
know
stun.
this one. I know this one.
What is
You
it?
know this one?
Yeah, it's either Trinket or Icebound Fortitude. I think it's Icebound Fortitude.
Are they doing items? I think it's Icebound Fortitude too.
Wait.
not there.
Never mind.
Wait
a Blessing of Sanctuary. Blessing of
Yeah,
Sanctuary.
we said at the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
time.
yeah.
That was the same.
Yep.
Right? Okay.
Yep. That was
Good.
the same.
Yeah,
Yep,
I heard it.
That was.
I heard it.
We need a buzzer to you know, for these moments. But until then, I get a point and a half. You get a point. So nice. We take
Yeah,
it.
cool. We're getting a lot of points.
Oh,
Yeah. Super
Hoarding
T's in
them.
shambles right now.
very nice.
Super T's not here to defend himself, but yeah, it's looking good for us. That's for sure.
We're back.
All-
We're back.
All right, well, that one was Blessing of Sanctuary. I think that is our last one as well. So if you got that one correct, let us know in chat. And with that, we are now heading into a break. Le Pump versus Power Frags coming up next. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It is the second to last series of the day. Really excited for this one as well. Super T's, we've got Le Pump, winner of last weekend's tournament versus Power Frogs.
It's a battle for the top 3 right now in terms of guaranteeing qualifications. almost all the teams. Those are the only teams that are remaining right now, basically, here in the lower bracket. So there's a lot of stakes. There's a lot on the line. If you want that safety net guaranteed into the bigger prize pool, you can avoid the gauntlet with all of the scary teams that are in that, because it might go haywire. Who knows? Maybe there's even more changes to the game. I mean, we've already seen it starting to mix up just from this week, let alone what meta adaptations come from this change today. LaPomp versus the Power Frogs. I feel like the Power Frogs are probably going to struggle with this, but maybe they have some type of Hunter thing. I actually wonder.
I was gonna say,
if Chun-Li Hunter at all, but I just don't know what you would pair it with on their team to make it work.
could they play the comp that?
No, I don't think they
Liquid
play
played?
Balance Druid.
I don't think they have a boomkin.
Yeah.
What about
Trying to
Thug?
think.
Do you think Thug could be good?
Yeah,
like
maybe
Outlaw?
Maybe actually, imagine Outlaw Thug is actually. Oh my God, there's no way, right? I mean, it might be.
Could
You
be
could-
good.
I
Hunter's
feel
doing
like
insane damage.
You could CC the Boomkin even. You could just scare the Boomkin, go after the Demon Hunter. I think they should play Rogue Mage Druid though. Yeah, we're talking about all this other stuff. This team is just only going to play Rogue Mage Druid. I feel like at this
El
point.
Clasico.
This is just the lava of NA. They're going to play Resto Druid the whole time, even though it's not the most meta. They're going to play the comp that's the most prepared, and they're just going to try and outplay their opponents.
So all these teams having their fourth being like super good and just never playing that.
Just get comfortable with one composition. They probably just practice it the most. But honestly, Resto Druid has not been looking bad. I mean, people talk like, yeah, I don't know. Resto Druid definitely doesn't seem bad from what we've seen from Tuna and Dex. So I think people are sleeping on it just a little bit. We'll have to wait and see what happens though. Existence going to be opening up on 2 days. And I think LaPomp's going to be looking to play a very aggressive game, going after Cubsy. Cubsy's very evasive on the Arcane Mage, though. He's going to be trying to just drag and pull away. We did see them make a little bit of an adaptation and play much more aggressive, and I'm kind of wondering if that's something that Power Frogs are going to try to do in this series as well. Just play on top of their opponents, go for crowd control, and just really put Dippy on the back foot.
I mean, right now they're sending a lot of damage, but Zhang is blocking it with the Ancestral Guidance. Keeping Dippy safe here as Dippy fakes a kick. He's jumping in on top of Tuna, looking to swap the clone. Tuna sees him, but Zhang's got him on the left side as well, possibly for a lasso. Now he's opting to move away from Tuna's pillar here. They're staying on target, staying on the mage. Frost Nova comes through. Zhang can't dispel it. He's in a kidney shot, so they're going to clone the mage during this Frost Nova. Wait for Existence to get out of that root effect before he can continue to lead the charge as he looks to reconnect. Dippy is chasing down Tuna still. Once again, forcing him across the map, rooting him so he can't get away from the Cyclone. Nice play here by Dippy, locking Tuna in place. Now they've got Cubsy isolated with a disarm onto the rogue, but not enough damage to drop him. So far, Cubsy seems to be just wanting to avoid pressure. They get a full blind, big setup onto Dippy here with that touch of the Magi, ticking away. Polymorph out of the blind, cheap shots onto the Demon Hunter. Still quite a bit of damage, but Zhang's just riptide and through it, trying to roll both of his teammates back up from 50% here, but he's actually pushing in aggressively and walks into a cheap shot. They're actually swapping to the Shaman. Power Frogs are just absolutely destroying anybody that comes in their path, forcing Zhang's hand. He has to pop the Ascendance in order to recover, but it's going to be a high-value one with all 3 targets low health like this.
Beautiful fake there by Cubsy. Managed to get the full polymorph. They're continuing this push here, but Daze is also taking quite a bit of damage. Dippy getting really low there. A big missile barrage coming in from Cubsy, trying to take him down, but it looks like Zhang will be able to deflect. And look at Zhang's mana. He's actually just full. He's 99% mana right now in this game, despite having to heal through all of this pressure, but mana might not matter if he can't use it and his team just dies. We'll have to wait and see how late this game really does go. I'm getting the feeling with how these teams are playing it that we might not be going into too deep of levels of dampening.
All right, let's see if they can keep the aggression going here. Clone on Dazed, gouge on the Demon Hunter. Existence charging over. Does he have a Frost Nova here? He's using Prismatic Barrier to remove the snare, but now they're swapping to Dazed. He has no cloak, no evasion. Could be a bit of a scary swap, but Dazed has Dippy under control with the kidney shot. Another polymorph. Everyone is crowd controlled. Existence drops the darkness and his trinket here on this setup as they've all been isolated. And now with darkness out of the way and no trinket on the Demon Hunter, I think that the Demon Hunter is likely going to be a really good swap target in the near future. Existence appears like he wants to go after Tuna. Now he's coming back onto Dazed now, protecting along with Dippy. Full bash onto the Rogue, another Rogue swap. Trying to bait that Cloak of Shadows. Maybe they're just swapping off the Life Blooms, trying to maximize their damage output here. Nice wind shear onto the Cyclone of Tuna. Existence is jumping over, but he gets caught in a kidney shot. Sheep onto the healer. Dippy pre-bears in Earthen, so they're going to clone him and swap back onto the Demon Hunter. Dippy is going to trinket out of that clone to try and peel, and he does get Cubsy in a clone during this time, which is really important with Existence at half health at this point. Limited defense on his side. That Cyclone enables Existence to not have to use his Nether Walk. They can use it for a setup a little bit later on, but they all have no medallion for about 17 more seconds until Zhang gets his as he's pushing in on top of Tuna. He's going to be babysitting the Druid, trying to prevent him from drinking. He's got a Healing Tide behind the pillar. Dippy jumps in range of it. Existence into the kidney shot, but Healing Tide Totem is ticking away, and there are off heals coming in from Dippy. Existence is going to take 0 damage here. I love what Zhang did there, actually. He moved his Healing Tide in the middle of the map on the last second of it, so that they'd actually waste their time attacking it right when it's about to end. He staggered a little bit of damage away from the Demon Hunter. Not a huge thing, but it is small stuff like that that I really appreciate.
Ooh, that blind's going to be breaking from all of this cleave damage, but Zhang in a cheap shot. Dippy needs to be careful. Going to bear form, frenzy regeneration, renewal. Lots of healing coming in from Dippy, but he trades out a lot of his defense. No more bark skin, no more renewal. Like, frenzy regen is now down. Existence getting cleaved up. Zhang is really struggling to heal through this pressure. He's behind on mana. Tuna's been drinking. This game is looking good for the Power Frogs.
All right, let's see if they can keep the mana bar. Oh, Tuna's full. Nice, but Dippy fakes a kick. He's looking for a Cyclone. Cubsy's max ranging it. He's not going to be able to clone Cubsy. Kidney shot onto the Boomkin, cheap shot on the Shaman, but he gets imprisoned by Existence. And Dazed actually trinkets and imprison. They could punish that. He's got no evasion, no cloak. If they got like a lasso behind the pillar or something like that, they can swap him with no hots. Ring of Frost gets disrupted. Dippy can escape from that Ring of Frost. He's dotting up all the targets of the team, maximizing the Astral Power generation, getting ready for the next attack here. Goes for a clone, gets kicked, and actually with a Polymer at the same time could be devastating, but they're shipping the Incarnation. They're going after Tuna with a big swap, but Cubsy is free casting amidst all of this. He trinkets a clone into another clone. Nice punish by Dippy, but he gets cheap shot on the third one. He's forced to Bark Skin, and now he's cloned low health as Tuna answers in response.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Zhang right now, it's going to be dropping the Earthen Wall Totem. He's playing in the open a lot during this game, so making himself kind of a target, but wants to keep his team aggressive. Be there for the shears, be there for the grounding totems, and just really enable his Demon Hunter as much as possible in this match. If he plays back, then Existence is going to be really susceptible to crowd control. Cubsy right now getting into a stun. Beautiful displacement there from Cubsy, kind of negating a lot of that hunt damage that Existence had. So really good trades being made. Arcane Surge being cast out. Imprisonment coming in from Existence. Doesn't want to allow him to get out those empowered arcane missiles, but are they going to be able to slow it down? How much damage does Cubsy have available? He's just spamming out the spell steals, going for missiles, immediate interrupt. Here comes the Ring of Fire. A large amount of damage here onto Dippy. Zhang, how he's going to handle this. Big heals coming in. Ancestral Guidance is going to be used, but it might not be enough. Dippy still just getting smoked. Counterspell comes in there from Cubsy. Tuna burning through a lot of mana, and all of a sudden mana is even between these two teams.
Ooh, Dippy isolated. Is somebody going to trinket here? They Solar Beam the Mage. Dippy's running away in travel form. Manages to survive without trinketing. That was a greedy move, but it gets them so far ahead. They have all 3 medallions. They're even on mana. If they can stay aggressive here on Cubsy, they might potentially get an Ice Block in the near future, but they actually get a Ring of Frost. They're swapping to the Demon Hunter. They catch him with the Kidney Shot. He's dashing away, imprisons the Rogue. Prevents that recon. Actually, Existence is chasing down Tuna. They have to stop him from drinking at all costs. They stun him with the Fell Eruption. They're swapping back onto Dazed with the Bash. Big damage incoming. He's going to cloak, and now Cubsy is turning the tables. Arcane Blast after Arcane Blast into a missile combo. As they may even swap to Zhang. They clone him. They get rid of the grounding totem. They get the clone. They incap the Demon Hunter into a root. Tuna is controlling 2 players at the same time right now. Getting shot on Existence. Big swap to the Demon Hunter out of the Earthen Wall. Zhang repositions it back onto the Demon Hunter. And even with its defense, he's still getting critically low. He may need to use something more at this point. He is struggling at 33% dampening. Cubsy blinking into the corner, baiting the Demon Hunter, then displaces back into center field. They're swapping to the healer. It is a Hail Mary over onto Tuna. Can they drop him? They get him caught in a Solar Beam for a moment, but Cubsy fakes the kick. Arcane Missiles with Arcane Surge is going to be a lot of damage. They imprison the Rogue, trying to stagger the stun lock. And Zhang has a lot of work to heal through this damage of Cubsy. They're trying to pressure the Mage and keep him on his toes. Can they force him into the Ice Block during his Arcane Surge? They really need to keep him on the back foot. Can they manage to do it? They're so close to it. Cubsy's getting critical and has to block. And La Pomp are holding strong.
Yeah, but how much longer? Dippy's getting so low. Zhang has to trinket and use the Nature Swiftness. He's going to be grouping up, and I think one of the reasons why Zhang's just playing on top of Dippy is just hoping that that Arcane Mage Cleave is just going to be breaking full polymorphs, but it's susceptible to Cyclones. Now Dippy has been isolated once again, but these counter Cyclones on Daze really deny. Cyclone on Zhang once again. Dippy forced to trade out his trinket, and he's in a lot of trouble. Look at this. Ring of Frost on Existence. Polymorph on Zhang. Cubsy putting in work, and Dippy is all alone. Spearling Totem might have to get dropped, but Zhang is so incredibly greedy on that Restoration Shaman. He is going to hold on. Ancestral Guidance seems to be enough, and Cubsy doesn't have access to Ice Block for a long time. There's almost no chance he gets a second one in this game. So if somehow La Pomp can recover and get on top of Cubsy, they might be able to do this.
Oh my god, they're so close to a Game 1 victory, possibly clawing closer and closer to a top 3 position and securing themselves in the Dragonflight Season 4 Grand Finals. Can they manage to do it? They have full control of the situation. All of the defenses of Power Frogs have fallen. If they can keep stopping Tuna from drinking and stay aggressive, they can win this, but they've catch Existence in the middle of the map. And Cubs to get enough damage. They're actually switching to the Boomkin instead. Dippy is charging in to stop Tuna. How much mana did Tuna get? He sat behind it for some time. He got quite a bit of mana, but he goes into a full Cyclone, forcing Cloak of Shadows from Dazed, potentially getting Tuna's Trinket. He gets his Trinket. They bash his Trinket. They could swap to him, but they overlap. They panic with the Lasso and the bash at the same time. They get a DR clone. They're trying to stay on the mage with no Ice Block, but Dippy's falling behind as he's trying to make this push, and that drink from Tuna got so much mana for his team. It's keeping them alive here in game number 1. They catch Dippy, they catch Existence, both in a stun lock. They imprison the Rogue. These defensive imprisons from Existence are so perfectly timed. And now Cubsy on the back foot. Once again, he can't alter this low. It's not going to do anything. He's dying through Iron Bark. It's so much damage, but Dazed is controlling the whole team. He forces Zhang to trinket on this setup, and suddenly, forces Existence to trinket just a moment earlier. Now it's just Zhang's trinket. That's the last one that they need to get through here. They're going to be able to drop the Demon Hunter. They blind him low. They're actually just going all in. They're just shipping damage onto Dippy. It is so much pressure right now at almost 50% healing reduction. Is he going to drop Zhang somehow, some way, keeping him alive? Remember, Zhang is super greedy on this Shaman with his links, but it is getting closer and closer to the point where I think he's going to be forced to use it.
Yeah, it's getting really, really close at the same time. Cubsy's taking some damage. Look at Tuna, literally no mana. Tuna has nothing. There's no mana left, and they are pushing in for the win. La Pompe, this is where they excel. Dampening is their friend. Their damage is unstoppable, but can they live? They need to just survive a little bit longer. Tuna actually managed to recover a little bit of mana there. Existence trying to stay on target, but he's getting caught into a stun. Really, really close call there. He's got the Nether Walk. He just decides to go for the hunt. He's just going for all-out damage here onto Cubsy, who's trying to kite. Drops a Ring of Frost. Double Ring of Frost coming in. Now a bunch of Cleave with Arcane Missiles. These barrages are absolutely horrifying. And it does look like Dippy's going to be using that Solar Beam to try to just slow down the offense of Cubsy a little bit. Still no Ice Block for quite some time, but they just can't stay on target. Cubsy just playing at max range. Existence really struggling to get their Spirit Link Totem still available for Zhang, but I think he's going to have to use it here, Sid.
Oh, he's dropped it right before the cheap shot, but they're all dying. It might be a triple kill for the Power Frogs. They're completely overwhelming and swarming La Pompe at this point. Kidney shot, but it's on full DR. Existence, can he survive? He's just dying. The pressure is way too high. They clone Cubsy in desperation. Dippy, regrowth after regrowth, doing anything that he can to try and keep Existence above water at this point, but he's sinking. Zhang into the full clone from Tuna, and Power Frogs look to snap victory here from defeat, but they imprison Cubsy. Insane imprison on Cubsy. Somehow they're still alive. Zhang is totally out of mana, but they're somehow still alive, and they're managing to turn this around. Dazed is falling behind. He tries to grapple behind the pillar. Cheap shot. Dippy trinkets for the kill. He's Poppy Incarnation, and somehow, some way, they did it. They have done it. La Pompe. They take down Dazed, but Cubsy, he's looking to try and turn this around. Triple DB, triple Ring of Frost. If Cubsy pulls this off, it's absolutely insane. Ascendance is up. I don't think he's got the damage to do it. There's no touch of the Magi. Cubsy's going to fall in a moment, at any moment here, but those off heals from Dippy in those final seconds, if he did not do that, Existence would be down. That 1 second kidney shot, if that was a full kidney shot, it'd be over. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness gracious. La Pompe. I mean, at the end of that game, their defensive play, some of the kiting coming in from Existence, the way they're able to hold on, the imprison, the interrupts, the cyclones, just everything had to play out the way it did for them to live. So Dippy, first of all, interrupts Cubsy. Okay, that's number 1. Luckily for Existence, he gets cycloned here. Dippy now goes for a cyclone onto Dazed. So he's interrupted Cubsy. He cyclones Dazed. Existence is still in trouble. What does Dippy decide to do? Still has to play defensive, so he goes for another cyclone here. Unfortunately, he gets interrupted. So now it's basically all up to Existence to live. The Spirit Link Totem drops down. Existence just trying to dodge death as much as he can, getting out a little bit of counter pressure, but that the double diminishing return stun coming in is super unfortunate. Imprisoned full cyclone lands onto Dazed. Now they're going after Cubsy. He gets imprisoned, so he can't attack. Another cyclone onto Dazed, and they're just doing anything they can to try to take down Existence, but the Earthen Wall Totem seems to be enough. Zhang just throwing in Riptides when he can. He's got the Earth Shield up, and at this point, Dazed has really just run out of gas. Metamorphosis comes in. Existence gets cheap shot, but he's just going to trade out the trinket and continue to go. I really can't believe it. That was such a close game.
I feel like this is a Game 5 series. This is like a stamina series, man. They're going to have to, like, I see every game playing out like this unless somebody does some really random curveball composition, because this is just main team from both sides playing this to the absolute last possible second. When you think all is lost, they hold on and they squeeze an opportunity out of that mistake. Like, if that was a full kidney shot, literally, if it was a full kidney on anyone, I think the game ends. But because it was on full DR, that's the only reason they were able to squeeze out at the last second. So Power Frogs, I'm imagining, aren't going to change anything. It's probably LePomp that possibly need to consider something.
No
but,
way.
Like, what
Same
can
matchup.
what can you really change to? There's nothing that I can think of that you'd want to play into an arcane mage.
You don't want to bring a Ret Paladin
yeah,
into an arcane.
There's no way. So, but they probably want some time maybe to talk it out, because like if that mistake didn't happen, I think for sure they lost that.
Yeah, they had a couple close calls, and somehow miraculously, Cubsy's ice block came off cooldown. So going after the rogue was actually the best decision they could make, because if they had committed to Cubsy, he would have just used ice block and survived. So really good plays there by LePomp, but I mean, that's as close as it gets. That was a great, well-fought game by Power Frogs. Also, we're going to Ashamane's Fall, so Power Frogs selecting a large map for the Druid and the Arcane Mage and LePomp. They have just a second to decide what composition they want to run. 15 seconds left here. What are they going to play? I think it's extremely likely they play the same thing. I'd be amazed if they change their composition. Yeah, they're not going to.
Yeah, just want to run the clock as much time as possible. Also, that used to be a strat. I swear that you guys used at LAN one time. You used to talk about, like, when you win a game, you take your max delay time, you take max everything to let the other team kind of linger in their defeat and see if they go at each other at all and try and create tension on the other team.
We may have done that.
That was a strat. Definitely was a LAN strat in the past. I don't think LePomp are probably consciously doing that. I think they just wanted the full time to really talk out like what they want to do with this game, because Ashamane's Fall is going to be even more difficult. And if the Power Frogs don't present them any mistakes like that in the final moment, I think it'll be even more difficult for them to win this. But they really committed at the end. Like, typically trinketing offensively against Rogue Mage loses you the game, but when you're in that position, you kind of have to do it. And like,
what was that, like 65% dampening? You just use your Metamorphosis. That's got to be the time to trinket if you are a Demon Hunter.
Everybody on LePomp, I think, trinketed at the end of the game. Like, Dippy trinkets a cheap shot to shoot Incarn. Like, everybody was trinketing. It's like, we have to win right now. It's over if we don't. So they picked the exact moment they needed to. Existence is just the best defensive Demon Hunter, I think, in the game. Anytime I'm seeing him, he knows exactly who is the most threatening on the team at exactly what moment, and just boop, you're imprisoned. You're not getting the kills lost. Your kill window's gone. He's totally removing any kill windows with the way that he's playing.
Yeah, really good defensive plays, like you said. The imprisons, the stuns, all used defensive for the most part, and it just allows Dippy. First of all, Dippy's the one that's going to be getting a lot of those offensive plays, but it just makes it really difficult to push through. And they know. I mean, LePomp knows that the classes that they're bringing, the Demon Hunter and the Moonkin, they do some of the highest damage in the game. So naturally, as the game goes on, you're pulling out more and more of an advantage in most cases. So if you can just stall out during kind of the setups that Power Frog has available, that's when LePomp kind of gains their advantage. They love dampening. They might like dampening even more than the Power Frogs, which is remarkable.
Here we go. Combat grabs on both sides. No sap. Dippy in stealth, waiting to peel the opener with an in-cap, I think. And he's in position. He's not going for the in-cap roar just yet. He solar beams the mage, actually, from stealth, blocking him on cast, but then gets counterspelled. So they're actually going on Tuna. It's an all-in onto the resto Druid, but he seems to be in a decent spot, just kiting away in that broccoli form. Chilling max range. Cubsy's free casting on Dippy now because they've left the mage open. Since that opener, Tuna's looking for clones. Oh, man, he's getting multiple clones. Clone the Demon Hunter, now clone the Boomkin. They need to be careful with Tuna right now. Zhang actually taking some hits here. And now they swap back onto Dippy. Wow, there's a big chunk of damage on the Dippy. He's behind the pillar and he's still dying. Missiles just battering his face at the moment. But he manages to survive it. Now Tuna stunned up. Existence peeled away. Good peels from Dazed here. Coming back on the Demon. I realize that he's kind of just running at the resto Druid, saving him during that stun lock. Dippy's not trying to fake the kick. He fakes the kick. He's got precognition, but Cubsy's max ranging him. He can't clone him, and Tuna's line of sighting. But he actually does catch Cubsy. I'm really surprised he caught Cubsy right there. I thought for sure he's at the pillar. And because of that clone, they actually get Cloak of Shadows from Dazed. Now they're switching to Tuna, and LePomp are playing a much different game. They're attacking the resto Druid way more frequently. It's possibly going to allow them to shortcut the game to win faster, but it also gives the opportunities to Power Frogs to win faster.
Yeah, I do like it, though. I think going after the Restoration Druid, it is important to kind of keep them honest. Don't allow them to sit down and go for drinks, which is something Tuna loves to do. If no side drinks, LePomp is going to win on mana, guaranteed, unless they lose early on, obviously. But yeah, now Tuna is going to sneak away. He's in stealth right now, drinking. Dippy knocks him out of that, and they continue their mana lead. But I like just trying to make the game on top of the enemy Restoration Druid, and maybe that's something that they were discussing during their downtime, is they just don't want to allow Tuna nearly as much space in the match. However, it seems like Tuna's easily able to get away. He's going to recover to full mana, and these drinks are definitely going to pay off for the Power Frogs in the early game.
Tuna's escaping. He's doing a good job despite the pressure thrown his way. try and make sure this team can get a point on the board. Big damage out from Dippy, but Tuna recovers it. Again, in a great position behind that pillar away from Dippy and Zhang, but they're starting to dogpile on top of him. He's got to be careful. He's going to wild charge to the mage. And I love that he uses the mage as a conduit to jump away. He's just Cubsy's pre-positioned far so that Tuna can jump to him. And Dippy's getting aggressive, but he is getting stomped out at the moment. He actually has to trinket a kidney shot. He's kicked on his cast, but he's frenzy regenning. Here comes the incarnation. Where is he going with it? He wants to go after Tuna, but he pre-bear forms the stun. Zhang is there for some purges potentially as well. He's got a flame shock up, trying to assist the team. It's super important if he can actually get a purge on a stun on the druid. It could potentially hit his life bloom. And that's actually going to be a big moment. But they catch Dazed. He's overextended. Tuna's too far away. They force evasion from the rogue here. And it seems like the Pomp are still really keeping Power Frogs on their toes. I'd say it's Dippy needs to be a bit careful, having used his medallion just earlier in the setup. But it looks like maybe they're swapping Restishawn. But look, Existence is there again. Imprison, fear the rogue. No pressure. Dippy fakes the kick. Gets a clone on the mage. Tuna is isolated. This is a crazy setup by LaPomp. If they can get any damage on Tuna, it would be great. But actually swapping back to Daze with the lasso. They clone Tuna. Another swap back on the rogue. There's bouncing between rogue, druid, rogue, druid, rogue, druid. Maybe occasionally the mage, but Cubsy is just always at a pillar. Look at him right now in the corner of that one. He's just going to be going in and out of that as soon as he's not rooted. But he's playing very far away from the fight. And he's not able to get really much going offensively for his team as a result. But Tuna jumps to him to escape. Existence is going to swap to the mage. And the Pomp are still just constantly swapping targets, trying to take advantage of that. The fact that Resto Druids can really only heal 2 targets effectively. Zhang is babysitting Tuna's pillar, but he's into an in-cap roar, into a full clone. Nice punish by Tuna. Touch of the Magi is up, but Dazed is into a clone. He decides to actually trinket out of that offensively. He's using Cloak of Shadows here, both defensively and offensively as well, to stay on target. So he's down his trinket, down his evasion, down his cloak. He's definitely a target, I think, at this point here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. Dampening is ramping up. We're about 4 minutes elapsed in this game, but the last one went 11.5, so we could be going the distance here. Full stun now onto Tuna. They're making a big setup here. Fury of Elune is going to be dropped down by Dippy. Looking for a Cyclone. Finds it onto Cubsy. And now Tuna is isolated and all alone. Cubsy is going to trade out his Gladiator's Medallion, break out of the crowd control, and now try to reverse the pressure. He finds a full polymorph on Zhang. So really nicely done. But that reverse magic from Existence shuts down that attempt. And they're continuing to just make this push here onto Tuna.
All right, Tuna. Oh, he's being greedy. Gets around the corner. Get a couple hots up with Tree of Life. He should be all right. Now Dazed into a stun, but it looks like they stopped the lasso with a counter spell. Now Zhang can't heal either. Touch of the Magi is up, and Cubsy is ripping into Dippy. He's got Barkskin reducing some damage here. He Typhoons the rogue, but actually the Demon Hunter gets sapped on the CC chain into a kidney shot. Existence has been out of the game for so long, and Dazed is actually going after Zhang. He's trying to snare him from stopping the drink. They're peeling Zhang away from Tuna so he can get mana back. That was crazy, and he actually got a huge drink off right there, which was critical in the first game as well. If he didn't get that, his team would have had no chance. So they know that this game can go to the distance. They're trying to make sure that if in the attrition fight they have all of their resources maximized. They swap the Daze, but they clone him on the Metamorphosis, and now he can actually just grapple away. Not sure if that was a miscoordinated or a miscommunicated timed clone there, because Daze actually had no cooldowns. Now they're going to imprison him, but it looks like he got dispelled. And now Touch of the Magi is up, missiles flying in, but Ring of Frost gets reversed on his missiles, and then he's solar beamed on his Arcane Surge, and the Rogue is still isolated into a full bash. Nature Swiftness from Tuna from downtown, big heal. Daze gets stopped, they clone him. They're swapping off the Rogue now. Cooldown's committed to him, so they're going to attack a different target, this being the Mage at the moment. But Cubsy's just kiting away from the Demon Hunter. They're going to have a tough time connecting here in the near future, but Tuna gets another in-cap into full clone. The Kidney Shot killing spree, big damage with that Arcane Surge onto Dippy once again. He's being greedy because Earthen Wall Totem is down. Zhang resets it. He's got 2 Earthens if he really needs it. He's trying to be greedy with the Ancestral Guidance, giving him a lot of extra healing right now, and he should be able to get away with it. Save that second Earthen for a pre-play later on. The Rogue once again using Cloak of Shadows. They've managed to burn a significant amount of Tuna's mana despite that drink earlier, but it's really just Cubsy. It seems like if Cubsy ever gets like a moment like this where he's free casting, he can kind of just solo carry the game. They're going to Solar Beam Ring of Fire. I don't think that's like a super high value Solar Beam at the moment. It's going to slow him down a bit, but he's ultimately still going to get that double Ring of Fire. They disarm the Rogue on the cheap shots. Fakes the kick. Nice plays here by Dippy. Gets the clone onto the Rogue, but Tuna, look where he is. He's at the pillar. He's got Innervate. He's not going to drink. He's just going to use this to get free heals out for the time being. Dippy bashes the Innervate. This is good. Gets a Cyclone on the Innervate. Really good. And with the Incarnation, this is perfect. It forces Tuna to trinket. And now with no Medallion, he's an even better target to swap to.
Yeah, really good plays there by Dippy, getting nice and aggressive. Pre-Healing Tide actually coming in from Zhang as well. So despite the fact he went into the Ring of Frost, his whole team is going to be fine because of that Healing Tide totem. Cubsy still just putting out some cleave here with the barrages and the arcane orbs. Tuna in the back line still wants to try to find a drink at some point. If he's able to drink, it's going to be massive, but they are not making it easy. They're going after Tuna right now. Chaos Nova into a lightning lasso. Can they take him down? Dippy looking for Cyclones here onto Cubsy. Cubsy in desperation, spamming out Polymorph, but there's the full Cyclone. Cubsy trinkets out, so no trinket available. And now a Cyclone here onto Tuna. Really well done here by Dippy, making plays on this balance druid. He finally gets shut down by a cheap shot. He just trinkets, though. He doesn't care. They want to ride this momentum and continue to make a push. Dazed in a Cyclone, and they continue the chase here onto Tuna. It looks like Existence will, and they're just getting triple pressure out right now. Cubsy finally lands a full Polymorph into a full Cyclone. Tuna and Cubsy have a moment to breathe, and they're making a big swap here onto Zhang. Looks like he might be okay. He trades out his trinket. He gets stunned on his trinket. This could be a really scary situation. He's so greedy with his cooldowns. And it looks like Greed will be good once again. No Spiritling Totem going to be active, but Existence with a lot of damage.
Ooh,
has that swap. Essence break here for Tuna. Big setup comes in from across the map. Might just drop him. Lava Burst flying in, and they do it. Pomp, they put the pressure on to Tuna in this game. Existence using the hunt to just cross the entire map. Essence break. Lava Burst flying in. That was a great setup there by Pomp.
Special delivery. Existence deliver the win here, move to match point. And game one, I was thinking like, this seems maybe it's got this as a slight mistake, but here in game two, I feel like it looked way more one-sided. It felt like they were desperately trying to cling to some sort of like kill on to the Resto Shaman, which just didn't really ever get close. Whereas Dippy was getting so many clones, so many fakes, swapping it around, hitting all three targets, even on a large map. They were able to execute on this strategy and really get ahead and dig in and be able to pull off the win. So the pressure is on for the Power Frogs. They're starting to slip. They're losing their grasp. They're losing the possibilities to get into the top three here. And it's looking more and more like they're going to be going down to the gauntlets. So this is tough. This is really tough for them right now. They have to reverse sweep. But this game didn't look good. Like, here's the hunt. Special delivery. Demon Hunter right here. It's just going to drop that Chaos Nova. Dippy jumps in, gets a Solar Beam on the Mage so he can't peel.
Lava Burst.
And the Rogue is rooted. Look at that double root. Root Beam on Cubsy, and then the Shaman roots the Rogue so the Rogue can't get there. And they just totally stopped them from peeling the Druid. That was a Abyss swap.
That is actually insane. I mean, doing such a phenomenal job there. Dippy just getting Cyclone after Cyclone after Cyclone. He finally gets stunned. He just trinkets out, and they just continue the pressure. It's just nonstop action here from Pomp. And I like this. I think it worked out that they were just pressuring the Druid a lot more in this match. Obviously, they eventually took him down, but just trying to make the map as small as possible, close the distance. And I think that was a big difference between game number one and why they could close it out, much earlier on in the match.
Okay. Man, Pomp leveled up a lot. I mean, they won the last cup. They did just lose to Liquid, but now seeing those options that they've got, I'm sure they've got something prepared for them. And now they're potentially looking to steal some of the previous top three, top four teams' positions. One game away from knocking the Power Frogs out of any sort of opportunity to be able to grab a top three finish. We are going to Tiger's Peak, a neutral map. Power Frogs have only played one composition so far throughout the day, and I'd say a majority of the time in Dragonflight, it's this Rogue Mage Druid. They just, the main comp, main setup. That Cubsy is definitely, making a name for himself on, even though a lot of other teams that play this have opted to switch onto something else. They're still remaining on it. But that last game looked really rough. It looks really rough to the point where I'm wondering if their confidence in this comp is going to break or not.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, it just seems like they have really struggled with the balance druid so far. So I don't know. For Power Frogs, I wonder if they need... It just seems like this is their comfort pick. This is the composition that they enjoy playing the most. But it's been such a long time where the other top teams have kind of just been able to beat them with balance druids. So I don't know what adaptations they need to make. I don't know what comps they need to try out. I don't know if they'll switch up anything here. But I think going into the gauntlet and for the finals, Power Frogs definitely need to make some sort of adaptation, because this seems like it's consistently working against them, right? Like, at a certain point in dampening, they just get overwhelmed by, some of these compositions, and it's tough for them to battle it back. But then every game also looks so close, so it's hard to make that call.
I kind of wonder how good this comp would be with a Disc Priest. Adding in like a little bit more extra damage. Go back to the old school RMP. Arcane, Outlaw Rogue, Disc Priest. It just seems like Tuna's only got the Resto Druid prepared, at least at this time, and they're locking it in. It's do or die right now. Reverse sweep. Main composition, not changing it up, even despite that second game looking much worse than the first for them. LaPomp know their strategy. Dippy's got to fake the kicks. If he's getting the fakes, Power Frogs are not going to get any momentum. If he's not getting the fakes, then Power Frogs can start to steal this away. So a lot rides on Dippy here.
You know what I think is actually good that we might start seeing? And it sounds crazy, I know, but I actually think Fury Warrior is very good. And I actually think Fury Warrior plus an Arcane Mage is a really good comp. I know y'all are going to think I'm crazy, but I've been scouting it out a little bit. I've been playing it myself, and it seems pretty good. Like the amount of damage that a Fury Warrior does, obviously you use a little bit of control, but you do way more damage than an Outlaw Rogue, like significantly more. So maybe that's something that they could experiment with moving forward. Maybe you're going to think I'm crazy, but I do think it's an option. Not going to be played for this one, but something to look out for, because I think Fury Warrior is way better than people think at the moment.
I thought you were going to say Affliction Lock.
Oh, no.
What if I actually think Affliction Lock could have a spot? I swear there's a one-shot build of Affliction Lock double caster that could be really good. I think it could be really good.
I don't believe it.
Right now, I think it's going to take a lot of evidence before teams really consider switching off something that's already working for them. But yeah, Power Frogs, they're still in it. They could possibly reverse sweep this 3 in a row, and if they manage to do it, they can still have a chance to grab a top 3 finish. If they don't, the Pomp are going to steal that opportunity away from them, which is going to be absolutely devastating because you want to avoid that gauntlet. I think, fortunately for the Power Frogs, they're pretty far ahead on points that they're probably like the final boss in the gauntlet if they end up in that situation. But you'd much rather just totally avoid any sort of opportunity for a mishap later on. They get a cheap shot onto Existence. Tuna's been getting really aggressive, but Dippy shuts him down with a Typhoon into a bash, into a clone, out of range of the counter spell. Really nice shutdown by Dippy. Forces evasion out, but they stun the evasion with a lasso. Looking for a second clone. Gets the second clone, but they're swapping to Zhang. Disarm on the rogue. He can't do anything to Shaman. Solar Beam the Polymer. Dippy is shutting down everybody on the side of the Power Frogs here in the first couple seconds.
Yeah, really good control coming in from Dippy. Now he's being punished a little bit, getting attacked here, getting interrupted by Dazed. Big damage coming in at the same time. Cubsy's under fire. Dippy getting a Cyclone, and Dippy has been really leveling up with these Cyclones here, just really mixing it up, going after multiple members. Tuna landing a Cyclone of his own here onto Dippy. Full kidney shot onto Existence. Do they have the damage to take him down? It's a full Ring of Frost. Beautiful setup here. What do they have to follow it up onto Zhang? Are they going to be able to? Doesn't look like it. Cubsy knocks him away with Blast Wave, and it looks like Zhang will be able to recover.
All right, nice recovery here. They did get the Demon Hunter Trinket, though, which is important. Although Blur's coming off, he can pre-blur soon. Nice stun here. Existence, once again, just so good on defense. Just like, it's reminding me of like a Blizzo, a Blizzo on a Demon Hunter. He just knows exactly the win condition and is there to stop whoever's the most threatening. Breaks the CC chain up on Dippy. He's free. He's not triggering the Rain of Fire. He's being patient in the middle of it. Pre-bearing. Solar Beam. Did Tuna fake it? He did, and he's locked on cast, but Existence in trouble. Double in-cap roar from Tuna. Essentially still going to look for a clone in the near future. Double Dragon's Breath. Existence is still low here. He's being greedy. He's down at 10%. So greedy. Netherwalk comes out. He immunes the damage for a moment, but he still needs some heals here. Stat, as Zhang is finally out of crowd control. Getting some Riptides up. Primordial Wave. Still hasn't got him actually completely top. Now here comes the hunt, though. Cheap shot on it by Daze. Healed away with a kidney shot on Dippy. Is Tuna going to go for a clone? He's actually lobbing in Wraths. This is something I'd actually like to see him potentially do a little bit more when he's got Tree of Life. Your Wrath is instant cast. Could just be a little bit of extra damage, when Existence is being greedy right there. Could have maybe put it over the edge.
Yeah. Let's see what they decide to do. Dippy's still under fire. It looks like Cubsy will be positioned far away. Existence is going to abandon the push, and they're just going to be grouped up here behind the pillar, just having a second to allow a Zhang to recover at the same time. Cubsy getting interrupted there. Existence getting a stun onto Daze, but really no follow-up damage. Unfortunately, a bit of a miscommunication there. They get the imprisonment, but a huge hit of damage on Tuna once again. He needs to respect. He's got no trinket, then trades out the bark skin, and that does mean the next setup on Tuna with no bark skin and no trinket, you could easily just fall over. So LaPomp setting themselves up for a beautiful Druid swap here in the near future. They're going to have the Hunt. They're going to have Essence Break, and we could be seeing a repeat of game number 2 if Tuna's not careful.
Well, no trinket. Existence jumps in, but Dippy is getting clothesline. Big damage coming in from Cubsy. Zhang is there, though, to deflect. Earthen Wall's down. Dippy recovers. They really want to get on Tuna, but they just can't. Lasso, it's overlapped with the clone, unfortunately. Now they're trying to swap back to the mage. They've caught Cubsy in the middle. Tuna is sneaking away off to that Tiger statue, but he gets Solar Beamed by Dippy. A double Ring of Frost. Nice play by Cubsy. That forces Existence to trinket once again. Bash onto the mage. Dippy jumps in so he can safely stop the drink. They know mana is going to be the main problem. Nice double stun from Existence. They're blasting down Cubsy. Is it going to be able to connect enough? Cubsy recovers. Tuna stabilizes the team. Dippy's trying to fake out the kicks. He's got counterspell off cooldown for Cubsy. He's got Fury of a Luna out. He's going for clone again. He fakes the counterspell. Who's he gonna get it on? Low clone on Dazed. He jumps over onto Cubsy, lobs out a couple Star Surges, chases down Tuna. Star Surge for Tuna, spreading his damage out onto any target that he sees here. But here comes massive damage. Touch of the Magi up onto the Demon Hunter. No trinket, full blind, big missiles incoming. He's gonna eventually retreat back to the Shaman, and actually Zhang trinketed there. He's fully. Oh, he's dying anyways. Insane damage coming up from Cubsy. He's dying through darkness. He's dying through everything right now. Nature Swiftness finally comes out from Zhang. A surprising. Now I'm not questioning Zhang's decision to trinket there. He understood how much damage Cubsy could do because he snuck onto the high ground of that balcony. It was just free casting with Arcane Surge.
Yeah, really good positioning there, allowing him to get out a ton of damage. It looks like Cubsy under fire once again. He's going to be playing this platform, really opting to use this platform on the side of the map, creating some space between him and Tuna. Tuna just playing this pillar as tightly as possible. Doesn't want to go out into the open, doesn't want to be susceptible to those swaps, but finally coming out into the open, the double Dragon's Breath does come in. Dippy looking for a Cyclone. Does he find it? Looks like Tuna will get interrupted as Existence is looking to make a push here. Chaos Nova comes in into a hunt. Tuna trinkets. He is not messing around. Doesn't want to allow them to build up any kind of momentum. And also turn the tide here on the Dippy. Full Cyclone lengths on Zhang. I really like Tuna just playing a little bit more aggressive here. Just freeing himself from the crowd control and trying to make some setups for his team. Existence now, though, in Metamorphosis is going to be doing a ton of damage. If he can survive this setup, might get taken down, but Zhang is there to deny. Healing Tide Totem is down. Sky Fury is dropped, and Existence has a ton of damage.
Oh, they're going after Cubsy. Ironbark's up. Tuna jumps away. Existence chasing him down. He blinks back into the middle of the map. They swap to the rest of Druid. Fury of a Loon. Big damage incoming. Dippy's going to have a lot of Star Surges here for Tuna, and he's trying to be greedy. He's using Tree of Life. No Bark Skin. He's not stunned. He doesn't want to overlap it, but here come the cheap shots. They have 2 medallions, but they're actually going after the Boomkin. Existence trinkets to try and assist during this setup here with Dippy. And it looks like with Earthen Wall pre-bear, he's going to be fine. Now Tuna's in a stun. Is he going to be greedy again and not use Bark Skin? He uses it. He can't afford to be greedy here. It's 3 stuns in a row. He's trying to escape. Cubsy's giving him a getaway path, but he's just choosing to run out manually anyways. Dazed is going to evasion as he's left behind. He knows he's going to swap back to Dazed, so he's going to activate evasion, dodge his attacks. Dippy is taking a beating. Full clone on Zhang. Tuna snuck that one through. No grounding or shear onto that. And this could be devastating. Into an in-cap roar. Tuna's getting game-winning CC possibly, but Dippy turns it on its head with a clone of his own. And now Existence into the cheap shots. He comes out of the stun, has Nether available. He's into a full blind defensively. Well, Zhang knows he's not going to die now. He's got time here to slowly top his team. He actually gets sapped. That sap is so important. I cannot believe Dazed actually got that. Existence taken out of the game, and I think Tuna is trying to sit down for a drink, but Dippy's right on top of him. He's not going to get that off. Cubsy shifting power. He's got touch of the Magi. Where is he going to go with it? There's no trinket on the Demon Hunter. He ships it. Zhang has grounding. He's grounding the missiles behind the pillar. Nice placement of the grounding totem, but Cubsy sneaks up on him, gets the Dragon's Breath. Dippy's trying to stop the sheep with a clone. Nice reverse magic onto the polymorph. They're out and free, and where are they going to go? Tuna's kind of close by. They could swap to the Druid right here. He's in the middle of the map. He's trying to reposition. Here comes the Incarnation. Star Surges fly through. Soaking up the damage are the mirror images of Cubsy, though. And they want to go on Tuna, but he's just not in a good spot for Dippy right now. In-cap roar into clone. Existence is out of the game. Dazed gets a full kidney. I think this is either a full clone or a sheep in a second on Zhang. Full clone. Sheep onto the Demon Hunter. Insane setup by the Power Frogs. Is Dippy going to drop? He goes into bear, bark skin, solar beams the clone, trying to fake out the kicks here. He fakes the kick. He gets a clone onto the rogue, and he's tanking the damage with bark skin. Doing a good job to stay stable here, but Tuna is just taking so much damage. He pre-scenarian wards the stun. He's got big hots on himself in tree form. He should be able to recover. The Dippy's probably going to have to clone him. He gets the full clone. Existence is going to come out. Dazed has no evasion. Probably needs to cloak. He's being greedy. He cloaks. Now it's Ring of Fire.
Another fake.
Ring of Fire hits the whole team, and Dippy is just fake Lord here in the lower bracket, looking to give his team a second shot at Team Liquid.
He's got permanent precog in this game. A big setup here onto Dazed once again. Nature Swiftness comes in here by Tune at the same time. Dippy is under fire. Double stun's coming in. Dazed looking to close out this game and put a point on the board, but it looks like that will get denied. Earthen Wall Totem is just so effective against an Arcane Mage and an Outlaw Rogue. So if you have that totem down, it's very unlikely you're going to go down through it. However, they're still not feeling confident. They're going to be pulling back. Healing Surge comes in. Dippy gets topped off, and it's time to get aggressive. Candyland the Cyclone. He fakes the interrupt once again. Dippy just can't stop faking. Can't stop, won't stop, and pushes forward to get some crowd control here onto Tuna, but Dippy is still just getting blasted. The damage is overwhelming. He might just fall. Zhang is really struggling. Ascendance is going to be popped here to top off his team and try to get some of those cleave heals out. It looks like LaPomp is fully stable. They're making a push. Dippy fakes again, gets a full Cyclone. Big setup here on Tuna, but at the same time, look at Cubsy just rip it into Dippy.
All right, he's behind the pillar, though. He survived. Existence has Trinket. Zhang comes out of the Ring of Frost. Probably needs to link here soon. Dippy trinkets. He bashes the rogue with no trinket. Looking for a clone, trying to fake the counterspell. He fakes it again. He's got a precognition again. Cubsy blinks out of line of sight of the clone at least, avoiding its crowd control for some time. But Tuna is drinking amidst all of this. How much mana did he get here? Gouge on the Demon Hunter. It's a bit. He's at least tied with Zhang to give his team a shot. Remember, they're going to be eliminated from the tournament and going to be eliminated from any possibility of getting into the grand finals with guaranteed certainty. That top 3 will be unattainable for them if they lose this series here. They have to win. Can the Power Frogs do it on their last leg? Can they finally leap through? Massive damage incoming onto Dippy. Is he ready for another round? As he's into bear form, Heart of the Wild, Frenzy regenning, Existence is popping Metamorphosis, going for a solo kill onto Tuna. Is Tuna going to choke in possibly the final moments of this game? His team is so close to the kill on Dippy. He lands the counter spell, and that could just be enough to win. Spirit Link needs to hit 3 players. It hits 3, and even with 3, they're now just all at half HP. They imprison Tuna. This is the first offensive imprisonment I feel like I've seen Existence do. He drops down the darkness. He's playing to win right now. He's popping the hunt. Where is he going with it? Is it Tuna? He gets sheeped on the hunt. Cubsy peels the Demon Hunter away for a moment. Existence is leading the charge. He still has his trinket. He's put into a cheap shot. He may need to trinket right now. As Incap Roar hits 2 players, Dippy is isolated again. He solar beams the mage on Ring of Fire. The entire team of LePomp is rotting down to the pressure of the Power Frogs. They cannot let go of this momentum.
Definitely not, but Existence has a swing of momentum. He's got the hunt. He's going for it here onto Dazed, but I don't know if the Outlaw Rogue is going to be the best target they can go after. A follow-up stun here onto Zhang, who's really struggling to keep Dippy alive. He's got the Bark Skin. Is he going to make the trade? Power Frogs all healthy right now. Power Frogs have all the momentum. They have all the pressure. How is LePomp going to turn this around? We've seen it done in the past, and it looks like the Rogue may be the best pressure point for them. They get the stun on Daze. He's got no Cloak of Shadows for quite some time. I think LePomp might be able to do it if they can continue this pressure onto Daze, but Cubsy in the backline just spamming out cast, spamming out damage. But somehow Zhang is keeping his team in the fight. Full stun does land. It looks like the Lightning Lasso to deny some damage, but it is a very close call. Dippy forced into bear form once again. The pressure completely overwhelming here by the Power Frogs, but they need to be careful because Existence and Dippy have a lot of damage. Here comes the Incarnation for Dippy in just a few short seconds. He's going to pull the trigger ring almost immediately. Beautiful Ring of Frost, but Dippy fakes the interrupt, gets the full Cyclone, and now it's going to be Dazed on the back foot.
Oh, and he swaps the clone to the Rogue. It's Incarnation, massive damage incoming, crashing into Cubsy. He's got a block, man. Oh my god, he altered all of that damage. Insane alter time from Cubsy, but they're cleaving down the Rogue. There's no defense for him. Tuna has absolutely 0 mana, but his Tree of Life just came up. He trinkets the Imprison. He can get a couple free regrowths here, possibly, with the Omen of Clarities, and possibly keep his team in the game. They're facing elimination. Tuna has absolutely nothing, and Daze Cheat Death has just procced, and Tuna is going to go down. LePomp knock the Power Frogs out.
Can Cubsy do it? Unlikely. I can't believe it. This is the repeat of game number 1. LePomp is just so far on the back foot. Things aren't looking good. They're barely holding on, and then Incarnation let it rip. They get aggressive. They turned it around and just completely overwhelmed, 3-0ing and eliminating Power Frogs.
Okay, Power Frogs, you're in the gauntlet now. LePomp, I think they're in contention. I feel like I need a standings update with it, like with where VOIDGG is, with the move are, because the next series is UNITAS and the move. And I feel like right now it's really like the move versus LePomp versus Void, right? Like any of those teams, I think like the first one to get knocked out, and then depending on the run the other one has, could possibly steal a top 3 position away from, but it's really close. But Power Frogs for sure, I know, are out of the running. They're going to be in the gauntlet here. And it's possible that they'll be actually not the final boss, but like the second to final boss, maybe. I need like I say, it's too complicated. Math is too complicated between 2 seasons. But LePomp keep their opportunities alive with this win, even despite it looking like it was not going their way. They weathered the storm. They stayed alive long enough. They made the swaps that were necessary. They babysat the Druid long enough to keep him out of mana, and they were able to close out the game here onto the Rogue at the 11-minute mark. It's a big win for them. Now they can move into Championship Sunday and really think about like compositions, because that was wild, the stuff that Sea-Doo threw at them in the upper bracket.
Dippy just showed me a screenshot. His uptime, he said this is his PR for precog. In that last game, he had almost a minute of precog. That's how many interrupts he faked. He's immune to CC and interrupts for almost a minute in that match.
Oof.
Personal best.
Yeah. Well done. All right. Well, LePomp 3-0. I feel like despite the score though, each of those games were super close, and I'm surprised Power Frogs didn't get at least one, Ben.
I mean, I'm surprised too. I mean, the score definitely isn't indicative of how close those games necessarily were. So I don't know. Power Frogs. That's the thing about the Power Frogs, right? Is like we're like, okay, they're losing to Boomkins and Dampening, but it's so close. They're like one barrage or something away from closing out the game and winning. Like they just played a little. They're playing so well, but if they played a little better, maybe they could do it. And I think that's what they're going for. So really close games, but it ultimately is going to be La Pompe who's showing that they are a real threat in these tournaments.
Yeah. Certainly, they rose up like 5 or 6 spaces in the standings last weekend, and now here they are going, head to head with Power Frogs, setting them out 3-0. So this is a team that is just skyrocketing to the top currently, and I'm looking forward to seeing their performance on Championship Sunday. But that brings us to the very last series of the day. Subities, we've got Unitas versus the Move.
Yeah, and Unitas can play that Demon Hunter Boomkin comp that has been giving the Move a really rough run. So I wonder if they'll use Thugonomics or not. They tried to use them last week and it didn't really work out, but it is entirely possible that they could make it work, seeing like how consistent it's been against them. Maybe it's a problem with the healer. Their healer can't play the Shaman, given that La Pompe with the rest of Shaman has been so important for their roster. Look at that. It's a two-way tie. The Move have to win this, I think, really. Actually, no, they don't, because what happens here? Yeah, I think the Move need to win this. Because if the Move lose and La Pompe win, they pass them, right? So, like, if you want to make sure that you're keeping that top 3 spot, you need to keep winning from this position.
Yeah, so for the Move to get 4th place, they had to lose their first series. Void had to win their first series. La Pompe had to win their first series. It's a lot.
It's a lot going on.
A lot going on.
They have to win here if they want to make sure, for sure.
They do. They also have to win.
Everybody needs to win.
Yeah.
Gotta win. Except Liquid.
Just do your best, yeah.
Just win. It's that easy.
Yep.
Easy peasy, yeah. All right, well, here's a look at the bracket currently where we are. We are heading into the last series of the day. Like I said, Unitas versus the Move. And then on Championship Sunday, we're going to be seeing the winner of this one facing off against La Pompe. And then, of course, that semifinals up at the top there, Team Liquid versus VOIDGG. So this is the last moment here for these two teams to prove themselves, because the loser of this one is unfortunately getting knocked out. So definitely be tuning in for Sunday's games if you want to see some of these series and their conclusion for them on Championship Sunday. So with that, we are going to be heading to a break. When we come back, last series of the day coming up in just a moment. Everybody, welcome back. It is the very last series of the day here. We have got UNITAS facing off against the Move. UNITAS, they started off this morning in the upper bracket. Unfortunately, weren't able to perform Super Ts, and now they are actually facing elimination.
Yeah, it's a rough spot to be in, especially when your top 3 position is on the line here. Unitas are still trying to prove themselves and prove that they're not a blowout team here in the tournament, as they were, they've been getting, Aiden's been getting 6th, 8th for such a long time that it's like, when's his moment going to be? When is he finally going to get a team that can go the distance? They failed to beat VOIDGG in the upper side. The Move play some different comps. I think particularly, I don't think the Move are going to use a Boomkin, so Unitas at least have that advantage, but what are they going to play? Are they bringing in Thugonomics? They're not. They're going to play the main comp, the Rogue Moonkin, the Evoker. Garbage was insane. Like, he is easily an MVP, I think. His team lost the game, but I don't think he was the reason, bro. Like, he was doing work.
Yeah, his team lost the game, but he didn't lose the game. I mean, he is in the lower bracket, but yeah, anyway, he's going to be locking it in again. Let's see what he can get done. The good thing for Garbage is that he doesn't have to worry about the root beams in this matchup, but still has to worry about the roots. Absterge catches him with an Earth Grab and already can't access a lot of that powerful Evoker healing. Now Garbage put into a cheap shot, Peekaboo in a Cyclone, Killing Spree coming out onto WizKay, Absterge in a Gouge. WizKay dropping pretty low. They follow up the Gouge with the Cyclone. WizKay is going to mass dispel it though, and should be enough defense. He's got the Earthen Wall Totem, Absterge out of crowd control, so WizKay should be able to stay alive there. And actually trinketing out offensively after he held on to it through that chain, so that's pretty ironic.
Triple CC, full blind, being greedy, no bark skin. Really greedy here. Finally trades with the bark skin. Static field from Absterge, pulls the Brew back in the middle. Here comes the deep breath across onto Peekaboo. They get a full clone on Absterge with that stun. Now they're trying to maybe swap to WizKay. Solar Beam, did he fake it? He faked the Solar Beam, but not the kick. He's off healing while he's interrupted on Shadow. Couple flash heals. Silence onto Garbage. Big damage in onto a Brua. Garbage going to rescue during the silence. Pull him back into safety. Peekaboo still chasing him down at the moment. Aiden into the root. Not able to really get too much. Hex gets dispelled there. Nice dispel. They're actually swapping to Garbage, it looks like. At least Peekaboo is poking him a bit. Maybe trying to bait a cooldown on his own here in the middle of the map. Gets the Verdant Embrace. Then tries to swap back because there's still a lot of damage. Absterge here, he's going to use Nature Swiftness. It hardly does anything. Peekaboo is still at half health right now. WizKay's at about 80. He's going for a Void Torrent on the healer. Garbage has his wall up, but he's not going to take any damage. Now they switch back onto a Brua. Peekaboo into a cheap shot. Lasso onto Aiden to turn that stun lock around. And now Brua is looking for clones. He gets one onto WizKay, slowing down his assault. And this is the type of matchup I think that could last a while, given that both Outlaw Rogues can kind of just heal each team almost indefinitely.
Yeah, this is a matchup that we've seen many times, and Peekaboo actually is going to be able to get Emerald's Communion there for his team. A nice double fear there on the DPS, and a kidney shot there onto Garbage, but another setup here onto Wiz, so we're going to have to pause that discussion for just a second here, as Absterge is sitting through the Sleepwalk. WizKay still not feeling too confident here, but Brewer dropping kind of low, doesn't want to use the Bark Skin, he's being extremely greedy with it actually. WizKay is sitting through a kick here, so Brewer is going to be able to hold on to that cooldown for now, as Peekaboo gets disarmed. The Brewer looking for the Cyclone, gets actually double feared. It looks like they want to send it on Garbage. They're going to catch him behind the pillar here. WizKay looking to connect around the corner, has the silence potentially here for the follow-up as well. No, he's going to have that in 4 seconds, so not just yet. They're going to blind Garbage actually with a Brewer being low as well. Really nice setup here from the Move, and this is how they get a lot of their pressure, especially in their earlier match against DRACO CLEAVE, able to just go after the healer like this, and it's just generating so much pressure in the matchup.
Another rescue forced out from Garbage. Really curious to see if he can make any time stop plays where he pre-immune some sort of crowd control or attack towards himself. He's going for a Sleepwalk. Catches Absterge Piss right when Aiden goes for a kidney, and now Garbage is caught in the middle of the map. This could be devastating for him. Can Peekaboo finish him? He time stops, he cancels it, comes out early, big Verdant Embrace, pops himself off here. Living Flames onto the whole team. WizKay getting swapped too, Solar Beam cheap shot. But that overlap of Sleepwalk and Kidney was definitely not communicated effectively there. Absterge easily going to walk off that swap to himself there. The Brew going for a clone, gets sheared by Absterge. No grounding, no shear. They blind Absterge. Absterge trinkets out of blind. Doesn't have a defensive actually to couple with it. A Brew is looking for a clone. Kidney shot on the healer. Clone the Shadow Priest. Peekaboo is isolated. I don't think he's soloing Garbage here on the kidney shot. So really nice cyclones here on the WizKay. Stopping the damage. Garbage pre-deep rest, trying to immune the fear, but WizKay was patient. He still has it. Now Garbage is silenced. No rescue for like about 6 more seconds, I think, right now. On that cooldown, a Brew is trying to run away in bear form, retreating alongside Garbage. Dream Breath is up. Big hots onto a Brew, massive heals. He gets topped off immediately with that combo. Mana is even at the 4-minute mark. It's entirely possible that this is still anyone's game. I would say maybe it's a Brua that's looking a little more fragile as time passes. He's just used his Barsking, he has no trinket, but he's blasting. Look at that incarnation pressure in game one. Are Unitas actually doing it? Peekaboo is so low on health. He's fully dotted. He's hanging on by a thread right now. Absurge finally out of crowd control, gets his nature swiftness out, but that doesn't even top Peekaboo. They're still at half health at this point, and Unitas are honestly looking good now.
So it looks so funny when you can see like what ability Peekaboo was using, and he just sent 5 cheap shots there on garbage to get rid of the nullifying shroud and to get that CC chain. But look at WizKid right now, forced to trade out the void shift here onto Absurge. Absurge very low. Meanwhile, WizKid sitting through a cyclone, and Unitas are absolutely looking like they are in the driver's seat right now in this matchup. Can they close it out? Peekaboo with no cooldowns left, just that cheat death, about 50% HP. Absurge has to try to pick him back up. The move kind of huddled together here behind the pillar, just trying to stay alive with that earthen wall totem, giving them good defense, but they get knocked out of it. Absurge is in a cheap shot. They're trying to take him down there, but finally will connect there with massive heals, and also has to trade out his Astral Shift. This is still the Incarn here from Abrua doing a lot of work, and they're just playing D and just trying to avoid that situation altogether, just waiting for that cooldown to kind of disappear before they go back on the offensive here. Peekaboo sitting through another kidney shot. WizKid in a Cyclone. Peekaboo gets Cyclone low as well. Abrua is really doing some work right now on this Moonkin. Can they get any crowd control onto Absurge? Nice static field totem there by Absurge, just trying to create some distance between his team and the enemy team. And here comes the setup onto garbage. The move finally getting offensive here, and with that incarnation finally fading, and they will get the Emerald Communion from garbage. So good defensive place there, and now finally getting aggressive again. But Peekaboo is left in midfield. Absurge though with a big massive nature swiftness is going to be able to top him.
Oh, but he gets caught in a sleepwalk. Nice play by Garbage. Fire Breath as well. They could force Disperse possibly. A sap out of the sleepwalk. Crazy setup by Unitas. Is WizKid going to die through Disperse as he ducks into the void for a moment to reduce damage? He's at the pillar, off healing. Absurge is by his side, but now they're switching their attention to Peekaboo, and Unitas are all over the place. Peekaboo caught in another kidney shot. Typhooned away by a Brew. WizKid's trying to reload dots onto the enemy team here. They got to get rid of that nullifying shroud. Aiden into a kidney shot, killed away, but WizKid into a clone. He can't take advantage of the kidney shot at all. Brew getting into Eclipse with those rats, looking for a clone. Clone swap now onto Peekaboo. WizKid fishing to go into his void form here in a moment, I think, as he's trying to Dark Ascend. Full blind onto the healer. Where are they going to send this? Are they going to sap out of it? Oh, he cloaks off the disarm. He can't get the sap. He gets a gouge instead. Now Brew into a kidney shot. Is he dying through Barkskin? Aiden is peeling everything that he can. Garbage is deep breathing out of the static field totem so he can get in range to use Verdant Embrace. That was actually a clutch deep breath right there to immune that knockback effect and get in range. And even despite that, Abrua is still just dying. Dream Breath finally up. Abrua fakes the kick. He needs clones now. Is he going to find an effective Cyclone in the near future? He's going for it. He gets it onto Peekaboo. Peekaboo choosing not to trinket actually in this position, even despite his team falling behind on cooldowns and mana. Here comes another round of Incarnation. Bash swap, and this is why Peekaboo saved his trinket to escape from that stun lock, but he's stunned again on his trinket by Aiden. They're swapping to WizKid. This is massive damage. Unitas, what is going on? Oh my god, they are bouncing back off defeat from the upper bracket with style here in game one. I don't think anyone could have predicted this here. The Unitas against the move. They're taking game one.
Wow, Unitas coming in here and just showing up big, locking it in with confidence. The same comp that got them knocked down to the lower bracket, but they just shift gears. And I mean, the move here, this is typically not how we see this matchup play out for them. Usually it's a lot more pressure, especially around like the 30% dampening mark that we hit. But that was a beautiful sap there by Aiden. And then, of course, Peekaboo here did have to use basically all of his cooldowns to stay alive there. And then here you get the sleepwalk to get good pressure onto WizKid. And what I really like about what Unitas is doing is that they're going on the WizKid. He uses the dispersion. They get a sap onto Absurge into a Cyclone. Aiden just going crazy with these saps. Then immediately bouncing back to Peekaboo. So Peekaboo, he has to be scared that he's going to die. But at the same time, WizKid also has to be scared because he has no dispersion. And this is a super difficult position for Absurge. Who do you heal in this situation? Do you top WizKid? Do you top Peekaboo? Who are you going after? And at this point, Absurge trying to avoid some crowd control. WizKid gets Cyclone low. Peekaboo trinkets the setup. And at this point, Peekaboo thinks, okay, well, we're fine. We survived the setup, but it's just the incarnation. They extend the chain. They get the Cyclone onto Absurge, and WizKid gets absolutely blasted. And they just throw that Solar Beam on top of it just for good measure. And Unitas looking super solid here in game number one.
Okay, Unitas. WizKid is, oh my god, he is doing a beastly amount of damage. The main problem, though, is that Preservation Evoker. Look at his healing, 50 million. Like Preservation Evoker, if they're not CC'd or stun locked, they can heal through WizK's ungodly void demented damage. Like there's just absolutely nothing they can do. But as an evoker, you can easily heal it. So I do wonder, like the move, they started their first series of the day with Mage Lock and got one shot and then totally abandoned that. They're like, we're playing RPS. Like I wonder if they're shaky at all now, given this first game defeat, or if they're just going to run it back. If they see some sort of opportunity, maybe just a couple too many missed kicks onto a Brua towards the end. But Unitas, they're unwavering. They're keeping the same comp. Peekaboo's coming in on a Demon Hunter. He's coming in on a Demon Hunter. And I actually think this could be good anti-Boomkin tech. But you have to play it in a very specific way. You have to play Psyfiend, and you have to CC the Rogue. The whole game is about CCing the Rogue. You fear the Rogue, you static field the Rogue in a corner, you hex root the Rogue in a corner, you take the Rogue out of the game, and then the Demon Hunter and the Priest just kill the Boomkin through healing with Psyfiend. Or maybe you can silence the Evoker. The Shadow Priest can stun silence the healer when you get that setup. But it's really important that fear goes on the Rogue, and that Absurge hex and roots and totems the Rogue off the Shadow Priest.
This is going to be very interesting to see. I mean, you know, the last time we saw something like this, I said, I don't believe. And Liquid and Trill, they said, excuse you. So this time around, I'm just going to believe. I'm just going to believe from the get-go here. This is obviously something that the move had prepared, because Peekaboo did play Demon Hunter in the open bracket as well. So this is, you know, honestly something that I've been kind of wanting to see from the move from a long time. Bringing in Ceralium, bringing in, you know, Peekaboo on more. I want to see Peekaboo make that same kind of adaptation that we've seen from Trill and Waz. You know, they like you see Waz, he's playing Boomkin, he's playing Rogue, he's playing Windwalker, he's playing basically anything that's currently in the meta. And I want to see the same from Peekaboo. I want to see him on the Demon Hunter, I want to see him on Windwalker, I want to see him on the Rogue, I want to see him on every single class like that. And then you can have Ceralium in there, they can work up Rogue Mage synergy when that's good. They can play Shadow Priest Mage, they can play like Wizard Cleaves with Ceralium and WizKid. They can also play Melee Cleaves with Ceralium and Peekaboo. So I think this is like big picture, it's good for the move that they're making, you know, these kind of moves. But for this particular game, I am a little bit afraid that you know, Peekaboo is going to get caught from Aiden's stuns and potentially get absolutely destroyed in those stuns, because Aiden, he was kind of on fire in that last game.
All right, let's see if he can keep it going for his team. It's been years. They're trying to show that they can be an all-star roster, that they can compete with the best here in North America. They got one win against the move. They're not giving up, but now Peekaboo coming in on a Demon Hunter is going to be a menace in terms of damage. But the move need to focus on control. If you're not controlling the Rogue and he's just getting uptime and you're not getting setups, I don't know if you can win this just like doing damage and trying to max like your PvE pressure. They stun the Rogue immediately here, but they're rooted up and can't really move. And you got the sap anyways. Garbage with the oppressing roar into a kidney shot, into a 7-second sleep. And Peekaboo in the opener has to use the medallion, already almost dying through Blur. A very scary opener for Peekaboo, even despite that early stun. Unitas got what they came for.
Yeah, Unitas with a great opener. Aiden sneaking in and getting the sap like that as well. Really clutch stuff. But now they're going to need to be defensive here, because Peekaboo is in Metamorphosis doing tons of damage here right now. It's going to be Aiden who will be the victim in that Fell Eruption stun, taking a lot of damage. There's the Lightning Lasso, Void Torn being channeled out from Wiz and Absturge in the backline. Peekaboo getting Cyclone there by a Brua, trying to peel up the situation, bash onto WizKid. Now they're going after Peekaboo. Huge damage there. Garbage gets silenced actually on his damage. Nice fear there onto Aiden as well. Wiz playing good defense there to make sure that Pika stays alive from that exchange. And look at that pressure onto a Brua. I haven't seen any Psyfiends yet. I don't think Wiz is playing it, but still a lot of pressure on that Moonkin, and that's really going to be the name of the game. Make sure that you're pressuring Aiden, or make sure that you're pressuring a Brua and crowd controlling Aiden, because right now Aiden, I think he's doing a little bit too much. Another kidney shot here onto Absturge. Garbage pushing in for the sleepwalk, and he manages to connect it.
Oh, he's dead.
He got pre-tremored, but still Peekaboo in huge troubles here. He has the Nether Walk, needs to potentially activate it, but he's being greedy with it. Just the Blur is going to be enough defense there. I think Absturge actually pre-tremored that before he got kidneyed, and I didn't see it, and that's the only reason why they're still alive.
Well, they rescue a Brua away from Peekaboo here at the pillar. Garbage into the stun. WizK trying to push in. Silence out. Aiden has to trinket. They clone WizK. This next setup on Peekaboo, there's no trinket on any player on the side of the move. They can get a clean setup here. It could be very scary. Garbage has Nullifying Shroud. He's immune to CC. He's line of sighting the Purges. Getting ready to make the push with his team here at any moment. And Peekaboo knows he's the target. He's got to get ready. He's got pre-Nether Walk. His healer's in a sleepwalk. It could happen. I think he may have Shadow Melded. No, he's into a clone. They're going to clone him while Aiden is feared, possibly setting up off the clone, but it's 9 seconds away from his medallion. He'll be able to trinket Nether, I think, at this point, unless they send it literally right now. I don't think they have the time to commit it. They're going to get their medallions off cooldown. That window to win has now been lost on the side of UNITAS, and they're actually behind on mana. WIZGG can keep up his pressure here with that Dark Ascension. They kick the clones onto Abrua. They stun Aiden, taking both damage dealers out of the game for some time. Garbage is in a stun as well, into a fear from Peekaboo. WIZGG gets put into a clone. Aiden kills off the static field. Garbage repositioning, trying to stay away from Peekaboo. Doesn't want to stack up. Peekaboo's into a full clone. Now they're getting aggressive onto Absturge. Is he going to be able to get a sleepwalk here? He gets a sleepwalk out of the kidney shot. Peekaboo leaps over, but he leaps into a cheap shot. He has to trinket. He might get cheap shot again. So much damage onto Peekaboo right now. WIZGG is dead. How is WIZGG dead at the same time? UNITAS. This is a completely different UNITAS right now. We saw Garbage leveling up in the previous series, and it seems like his teammates are looking to catch up to his level.
Yeah, right now the garbage truck is just rolling all over the move right now, and you can see Peekaboo in a cyclone, no trinket available. WIZGG, no dispersion available. So now we have that same situation as in game number 1, where there are 2 members that Absturge needs to worry about, and luckily for him, he does have his trinket and his Spirit Link totem, so he has that emergency response. The move shouldn't be dying, at least not in the next couple of seconds, but still Peekaboo is dropping quite low here. The pressure is mounting. Sleepwalk being casted here from Garbage. If manages to find it onto Wiz, but Abrua actually getting pressured here quite a decent amount as well. Peekaboo and WIZGG finally getting a little bit of pressure. There's a fear onto Abrua. There's a kidney shot onto Absturge. The clone Peekaboo, and they're going after WIZGG here, but no crowd control onto Absturge. The gouge finally does connect. Is that going to be enough damage? Wiz might have to use the void chip.
Oh
he
my
gets
God.
it on 1% onto Absturge. It doesn't get much closer than that, and now the move really have no cooldowns left to work with here. Absturge is going to need to work miracles as Abrua acts as a beautiful time stop.
Yeah, time stomp the Void Torrent. No damage following through. Abrua trying to fake out the kicks here, I think, and go for a clone. Is he going to get the fake? Peekaboo's patient. He's holding his kick. Abrua can't fake him. He jumps into the corner, but is he going to get baited? Stuns are coming out. They're going after WIZGG. No disperse for 4 more seconds. 3 more seconds for disperse on WIZGG. Desperate prayers. He mass dispels to sleep, but he gets solar beamed. His disperse just came off cooldown, but that's a full sap. The sap breaks. He is so lucky that sap broke right now. He static fields the whole team together for WIZGG, possibly getting a triple fear. WIZGG is not deciding to not go for it, though. Peekaboo is looking to reconnect. There's still no trinket on Peekaboo. No disperse now for WIZGG. He stuns the healer. He's in position. Gets the full fear. They're going on Aiden, maybe? Is it going to be a swap to the rogue? No, they're staying on Abrua, but Peekaboo gets faked. Abrua is cloning WIZGG. He can't connect any pressure. Now a full kidney shot. They disarm the Demon Hunter, I think. Are they going to go after WIZGG again here? Aiden can't really do much. Earthen Wall's down, but here comes the Incarnation. They get peeled away by Peekaboo's stun, but it gets dispelled instantly by Garbage. Massive damage incoming onto WIZGG, and oh my God! UNITAS are doing it! Unbelievable! They are ascending. They are leveling up. They're passing. You know, Dippy PR'd with his uptime on precog. This would be a PR for UNITAS if they can take a series against the move.
Yeah, this is so, you know, I really have loved AWC this season because you cannot count anybody out. Just left, right, and center, we are seeing these real, you know, like long-standing top teams just kind of fall to some of these teams who historically have been on the lower side of the brackets. And we can take a look at exactly how that happened here. WIZGG forced to trade out his dispersion here, and I really like how they're doing these setups. You know, it's all depends on who do they have the stun locks on. They had it onto WIZGG, but Absurdge was there peeling, so they extended the setup, went after Peekaboo a little bit, and just bouncing back and forth between the targets like this is just generating so much pressure. And we can see here how the setups get launched. So they get a kidney shot onto Absturge, they get a disarm on Peekaboo, they had a cyclone onto Wiz, then they get a sleepwalk onto Absturge, Fire Breath comes in, and they just continue with massive damage. And that cyclone timing on the master spell by Abrua was absolutely beautiful, because that is one thing that you can do if you are a good wizard. You know, the Shadow Priest is going to try to master spell your cyclone or your sheep or whatever it is, and you start recasting it and you try to time it so the master spell goes off just slightly before the cyclone. So he gets the master spell on the sleepwalk instantly into a cyclone before Absurdge can do anything. And UNITAS, they're leveling up.
They're 1 win away, man. 1 win away. I don't think it's at all possible that they can get top 3. They're too far behind on points, but they could maybe.
They're hard stuck.
This is like a prove yourself tournament. Yeah,
yeah. They're hard stuck in 6th place. They're not getting any higher than that. But for
the
UNITAS,
move have a lot on the line, though.
Oh yeah.
They might lose their top 3 position.
As a matter of fact, right now, if you are VOIDGG, if you are Le Pump, you are a Unitas fan. You couldn't be more happy about what's happening right now. You're just saying, go Abrua, keep getting those cyclones, go garbage, go Aiden, get those saps. And the move are switching it up in a big way here. Absterge bringing it on the Shaman, Peekaboo on the Demon Hunter, and now Wiz is on the Balanced Druid Sid.
I mean, it's a good comp, but Unitas look too good. I like they're getting every cooldown almost immediately. Like sometimes it can be hard as like the Boomkin Rogue to get sort of momentum early on, but they're getting momentum early on. I don't think it's gonna work. I think this is like desperation. I think this is like the move. Don't think they can compete in the meta, so they have to try and become the meta at the last second. And I don't know, man. I feel like this is I can't believe Unitas. They might actually get a 3-0 over the move, which then means if Le Pump have a deep run, they can take the move's position in the top 3 and knock them into the gauntlet, which would be a devastating position for them overall to be in. I don't think that this matchup might be difficult because again, it's Evoker versus Boomkin, but Garbage is making so many insane plays that he can outplay the solar beams. He can immune them with obsidian scales, he can hover them, he can deep breath them. So if he's continuing to maintain his power level right now, I think they can overcome that disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, he just has to basically play the same way he did in the upper bracket. If he can play as good as he did there, then Unitas could potentially walk away with this one. The good news for him is that Aiden and Abrua, they seem to be on fire right now. So can Unitas ride this momentum here and kind of be the boogeyman of this bracket right now, completely disturbing the peace in that top 3 and send the move home? Or will the move rise up on their alts and take it to a game 5? Let's see here. Nullifying Shroud being casted by Garbage for the opener. Peekaboo already finding Abrua and getting decent damage. Aiden, though, with the double cheap shot opener. Abrua, can he get the Cyclone? Absterge is not in a stun, and it's going to be Wiz actually getting caught up in a Cyclone there. I feel like Absterge could have potentially stopped that, but either way, it is going to be a nice triple solar beam coming out of that static field totem, and Abrua already feeling the heat here. Forced to trade out just the bark skin so far, but still a lot of pressure here on Aiden.
Oh, full bash. Big damage up from Peekaboo as he lands a stun onto Abrua as well. The whole team is getting cleaved. Garbage, man. This is a lot of damage that he needs to heal through, but he's managed to do it. He's recovered the whole team. Now a kidney shot onto Absterge, clone onto WizKid. Where are they going to go with the damage? Are they swapping? A sleepwalk. It's a setup on Peekaboo. He has no trinket. Abrua is there. Multiple Star Surges incoming. Garbage is there as well to add some damage. He gets a clone out. And even with the pre-blur, get Peekaboo down to 50% health. They clone Aiden. They stop the damage. Peekaboo should recover. Now he's getting aggressive back onto Abrua. Abrua's trying to fake cast Peekaboo or Absterge here on their wind shears with this clone. Can he get a fake cast? He's repositioning. He's going for clone again. He's not finding the fake. Peekaboo is holding strong, but WizKid's just dying. Oh. He's just outright getting slapped by Abrua and Aiden. Is he just going to die right now? It's match point. Potentially top 3 on the line right now for the move. They get a Cyclone over onto Garbage. Aiden's getting peeled away for a moment. Double stun comes up from Peekaboo again. Abrua trinkets this one. They use Emerald Communion. Unitas are a bit panicked here. That Communion was very premature, I think, from Garbage.
Yeah, I didn't like that Communion too much, but now Garbage sitting through a Root Solar Beam here. They need to be careful. Peekaboo pre-darknessing, so he's actually kind of scared here. Actually, maybe just wants to stay offensive, and Peekaboo's going to get Cycloned here by Abrua, so they live the Root Solar Beam, and it's going to be WizK here, almost getting blasted by the Fire Breath here, doing so much damage from Garbage. Living Flames being added into the mix, and if they can get some crowd control onto Absterge, they can definitely get Wiz, in big trouble. So Peekaboo sitting through a cheap shot right now, but it looks like he's going to be completely fine. I really like that pre-blur that he did earlier. It's the only reason why he's still alive, but look at Wiz right now. Huge damage. Trinket Spirit Link coming out for Absterge, connecting it there just on the edge, and now the move have no defensives left. Triple static field totem. Where's it going to go? Absterge doesn't have the projection there for it, unfortunately, and it's just going to get killed off, and Unitas, they're going to be happy with that. Just going to pull back here for a second and just recover everybody. Aiden super low, gets bashed on low HP. Garbage looking for the heals. Spirit Bloom into the Cyclone there. So Aiden actually will be remaining at 50% for just a little bit. Garbage gets interrupted on the Spirit Bloom. Beautifully done there. The Root Beam connects, and all of a sudden Abrua is under heavy fire. WizK doing what he can here to move back in the game.
Yeah, can he do it here? Can they become the meta? and reverse sweep Unitas. Aiden's on top of Absurge. Healing Tide Totem comes down. Aiden's going to snipe that off, but he's still low health. He has evasion. He's being so greedy right now. Peekaboo's right on his tail as he vanishes away. It looks like he chases down Absurge. Kidney Shot, a swap on Absurge, possibly here behind the pillar. It's match point for the move, and Peekaboo is there to peel Aiden, but is Abrua going to be able to solo him? He cyclones him low health on his wall. WizK clones the Boomkin, but now they're swapping to Peekaboo. They catch him in the middle of the map. Can they get another clone? He gets another clone, and I think it's lights out for Peekaboo at 1%. He gets the Nether Walk, immune to damage. Just one more hit of damage. It was over for the move, possibly falling out of third place and qualifying to the grand finals for Dragonflight as WizK is getting shredded by Abrua. He's trying to get back behind the pillar. Garbage rescues Aiden back to the pillar. Peekaboo's still in the middle of the map at low health, cloned by Abrua. Abrua's getting so many good clones right now. They gouge Absurge, making a sleepwalk, full sleepwalk. He's got Trinket. If he gets CC'd on his Trinket, it's game over. He has to be so careful with his Trinket right now. He's trying to sit through the sleepwalk. He manages to be patient and sit through the crowd control. Such a scary game, scary moment here for the move in game number 3.
Oh, look at Garbage. I think he pre-Obsidian scaled or pre-hovered it, the root beam. I'm not sure what he did there, but he was casting spells in that root solar beam, and as a result, Unitas is going to be completely fine for that next push. Peekaboo with no trinket. Absturge has his trinket, has no spirit
damage
with it. He might need to use it right now. Just a blanket beam coming out there onto Absturge, trying to get the Cyclone, but not able to find it. Abrua maybe getting a little bit too eager there to win the game with that play there. Unfortunately for him, it's going to be Absturge and the move recovering, and now all of a sudden 30 more seconds. Absurge's gonna have that Spirit Link totem, so the move showing signs of life, but they're gonna need to survive for 30 more seconds. Peekaboo goes around the corner, full blind. Absurge trinkets out immediately into a sleepwalk. Garbage with the MVP plays into the bash. Can they take him down? Peekaboo on 10% HP. He gets the blur there for just a second, and finally Peekaboo will recover. That was an absolutely incredible CC chain though coming out from Unitas, and Garbage, man, this guy is on fire. Abrua is on fire. They're getting the low cyclones as well. How are they gonna survive this?
It was on his Healing Tide Totem. It's still ticking away. He's actually back to full. Healing Tide still got some value. Garbage has just a tiny bit of momentum, but he's got Emerald Communion. Peekaboo's got a Trinket, but he's got no Blur. Is he ready for this next attack? Incarnation available for Abrua. They could drop somebody at any moment here. Kidney Shot. Is it a swap to the healer? I wouldn't actually mind it, but Imprisonment comes out from Peekaboo. Stun on Abrua. Peekaboo getting good CC here, but they dispel the stun. Aiden trinkets out. Here comes the setup. Peekaboo trinkets into another stun. Does he get the clone here? He gets the clone onto Absurge. It's match point for the move, and Peekaboo's desperate. He gets a double fear defensively, deflects the attack, but now he's into a clone right when he was about to kill Abrua. Insane Cyclone coming out from Abrua in this position. He jumps away. Now WizK is getting shredded up by Aiden here with the Adrenaline Rush. He's going to Barskin, gouge onto Absurge. Boomkin is getting pressured. WizK is on the run. He's in bear form. Frenzied Regenny. They root up Peekaboo, rescuing him away from him, but here comes the Essence Break. Big damage, but Aiden is there to protect them. Cheap shot onto Peekaboo. Massive damage incoming, and Peekaboo barely gets the blur off. He's vengeful retreating desperately for the link. Oh my god! Unitas have done the impossible. 3-0 against the move.
Unbelievable. The Unitas bouncing back from a rough session in the upper bracket, and they are making it look easy against the move. Not only do they win against the move, but they 3-0 them. Complete domination from start to finish, and this was just amazing from Unitas. Look at these CCs. Look how many Cyclones, and every single time, look how many Sleepwalks they get. I mean, it's just crazy. Look, Absturge here getting a DR Cyclone, Peekaboo getting stunned, and then they get, I think they got the Recyclone there from Abrua. Perfect timing on that one. Peekaboo on 1%. Look at that. He was actually just by the skin of his teeth. He survives that, gets the Nether Walk, manages to stay alive. They Cyclone him immediately. They go after WizK, and then here they're doing another setup, gouge onto Absturge. And then Abrua is taking a decent amount of damage. Wiz here with no trinket because he trinketed on that previous go, and then they get the Cyclone on to Wiz. They get the full Sleepwalk onto Absturge, and they have the damage. All of them just completely swarming Peekaboo here as he does fall. And just Absturge, man, with the saddest Spirit Link ever there at the end as well. Almost got it off in time and wanted to save his teammate, but couldn't quite get it off in time. And Unitas are going to be advancing to Championship Sunday. Not something that I expected for sure.
Oh, same, absolutely. And it sounds like because Unitas did beat the move, they have the potential now to be down there in the gauntlet, the move that is. So that could be very interesting. Unitas shaking everything up here in terms of points. You know, I don't know how much hope is left for them to get any higher than they currently are, but we'll have to see as we go into Championship Sunday. But Unitas definitely kind of pulled it together at the end there, Super Tees. You know, we were really excited that they started off in the upper bracket. They got knocked down, of course, and then they really proved themselves here kind of in the final hour.
Oh my God, in the final hour in their time of need, they completely play spoiler for the move. Like, if you're the move, you're so mad about this. Like, you're
It's a little
possibly
BM, huh?
you're possibly not going to be in the top 3. Unitas, they get nothing out of this other than just proving that they can be a top contender,
Yeah.
right? This is just a cup for Unitas to be like, we can beat the best teams. Even if we win this, we can't get into the finals. We still have to go through the gauntlet, but we want to prove ourselves with this tournament is what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I think they certainly did that, regardless of where they currently are in the standings, which is right here, right now, 6th
Yeah.
place, 152 points, quite a bit behind 5th place in the term or in the form of Power Frogs here. But those top 3 teams, you know, we've got the Move and VOIDGG tied right now. Le Pump following closely behind at 272. I mean, there's just a lot of things that could still be switched up right now. But the top 4, even as it stands in this moment, Zico, is nothing short of extremely competitive.
I mean, just look at that. You got Liquid. They're feeling pretty comfortable, but everybody else is kind of sweating right now. Who is going to take it? The Move, Void, and Le Pump. And, VOIDGG and Le Pump are still in the tournament. So all Void has to do is just win one series, and they will pass the Move. And Le Pump, if the finals is Void and Le Pump, then the Move is going to be enjoying themselves in that bracket or in that gauntlet, and against Power Frogs, against Unitas, who they just lost to, we might not even see them in the Dragonflight finals. So this is just such a massive curveball. The Move was my pick to win in NA, so they're already out. I feel like anything can happen these days. Just out of nowhere, Unitas picked up a new healer, and now, I mean, the sky is the limit.
No, it's really so true. I mean, that's not even, the only team that I feel like are the sky is the limit for them at the moment. I feel like we've seen tremendous improvement with a couple of teams over the weekend, Super Tees, including Last Cup as well. Le Pump, of course, being an obvious one. But so many of these teams are just kind of coming out of nowhere, and I think shocking all of us.
Yeah, I mean, the first one was the Team Hula Bang in the previous season of Dragonflight. Then it was Lava Lava, and now Lava Lava are just easily contending to be like a top 2 team. And then it was Chibaku Tensei that were just leveling up over and over and over consistently. And then it's like, okay, Echo, you've got like 3 teams now that are solid level rivals.
Streamer Zone
take you out. And then now in this season, you've got Bikini Bottom Mafia that comes out of nowhere and wins a cup. Then you got StreamerZone.gg that comes out of nowhere. So it was like 3 new teams in the first season of this year. Now it's 2 new teams for Europe. Now it's Le Pump coming up out of the season here on this final part, and Unitas leveling up towards the final part as well, eliminating the Move, which nobody could have guessed. It's really a case of nobody is safe at all at any point in any position. You are not safe.
No, I feel like, especially, on top of all of those new teams, Sid, all of those new rosters that are coming into the fold and being, rising to the top, we've also just got these new compositions that we haven't seen in quite some time. So I feel like AWC fans in general, we're eating good right now. And can't wait to have our dessert tomorrow in terms of the championship Sunday. Super excited for that. Hope everyone is as well. But with that, that is going to be it for us for now. So thank you so much for everyone for hanging out with us. We will see everyone tomorrow at the same time, same place tomorrow, twitch.tv/Warcraft, of course, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST. Thanks, everyone. See you again soon.